You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
I'm already into the 420, damn it!
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not? I'm trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
Now you can unmute now.
To Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants.
This
and
is
do
funny,
not
isn't it?
necessarily reflect the
It's
opinions
very
of their
funny.
associated
Push
organizations
button.
or
We haven't
Lifestyle
done this in a
Radio.
while. Are you ready? You should all know the words by now. I don't.
Music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance with do-si-do and teach you how to cheat. On the 420 radio show.
On the 420 radio show.
On Lifestyle Radio.
Way behind there, lady.
Way behind.
It was like listening to an echo.
It was on. It was bang on for me.
You be quiet or I'll play this.
3, 2, 1.
That's all you get. It's like a preview for later. We'll play it again later, the whole thing.
That was still funny.
It will.
That
I
lives
honestly-
rent-free in my brain.
I should send you some sauerkraut that you can actually try. Not that gross old wine sauerkraut that you
If
grabbed.
you could send me anything, I would want some Moon Mist ice cream, but it wouldn't make it
No, it wouldn't.
here. No.
How about, what is it? Sir Strumming.
Now, hold on. Tommy is coming with Kush into Toronto a lot these days. He could be your little ice cream transportation. They do it in a night, not even. Zip right here.
That's funny.
What?
They've been buzzing. Tommy is and Devon have been, or Devon have been running back and forth from Ontario to Nova Scotia doing shows.
Oh, really?
So that could be your little cartage system right there. You see, now I'm telling everybody. Yeah, everybody's gonna.
I
ask.
can't. I have
Kush.
enough trouble getting my ice cream from the grocery store to my freezer.
Yeah, because I
Getting
forget.
it from Nova Scotia all the way here, jeepers.
I know, eh? Where have you been hanging out that you've got an accent all of a sudden?
I hang out with all sorts of people and I just sort of like pick up their accent.
You've been hanging around with Naomi too much.
Actually, no, I have been spending a lot of time from somebody from Nova Scotia lately. So maybe, just maybe.
Well, when I go to PEI, I walk around and go, yeah, because that's what they do, as you know, Marcel. Yeah.
I know. PEI, the only province I know that has 4 different pronunciations for the same spelling last name. And it just depends on what part of the island.
What's the last name? Can you spell it?
That
Cadet.
happens in Toronto, dude. It depends on what
What?
corner you're
Cadet?
Cadet.
Like
Yeah.
Godet? Godet?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Goody.
Goody?
One of them is
Good,
Goody.
that makes me think of good evening.
Goody. Goody and plenty.
Okay.
Plenty goody.
I just want to say we're trying something a little bit differently. If you want to chat with us, you can on the 420 radio show page, right in the little event thing there. Please use the event thing because that way we'll see your chat and let us know you're listening. Because otherwise, we're just going to sit here, the three of us. After 17 years,
4 of us.
Four
There's
of
4 of us
us.
here, but one just won't unmute his mic.
Well, that's why I said the three of us. There you go. Hi, Dale.
Hi, Dale.
How's it going?
Good. It's funny. Dale's always got so much to say in the 420 radio chat with like all these cool pictures and articles and stuff, but you don't
He's
say
shy.
much on the show.
He's shy.
Yeah.
That's all right. I was shy when I first started too. Now look at me.
I still am.
I'm not much into the camera.
actually- I'm an introvert.
An introvert. Oh, yeah, right.
I am. I really am. I seriously, I have to, for me to go out and speak at public events and things like that, you have no idea how much anxiety. It's no wonder I used so
I
much
have to
fucking
take you
cannabis.
guys with me or I can't speak.
You
Yeah.
did a great job at Harvest Fest.
You ask anybody who has, I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I know how to do it. But the minute the internet goes off and you guys disappear, I'm like,
No, you already know where your safe spaces are. You know which booths you can go to and hang
Oh,
out
yeah, yeah.
at. And
Yeah,
so
if I'm
as soon
having
as
a
the
panic
camera goes
attack,
off,
you'll
you're
find me at the
going.
Shatterizer booth.
What
Yep.
did you say about Harvest Fest, Dale?
I said you did good at Harvest Fest.
And it's from practice, years and years of
I
practice.
haven't seen
used
one
to-
picture of you from Harvest Fest this year at all, mister. Not one picture. All the
Me
pictures
neither.
I've seen are from everybody else but you.
Maybe
Yeah,
he
I
was
didn't
the one behind the camera.
Yeah, that's my excuse.
Actually, you know what? I don't even think. No, I don't remember if I even took a fucking picture.
There's no, but I mean, out of all the pictures that I've seen that,
Yeah.
that Deb and other people have posted, there is not one picture of you in a booth or anywhere else.
Well, I didn't have a booth this year.
You didn't?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. I didn't
You
bother
just had
doing
your
a
ice
booth.
cream in a cooler beside your chair.
Nope. I didn't even bring any ice cream. I didn't even bring any. I didn't bring any edibles.
Wow.
No, I went down there solely to do the presentations and then hit the road and come home.
You didn't even stay this year.
Not there. I stayed in a motel down the road with a swimming pool and air conditioning.
I think that was the same hotel
And
we
a
stayed
solid
in when
roof
we
over your
came.
head.
No, because when you were here, it was in a totally different location.
Okay.
Now it's down in the valley, down in the Annapolis Valley.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah, it's way down.
I
Yeah,
never
no,
got to enjoy the hotel anyways. I was at the event with you guys painting vaginas apparently.
Yeah, it's like a 3-hour drive for us. So we went and we stayed one night in the motel. The Friday night, we did what we had to do on Saturday, and then
Oh, I got my
hit
shirt. I
the
should
road
show my shirt. I'll get it
and
when I
got
go.
out of there before they had another storm.
Yeah, that's I would have been pissed if I had driven all the way there and all it did was fucking rain.
But Harvest Fest is going to be different this coming year, or the next Harvest Fest is going to be slightly different if everything goes according to plan. Because we've already started organizing it. And one of the things that we're really seriously looking at, trying to get half decent pricing, is renting a big ass tent, one that'll fit 10 to 20 booths. So the ones that bring the big trailers and stuff like that, they're totally fine. They have their trailers, they've got shelter and stuff like that. This would just be an opportunity for people to come. Instead of having to bring a canopy and all of that crap, they can just come in and set up in their designated area inside the large tent where the demos would be, the announcements, and everything else.
Just in case.
Well, I mean, this is 2 years in a row that they had some major weather issues.
Wow.
So, and
was it hot?
Not overly hot this year.
It hasn't gotten
hot
over 25 here.
It was our heat index today was 37.
Well, I shouldn't laugh because it's like it was 99 and it's even been 100% or more humidity here.
Humidity.
So, yeah. Oh yeah. I've woken up last week. I woke up a couple of nights in a sweat. It was that humid.
Well, our humidex has gone all the way up to 39.
That's what ours is for tomorrow.
It's
Yeah.
Really?
That was this past week.
74 in the we're outside. It's 46% in here, 28 in the greenhouse, 51% downstairs. No, I don't know which ones. Why I got to put labels.
Tomorrow is 39 here. 41.
Is it sunny?
Here now it is. Yeah.
Supposed to be. No, it's dark here now. Is it sunny in Truro?
No, I need some more.
It's still light until like
It should be
9:30.
daylight outside right now.
Until about
here-
9:30.
Oh, I guess
What?
up there it's 8:30. It's 8:11.
Yeah.
It's 7:11 here.
They've already been to the
It's
store and
It's
gotten
8:15. It's already dark here.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
Dale's in the dark right now.
Yeah.
And even better,
Didn't you
we
hear
have a
there's a
hur-
power out? In
no,
Nova Scotia?
we have a hurricane coming next week, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's going to be exciting. So the models for the hurricane, depending on
Are
which
we getting
model you
that
look
too?
at,
We'll get
no,
the
you don't get
aftermath. when
you
it
don't
goes
get
by.
hurricaned. No, you don't.
We get the weather.
We get the
No, you
storm.
don't.
We
No,
do
you
get
don't.
some of the residual weather.
No, you don't.
Here in Toronto, we do.
Up here,
No.
yes, we do. When
From
the
our
last,
hurricanes,
when the last
Like, are you talking about the
hurricane
ones that go up
tornado
the
or
south
whatever,
of, or the east side of the state?
yeah,
up
the ones
and
that
those
come up,
ones, no, you guys get those because you're all out in the middle of the fucking ocean.
right? But you guys don't get any of the residue from those
We
because
get
they
other
don't really.
stuff.
They don't. Well, no, our weather systems go from west to east. We get your guys' shitty weather and pollution.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can talk
Well,
to
yeah,
Mel
but
about that.
right in Ontario, if you look, Marcel, where Ontario sits, you're right. It comes from west to east, but it also comes from south to north, and they meet right just under Ontario and pushes out to the east.
Right, and this is what makes Atlantic Canada the armpit of
Oh, you
North
need
America.
to get a weather girl
Oh.
background,
There's
Mary
the
Jane.
news.
Mary
There's
Jane,
the weather.
you need to find a weather girl background for you because that was really cute the way you went, and you could be our meteorologist.
I
Or
can't even
weather
figure
weather-
out how to change it from the green background.
Well, I
So all of the
we could walk
smog
you through it if you like.
and your weather
Yes.
that you have in Ontario
Yeah.
comes east, as well as all of the stuff from the industrial U.S. So we get this. This is why we have
Yeah,
such.
you get all of it.
Well, we have really high rates of autoimmune diseases, cancers, everything else, because we're literally an armpit. I learned this in the 70s from one
I'm
of my
not in an
teachers.
armpit. I'm in the forest, on the edge of the water, the coldest water of all the cold waters.
Well, the hurricane that we're getting, or may or may not get, is being projected 3 different ways. One is for it to go into the Carolinas, North and South Carolina. That would be awesome because that would mean that it probably work its way up to Southern Ontario. We don't care about that. The other option is it comes straight up and hits Nova Scotia.
Yeah, I'd
Just
prefer that.
bang on. Not us.
I
And the
don't want it
third-
to come to Southern Ontario.
The third option is the cold front that's supposedly going to push down might push it out to sea and miss us completely. That's the
that's the
one
best.
I'm hoping for.
Yeah, that's the best.
But the way it's tracking, the eye of it would go right over mine and Dale's house.
Oh, really?
Yep, because the eye is that big. The eye of this thing is the size of PEI.
Yeah, they said it was pretty aggressive storm.
Well, it was a
Where's
category
it coming
5,
up
but I think it
from the
off
Gulf?
of Africa, off of Africa, where they all
Oh, okay.
all of our
Where they all
storms
come.
come off of this from Africa, off the Sahara.
Dang you, Sahara.
Yeah.
Does it get sandy?
Actually, if you look at some satellite footages, depending on the resolution of the camera and stuff, you'll actually see a brownish cloud that goes off of Africa out into the middle of the Atlantic, and it goes about halfway across. That's the sand and dust, and dirt, and storms. But our concern, of course, is a lot of us grow outdoors, and we don't like hurricanes when we grow outdoors.
Let's not talk about growing
What
up.
would you even do to protect them
Pardon?
if they're not ready? What would you do to protect your plants?
We have
Say,
people
for
that
example,
some
like
people
it's
are.
coming. What do you do?
Yeah, some people know that it's coming, so the day before they'll put their plants into a garage or something like that.
Yeah, but mine are in the ground. I can't put them in the garage. What do I do?
Every big leaf that's on them, remove it.
Okay.
If it's any sizable leaf, because by now they should be flowering.
Yes, because
right?
that's
Yeah,
their little sails. Yeah.
So you rip every leaf off that you can, tie as many branches as you can, right, with stakes and things like that.
Uh-huh.
Because
Prevent it
with
from
That makes
moving and
total
blowing
sense,
around.
Marcel. It makes total sense to
well,
do that.
yeah, because with all of the heavy vegetation that's on it it basically, like Al said, it acts like a sail. So when the wind hits it, it has something to push against, which can cause breakage to
Yeah.
your stalks and things like that.
We need
So
two people, and then we can do the
you
braid.
remove. Here, hang on, because I've already started.
Have you got a video that you can show us of us whatever we're talking about?
No, but I'm going to show you what the plant should look like.
Okay.
For
It's
Fiona,
just going to take me a minute because I got to email it to myself.
when Fiona hit, I put all mine together. I put all four together, the pots right against each other, and then I took a rope, started at the bottom, and I wrapped them all the way from the bottom up to the top, and it's just like a Christmas tree wrap.
Yeah. Some people cover them in burlap for protecting shrubbery and things like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can do the same. You
But-
can cover them the same way you would do a tree or a shrub. Yeah, sure, why not?
The
But
outside
actually-
part
Now,
you get
a question before you go on with that: when you're covering plants that are flowering, do you have to worry about trichomes and stuff sticking to what you're covering?
You're
with?
trying to save as much of the plant as possible. Who fucking cares?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, don't
Right.
worry about the outside stuff. You still got all that inside stuff.
Okay.
All right.
Mary Jane, can you turn a little bit to your left, just so you're looking at me, because you're looking at the wall and not
I
me.
was just looking at Timmy for a second. 'Cause
No,
I
no.
was doing,
What I'm getting at is the biggest thing that bugs me about this stuff is my video is usually over here looking at the wall. You see how I'm looking? I'm not
Okay.
looking at you guys.
but just so you know that if I look this way, I'm looking at a wall. I
Yeah,
don't want
you
to look
are.
at a
I'm your wall. Hi.
No, I don't want to look at. I literally have a wall here. I don't want to
right,
look at my wall.
Back to plants. Sorry. Welcome to my world.
Yes.
Can't you move me over to the other
I
side?
just did. I just did.
But I'm looking this way.
Well, tell Timmy to fuck off, and then you'll have to look that way.
But look, my
Hi,
hair
Tim.
looks better this way. Don't you see? Don't you see?
Oh, this is your good side. Is this what it is?
Yeah. Hello.
All right. Well,
it took
I
me
will,
like an
I
hour to blow
will
dry
put you
this.
underneath, so you're looking at Dale then.
Yay! I like looking at him.
Ooh, Dale.
I'm telling you, he's always got the best photos.
I'm trying to download some right now of last year's hurricane.
Oh, those might not be good photos. I mean,
So-
they might be good photos.
So
but not as good
while
as-
everybody's downloading, do we want to talk about anything?
Not really downloading. But
I'm excited about something coming up.
Well,
anyways,
that's what I
you
was
wanted to
getting.
talk about what you do for hurricanes. I wasn't finished.
Oh,
Well, we were waiting for the rest of that. Yeah.
Well,
Hurricane.
because
Hurricane
option-
Marcel.
option 2 is go out and harvest them now.
That's what I'm doing tomorrow for one.
Are you serious? This
I'm
early?
seriously, I'm seriously thinking of doing it on this one. Critical course.
so that would just make it more of an uplifting,
Is that the critical
sativa-like
kush?
high, right?
Is that the critical kush that you got from OCS from somebody else, or the other way around from somebody else through OCS?
No, that was the chronic critical orange,
Okay.
and it was an OCS, but similar. All right. So
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter where you get them from. We can get them from the same breeder because they're
Yeah.
all the same breeders,
Yeah.
right?
no, that was critical orange. It's nowhere near ready.
But you
It's
see, you know,
probably the middle of October, the end of October. All right.
I should have gotten some of that when it was there, when I saw it, but I didn't have the money.
And
I got something called oh crap. I had them written down in front of me and now I don't know where it is. It's behind me. Hold on. They're right here.
I still have some of those
Bruce Banner.
Violator Kush. No, I got Violator Kush seeds.
Did
from
you
Barney's farm.
you didn't oh yes, those are good
That's
ones.
one of my
I'm sure.
favorite strains.
Are you not growing at home anymore?
No.
okay, there's
Oh.
a stripped plant.
Is there a reason for that?
For what?
Yeah, I just don't have the time. I don't have the
Okay.
time. I don't want to do it.
And you're close to the res. And prices are
It's
manageable
cost,
there.
it literally costs. It costs more to grow it right now where I am. It's
There,
ridiculous.
yes. Yeah. I don't even I have no access other than one store up here, or I grow my own, or I order in.
Well, I mean, the reality is there's probably 7 or 8 legal stores here in the town that I live in. And if I don't go see one of those,
You can
there's
always
always
go to the
Legacy
res.
420, which is like 20 minutes away from
That's what I mean. Yeah. Yep.
me. And you know, Tim, there's
And
never
they're
any
all
problems or
yeah.
issues and good
I'm gonna
stuff.
ask
And
Tim to come on the show. If you're listening to the show, if you're watching us wherever, say hi, because then we know you're listening, right? And then you become like interactive, and then you become part of the show.
Mhm.
Or
Oh,
not. Be
let's see
afraid. Be very afraid.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
These plants here. What is this?
I'm gonna. You want to show
Makes
them,
me bigger.
Dale?
No, make me bigger.
Make you bigger.
Oh, this is the 4 plants Dale was talking about that he tied up.
Oh, okay. Here's what the one that I'm gonna.
You see any big leaves?
I'll
He
show
pulled them all out.
Dale's stuff.
Exactly. Because we have a hurricane coming.
I just want to say those buds look really frosty.
They are really frosty buds.
I can see that from here. I'm like, oh,
What
those
is
look
that?
nice.
That's critical kush.
Okay. That's not an auto, obviously.
No.
And was it seed or
seed?
Clone? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not having fun with this fucking seed shit. But
so what we're doing now is we're doing all the pruning and getting rid of as much leaf and lower bud that we don't want off. And do you see that green stake that's in there?
Yeah.
Those are my 6-foot fiberglass. Well, it's fiberglass. They're like 6 feet long fiberglass.
I used bamboo last year out here because it was really windy before I got the greenhouse.
Bamboo's great, but I mean, every year you got to buy new bamboos. I buy these things every year. Every time I see them in the store, I'll buy more.
Yeah,
because those ones are
dollar
probably
store has them usually
6 or 7 years old. I got those at Walmart, and they were on sale for like $2 a piece. I think I bought 25 or 30 of them.
Dale's picture as well. Okay.
Yep.
So this is Dale's picture.
Yeah. See, I wouldn't have done that. And I mean, yes, it works and it makes perfect sense to do that. I wouldn't have done it only because there's that risk.
How did you make out with those, Dale? Did they work out?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they went on the ground. They got blown over, but yeah, they survived well. I stood them there of the aftermath.
That's the worst thing is when you're growing in pots. If you don't have a heavy enough pot and you've got too many leaves on, they'll blow over.
Just as you said, blow over, I changed the picture.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a risk, and that can be more damaging than just the plant by itself because you have 4 of them all going over together.
That's obviously before.
No, that's after.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, they didn't fare that bad. You didn't lose any bud, did you?
Well, the trichomes were beat around, and it was, sitting in water and shit.
But the other reason I wouldn't put them all together like that is because if one of them has a little bit of mold on it, they all now have mold.
Yeah.
Plus, they're wrapped in there tight and growing mold.
That's only for one night, though.
This is what I had to deal with. This is what I'm dealing with right here.
Yeah, you had bad luck with them this year, man.
You grow the best looking males.
Sure does. I feel bad.
Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Shit. Hold on a second here. Oh. All right, there we go. Yeah, no, I am not happy at all. And I'll tell you, buddy, some of these are your seeds.
Oh, that's all right. 50% of them are going to be male.
Yeah, I know.
Why?
Yeah, see, you can actually sex them and then like put them in a flower and sex them and find
We
out
tried
before
to.
they even get to that.
Tried to.
Oh, you didn't do it right then.
Well, no, I didn't. It's called a learning thing.
You'll know next time. You just put them in the dark.
We can hope so.
Start them in the and you'll know what you
Sorry,
got.
Dale, that was rude of me. I was trying to remove my screen.
No,
What did
no
you start
worries.
in the wintertime? Well, you
That's
know
what
what? I yeah. Frustration is this is my first time ever growing from seed. So I'm frustrated. But I guess it's got to happen, right?
Unless you purchase like feminized seeds, this is a
That's
possibility.
well, now I've done that. I have some seeds that I got from OCS because I needed to get something. I got I can't remember what they're called. I'll go look in a second. But I got 2 strains that are fem autos and 2 strains that are feminized. One of them is a Pineapple Express, and I just dropped my ashtray all over the place.
Well,
And the other one is I can't remember because the strains were kind of like, near and far behind, right? Is that the way, the way it's said?
I don't know how well Pineapple Express would do at your latitude or latitude.
Well, we're gonna find out.
unless you do indoors.
That's the
Yeah.
out of all of the seeds that they had, the feminized and the autos that they had, that's the only one that I knew that they had stock of left. So,
Yeah.
if anybody listening has a way to send me clones, please let me know. And no spiders, please.
Why not?
I don't want any spider mites. Thank you very much.
Well, if my re-veg works, I'll send you some clones from that early finisher next spring.
Yeah, but how do you send? You see, this is my thing, though. I mean, great, thank you, but how do you send them so that they come? Who did we have? We had somebody on the show that was telling me that they when they ship clones from LP to LP, they actually put a light in the box now.
Yeah.
There are special
clone shippers.
It's easy
Yeah,
to ship.
there are containers that literally the top comes off. It has a puck in
Yes.
the bottom, reservoir for water. It literally has the light thing. You just
Now,
click
can
on the
you
top
walk in?
and-
Can you walk into the post office and say, "I'd like to mail this"?
Well, you put it in the box.
With that, Mary Jane, can you do that?
You'd have
Put
to
it in the
like,
box.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want that. You don't want them to know what's in it.
Well, it doesn't really matter. It's
Just
none of
tell
their
them it's
fucking
a
business
plant.
what's in your mail. But put it in
Are
a
you
cardboard
allowed
box.
to send plants in the mail?
Why not? You're not
I've
sending
gotten
them
tons in the
into
mail.
another country.
And they're not budding, so you're covered there.
Yeah.
So I got to find out how long an overnight, like how much an
Here,
overnight would
can you-
cost.
Yeah, there you go.
Can you see this?
That's
Oh.
it right there.
So the bottom is the. There we go.
Are there any LPs or res stores that are
See the
sending
top
out
got the
clones?
light.
This is what I'm
Some?
asking.
Yes.
All right, so I need to find some.
There was LPs sending or selling clones, but the problem is you're paying a shit ton of money for a clone from an LP.
Well, that's the fucking thing. I'm looking for equipment and stuff for the grow room. I'm looking at, hey, it's only $49 and $153 fucking shipping.
Well, no, what was Ribliotti's company out there?
I can't remember. Is he doing clones?
I think it was one of them, one of those ones from out in that area. When they first started with legalization and you could have 4 plants, they were selling clones, and I think it was for the 4 clones, it was $500.
Ooh,
but then any
$500.
clone after those 4 was $50 or something each.
They just fucking, this is the thing. Like,
so I mean,
you got to make it equal for everybody. Period.
It'll never be equal for everybody because that's not how the system works.
That's not how money making works.
But that's not
I'll
how
send you a bunch, Al, if you want to try them out.
All right.
I wouldn't. Don't base your whole harvest on it, though. Just kind of think of it as like a side project, in case they don't root.
The easiest way to do it is start some seeds. If they're feminized seeds, great. Start those seeds, grow them up, cut the tops off after you get 4 sets of leaves. root them.
Mhm.
Once they're rooted and they're actually growing leaf again, force them to flower. Right? Just take them and put them in a fucking cardboard box. But put them in the dark for 24 to 48 hours. And then start looking to see the hairs. Because if the female is coming out, usually it'll have a couple nice little hairs coming out of each of the calyxes. And then you'll know that those are truly females. You can then turn around and start cutting clones off of those plants. If you don't know what they are, then you're going to spend 3 months, 2 months feeding a plant that you're going to chop down. And nutrients aren't
And this
fucking
is
cheap.
what I've fucking just done. I've spent the last 3.5 months feeding and watching and primping 10 plants that have all turned to fucking male.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sorry, not all. One Hermie. There were more Hermes, but we already discarded those.
Yeah.
So not pleased at all, but live and learn. And now here's my question, though. It is September 9th, 8th.
9th.
8th. 9th month, 8th day.
Yeah.
I need minimum 60 days for these auto fems. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. It'll say on the package.
So, okay. So here's my question. Last year, I was in the greenhouse until October, December. I took most of them out in October. I left one in almost till Christmas.
Yeah.
Just because I don't know why I did that, but I did. Probably just to see what happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Am I going to be able to do that with these autos, or
No.
because of the light, as you told me?
Yep. You can if you want to put a light out there.
So no, thank you. When is the best time to bring them in? After what point do I have to keep an eye on the light cycle outside?
In all honesty, Al, I wouldn't put them out.
This is what I'm asking you, bud.
It's already less than 12 hours of daylight.
All right.
Or
So
sorry,
then we're
16 hours of daylight.
So we're going downstairs then is what we're going to do.
Yep.
Right.
You kind of have no choice because they're an autoflower. They require, at least a minimum of 18 hours a day of light.
What I'm worried about mostly is it's dropping down to 3 or 4 at night here. And even though it doesn't go below 10 or 11 in the greenhouse, it's going to get worse.
That's right.
So my season outside is fucked, gone.
No, your season.
Any seeds?
No, because you're in a situation where you have a greenhouse and you have an indoor space.
Yes.
So when in this winter time, you start your seeds.
For outside, they'll be going out right away.
Well, no, hear me out a bit. Let me finish. So start them in January, beginning of February. All right. For the plants that you want. Cut the tops off, force them to flower. That should be done by April. All right. You should know what sexes you have by April.
Okay.
That plant there, you start cutting off the clones that you want to put in your greenhouse and you start them vegging. And you'll have from basically the end of April until mid-June or so.
Okay.
They can then go into your greenhouse.
Well, that's that whole. Okay. So then
right? But they're going into the greenhouse as plants that are 4 feet high. Because you've been vegging them.
Okay.
Right? Indoors. So you're putting out half decent plants outside. You're not putting out little stubby things and then have to sit there and wait months to grow. Now you've put them out and you're getting them used to outside and the sunlight, and they'll automatically start to flower as those days start to shorten. For you, it starts in July.
So instead of putting them out on the deck for 3 weeks, I've just put them right out into the fucking greenhouse.
Yep.
Okay.
And then, so you try and get them out when they've got some size to them, so they
they
can.
survive the cold.
Well, it's not that you want some quantity off it.
But it will make it easier for them to survive colder weather, though, when they're larger.
It'll be
That
hardier.
that plant that you had there that you showed the picture of as the male, if that was a female, I'd be shocked if you got an ounce.
Yeah, they were all very stringy. I didn't like the way that, and I was poking and primping and fucking.
Did you top them?
Yep, I had to because they got too big in the dome.
Next year we'll teach you about.
That's how Dean got some, because I cropped them out.
Yeah, but you're cutting clones off of males.
Yeah, well, I didn't exactly know that, did I?
No. Right, and that's the other issue that happens. And I mean, shit happens. It's not the end of the world. In your case, it's the end of your outdoor growing season.
Yeah.
But now you know what to do for next year.
Yeah. Not
first
that.
things. Yeah, first things first. Clean out that fucking greenhouse.
Yeah,
because
and that's what it's all about, learning from experience.
You've got residual pollen now all over that greenhouse.
Well, that's why I bought a big jug of vinegar and I got the pressure washer. So yeah, the first thing I'll do is I'm going to get them out of there tomorrow. Yeah. I'm going to let the dirt sit for a while, and then I'm going to put it into a big pail and mix it up so that it's all mixed up and stuff, and pull all the crap out of it. I'm not sure if I like this WP420 stuff that I got. There's a lot of fucking plant matter in the bags.
That's what creates airflow around your roots.
Okay. Well, I wasn't sure, right?
And it helps retain moisture.
There's lots of stems and everything in there. So
yeah, I mean, even ProMix, which is a pretty reputable soil.
Not the white, just the regular ProMix.
Oh, not the white ones. Right? No, the general purpose
doesn't have anything in there. But the other ProMix that I was using for the veg and flower,
yeah,
that did, yes.
Yes, and that's to create airflow around the roots.
Okay.
Yeah. Not a bad thing.
They even took her cool chair. Look at that. Left her with a fucking camping chair.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
That bites. Where are we at? 8:40.
8:40, 7:40.
Okay, I had some news I wanted to talk about, but I got to finish.
How's your plants doing this year, Dale?
Not too bad.
Yeah,
we're starting to get into the mold season. I go out every morning and scope them out and pick off little pieces here and there.
One thing that I'm enjoying is I've got one window fully open, and I've got the other window that's automatic, so it opens and closes on the humidity thingy, right? On the arm, and it works really well. I don't even and it's not getting really hot in there, and the humidity is not as bad as it was. Like, you go in there last year and it was just like and now it's not. It's tolerable. It's not like you're walking into a sauna. So I'm hoping that next year now that I've got this system working with the pots and all that and the windows, I won't have any powdery mildew like I did last year.
Oh, you had some up there, did you?
Well, don't you remember I washed it? I washed all my plants on the air.
Oh, that's right. Yes, you did.
Yep, I did. Now, should I do that anyways? I guess I don't have to if I don't have any issues, eh?
I tend not to, but a lot of people do. It's personal choice.
Yeah.
I missed it. What?
I know some people do it because they want to wash bugs off, as well as
there's lots of different reasons for doing it. Some people do it just to do it.
Doing what? Washing your plants?
Washing your plants like I did last year. I downstairs in the basement.
I never liked to do it because I always thought I was just adding moisture to the plants, and then I had to dry it. But I get why people do it.
I understand why they do it, but you get You know, 10 or 20 fucking plants. The last thing you want to do is spend a week washing them.
I want my farm back.
And you lose a lot of terpenes too. You lose the flavor and stuff.
Seriously, the year that I got off at the farm there, that was a good one for me.
Yeah.
And that was my first. There was no mold, there was no nothing. I got every bud, there was no dry
That
rot.
was your
nothing.
first year, though.
Yeah.
I feel like that was just beginner's luck.
That was also all
once
clones.
you get used to that spot
Al?
and you learn the growing there, you'll be good.
I know.
That same year, I pulled 22 pounds off of 19 plants.
Yeah, I got 2 pounds.
Nice.
This year we've had such horrible fucking weather.
Are you going into adolescence or something there, buddy? Because your voice just cracked.
Who? Why?
You were like,
I got a cough. No, we've had some really shitty weather here with forest fires,
Terrible.
flooding.
Oh, here too. We've got, the forest fires are all around us. I got choppers flying over my house 20 feet off the fucking ground. Looking
It's been a weird wet.
The one advantage I
wet
have is I
season.
live in a no-fly zone because this used to be part of an Air Force base back during World War II. So helicopters can't fly over my house. Planes can't fly over unless they're above 3,000 feet or something silly. It's pretty awesome.
Well, I've enjoyed the summer. Last week there were a couple of days where the humidity was so bad, as we talked about earlier, that I was uncomfortable, and the dog was uncomfortable too. But I'm learning the flow of the house. I've had the furnace on all summer. It gets that chilly at night here.
That's crazy.
I've had our heat pump set on dehumidifier all summer.
I
And
wish
have not gone to air conditioning at all because all we need to do is get rid of the humidity and the temperature gets down enough.
I've got the
friggin' nonstop rain.
Pardon me?
I've got the
Nonstop
dehumidifier
rain.
downstairs in the grow room for when I need it.
Yeah. What did Dale say?
I don't know.
It's been nonstop rain.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I know. It's crazy. Now we're looking at another week's worth of rain coming.
Fuck, eh?
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna take that one tomorrow.
We went out to a cannabis farm and they were saying it's been a shitty growing season just because of all the rain, which means not a lot of sun, which means not a lot of growth. You'd think a lot of, oh yeah, let it rain. The plants need water, but they got too much water.
My plants are half the size of what they normally are.
Yeah, it's fucked up here.
That's how bad it is here. And I mean,
I wonder if people growing in sand over soil did better this year.
Why?
Well, because with all the rain, and traditionally sand is drier.
I have cloth pots. The water runs right out.
Oh.
Lack of sun.
Right? It's the lack of sun. We've gone like days without sun.
Well, I think all of July was all rain. The whole fucking month.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. It was pretty much rain almost every day for the month of July here.
Yeah, I had a friend at the beginning of August said to me, they're saying summer is over. And I was like, fuck you. Don't fucking say that. And she was right up until last week when it got really stupid hot. It was cold and it was shitty.
Yeah. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Global warming.
It's
a thing.
The hazards. Fuck that global warming. I don't buy into that shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's global warming. That's why it's heating up, right?
Yeah, but it's not man-made global warming. This is my problem.
No.
All the tax money in the world's not going to stop this.
I'm like, I think we've had this discussion before. This is literally, we've been coming out of the ice age, or it's been warming since we've been coming out of the ice age.
This is like using a mask and a vaccine to fucking stop the cold. Same thing, no difference.
I'm still wondering why nobody said anything about respiratory illnesses going in through your eyes. Why did we not have to wear goggles?
Because respiratory illnesses don't go through your eyes. So.
Well, and they also don't go up and over barriers in between you and the table beside you either.
Yes, they do. And I'll tell you why. Because
No, I was being sarcastic because you don't
I
look
know,
afraid.
but
You can still catch it.
Well,
the one that gets me is the people that think the mask protects them. So for anybody that thinks the mask protects them, you wear it and have somebody fart.
Well,
And you let me know when you can smell that fart.
it does protect
Right?
them, but the only thing
It does
protects
not
them
protect
from,
them. It only protects them from spitting on somebody.
we went
No,
through
it
the whole
protects
all of
their
COVID
comfort
and didn't have
level.
one argument. And now listen.
No, it protects their comfort level up here because they're comfortable with being around people now because they feel protected, right?
Let
But
me
there's
ask
no
you a
protection.
question. If they mandatory
Protection is
make, if
mental.
they make masks
It's a
mandatory
thought.
again, are you going to wear one? No, I will
Nope.
not.
Did I wear one
Didn't
before?
the last time.
Okay, so we're all good.
I- it's
Like, actually, no, I did. I bought a special mask and it was a rhinestone mask, and it was like more, it was less mask than it was mask.
Did you feel like a rhinestone cowboy?
No, I felt like I could breathe, and that's all that
You
matters.
didn't even know that song?
Yes.
Who sings
Like
it?
a rhinestone cowboy.
And who sings it?
I don't know. I've seen it on movies, though. I don't know if it sings it.
don't
Before
say
my
it.
time.
I know it, but for some reason Chris Christopherson keeps kicking in my head, but it's not
No,
him.
it's not Chris Christopherson.
I know it's not. I know Nestor Pister did the knockoff, which was "I'm a Winestone Plowboy."
Oh my.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, who is it?
Well, I can't remember his name, but I see his face in my head.
Yeah.
All right, Google it. Google
I
it.
gotta look it up now. Hang on.
That's funny. You asked me like you knew. You don't even know, Al.
No, I can't remember his name. I do.
Ben Campbell.
Thank you very much. Fuck.
Yeah. See, that's why Chris Christopherson, because they were both right around the same era.
Yeah.
You ever want to watch a good documentary? Watch one about him. He it's all about when he progressed into Alzheimer's.
You know
It's
what's
Ben
on?
Campbell? I
Yeah,
would want to
it's
see that.
moving, actually.
He was very, very vocal right up until he left us about it. His Alzheimer's. The Last Waltz is up on Prime. Although I haven't watched it yet. It is there. Thanks, Marcel.
Dying.
This is a pot show.
This is
Wow.
Darcy's hash.
Oh,
Darcy's
blaming
trying
on
to kill me.
Darcy's hash.
Oh, fuck me.
Choking
No,
on some
don't.
Darcy.
That wasn't an offer to anybody. Thank you.
Choking on some Darcy, are you?
I thought you were talking to your wife.
Sure, buddy. Has some of this.
I wanted Darcy to be on today. Today's our 10th anniversary of being Facebook friends.
You know what?
Aw.
You're about 10 years for this. Mary Jane's at 5. I'm at 17.
I'm at 6.
Is it 6?
Yeah, I think she's
Yeah.
around 6.
Marcel's about 10.
I know. I'm
mean,
like, I can't believe it's been 6 years. Next year is my 10-year anniversary as an advocate, like a public advocate, not just like behind the shadows. But when I said "fuck you," I'm actually coming out.
Oh, fuck.
Only 10, but still.
What year was that? 2008.
You know what's scary?
I think 2008 is when I started becoming an advocate.
Gail, what
Yeah.
did you say?
I say, you know what's scary? I've been kicking around here for like 5 years or so already too.
4, anyways. Darcy's
I know it flies.
4. I 3 or 4, anyways. I think Darcy's been around for 5.
5 for Darcy, I think. About the same for Lenny.
4 for
Just-
Lenny. We were farting around for about a year before Len. And here's the funny thing though. This is like the 5th group
Yeah.
of people that I've had on the show. It started out much
Well,
different.
when I joined, it was just Marcel and Al.
And Ross.
when I
Oh, yes,
joined,
and
What
Ross.
about Ross?
I
Ross was
forgot
awesome
about
on the
Ross.
show. Yeah, you know,
Mhm.
I thank Ross for all of his
I'm
knowledge.
like, I didn't actually forget about him because we just had him on a show, but I forgot about him being on the pod.
how's Ross doing?
Good.
He's
He,
retired
Good.
apparently.
yeah, he and Deb are out in Nova Scotia. Got a house out there.
No
Fixing
way.
it up. Yeah, man. Reach out
There
to
you
them. They're on
go. Now you
Facebook.
can have him back on the show.
Yeah, we can
Well,
bring him back.
I didn't know if you two made up or not.
No, we haven't spoken, but you know, if he wanted to come on as a guest, I wouldn't mind that. I do miss having the guy around. You know who else is out in Nova Scotia working for the company that he works for is our buddy Kurt, Mr. Geesley man.
Nah.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's out there building houses or renovating houses.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I started, the hosts were
Amy.
Amy. Well, no, I was a guest for that show.
No, but
It
it was at that back then. It was just Amy and I.
Yeah, it was Alan, Amy. Lori
Amy
had
Brown,
I
Amy,
can't even
Amy
imagine what
Anonymous.
that would have been like. Just a
Lori
show
was
with
on.
You know what? She was no. You're right. It was Amy and Lori and I.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Brian. But Brian was never on. Brian was in the background.
Brian came
Brian
on
looked like
again
Dale?
for a little while, but not very long. Yeah, yeah. Anyways,
Well, Brian stayed for a while when I was there, but
he's still very much around, but not in the back side. You know,
I
the
came
back
on to
side.
the show with Amy as a guest, brought up an article that I had written that pissed
Had
Amy
an
off so much,
argument, and then she left. Yes, we
and
all
she
know
never
this.
ever came back. So they
Oh,
made
Wait,
Marcel
you
had
were
to
her
stay.
last show?
they made me take her
Amy.
place
Marcel had
Amy. Oh.
because I made Amy leave.
That's
I wrote an
okay.
article
She
about
got
cooking.
the BBD.
That's funny.
I wrote an article about cooking with cannabis is stupid because after you've decarboxylated it, why would you cook it twice? You're just vaporizing it off. Yada yada yada. It's pure simple science and logic. She read it, and I don't know. I guess she thought it might affect brownie sales or something. That's stupid. I don't know.
Well,
But I mean, and that's fine. And then we had Lori,
I don't
and then
think
we
it did,
had
though.
Jess.
no, Lori was around for many years before Amy, and then Amy joined us, and then Lori left when.
No,
Yeah, Lori.
no,
Yeah,
we had Jess
oh yeah,
for a while.
Jess.
We've had Chris Backer.
Oh yeah, Chris Backer. Yeah.
We had Ross Middleton.
Ross. Yeah.
Lori was on for all of those ones.
Lori was on before you came on.
Lori
because
was.
she
Lori was
on
the one that
for
kept bringing me on as a guest.
she kept, but she was on for a long time. Just me and her.
Yes. Yeah. And then the falling out happened, and Lori left, and it was you, me,
There
and
was no
Ross.
falling out. She just left.
Well, there was a bit of a falling out.
Not for me. Maybe for you.
Well, it was me and Ross.
It was,
Because
you know what it was? It was the legal aspects that Lori does not agree with, and she didn't want to be a part of it anymore. You guys were both going into the legal market, and she didn't want anything to do with it.
I wasn't going in the legal market.
You were going to work for Truro.
Not then.
Well, it was around when all the legalization stuff was going on, and you know, quite frankly, there were a lot of mindsets that got changed, and a lot of people left, and a lot of people went their own way, and some people went to the legal market, some people dropped out of it completely, and Lori is still very much around. I see her posting and stuff like that all the time.
So do I. I see her posting.
She just decided she did not want to be a part of the cannabis community anymore, and I don't fucking blame her. I should have done it 10 years ago too.
Maybe that's why I don't know this person.
It's a hateful
community in 20.
It's very vengeful. It's very hateful.
Vengeful.
It's and fighting is what gets me. You cannot win anything with anger, and that's what that community was about. Anger.
I just need to say it's not just the cannabis community.
It's everybody now.
It's everybody like that.
It literally, it's what is their intention and their personal intention for being in this space, whether it's the cannabis the space, the church space, the education space, politics, whatever.
Well, yeah, but
What is your intention there? If you have intention of doing positive for the plant and for it to advance the laws and the whatever,
my
then
issue is
those are the people I want to align with, not the people like you're talking about. You know who you are.
we don't need nothing changes from anger, period. And a
No.
lot of the people that have have come and gone were angry people to begin with, who thought they could use their anger to change the minds of people, and it doesn't
Oh,
work that way.
oh,
I mean, cannabis is a social plant. It's social, not fighting.
here's a saying that you will like, Al.
Yes.
Your temper is the one thing you cannot get rid of by losing. So you can't lose your temper and get rid of it.
No, but you can learn how to alter it.
Well, yeah, anger is normal. It's just like
Well, yeah, of
happiness
course.
or
If,
sadness.
couples
It's an
don't
emotion,
argue.
but it's how you deal with it.
When a couple says we don't fight ever, bullshit. Because if you don't have little squabbles, if you don't have conversations,
Like the newbie and I don't fight, but we have disagreements.
yeah, he
And
gets told to
discussions.
do. He gets told to do what you say, and he says okay.
Nope. No. I'll be honest. We've had disagreements, but
I
we
know
don't
you
have
have.
arguments.
Well, but you see, okay, but
That's about intention, though. We intend to have a relationship that is,
because you communicate, but the art
respectful.
of
Exactly.
communication as a whole has dissipated immensely in the last 20 years.
Not my house.
Well,
Because
I find in general
we communicate, but we're usually
conversation
laughing at everybody else.
conversation is gone.
Okay, so I'm guilty. I will tell you, I've had conversations with people over the last 5 years where I've learned through the conversation
And I
how
don't
to
like
speak
those
better
people.
to people because no, that I'm not speaking the way I should be communicating properly. And I'll tell you why I do it is because when I grew up, the communication that came from my mother was yelling. It was demanding. It was attacking. It was always like,
But that's also
so
generational.
well, exactly. But this is what we learn. This is what we learn as communication.
Yes.
So like when I'm trying to deal with my children, I have to stop and think, is this the appropriate way to communicate? And I think that not enough people actually stop themselves and think about that. They just go off of what they've done for years and that's just who they are.
Well, it's continuing the circle. And yeah, you're right. But when I say the art of communication is gone, I mean people don't like. I don't remember the last time my phone rang and it was just a friend calling to say hey.
Yeah,
It
no,
doesn't
people
happen
don't call.
anymore. People don't call anymore. You used to sit there, and I long for those 4.5-hour conversations. My sister and I still do it. I do it with Kelly all the time. I do it with David. You just sit there on the phone.
I
And
think it's important to have at least one person that you can do that with. Like I do this.
you should
This
be
exact
able to
same
do that.
thing, like this
It
video
used to
call.
be
We do
all
this
your
every day.
used to be all your friends were like that. You'd have a party line. You'd be all like, zip, zip, zip. Okay, I'm gonna have it. Who's snoring? It's Al. Oh, hi. Are you still there? No, you hang up. You hang
They're
up.
like, Al,
Yeah.
get up.
Like even in our 20s, we were doing that. Now we don't do that anymore. We
Yeah,
hold on.
I don't.
We hold on to this.
Most people
stupid
listening are
thing.
probably like, "What's a party line?" Because
Yeah.
party lines didn't exist when I was around. I know
Well,
what
we
it
certainly
is.
did. At the cottage, when your parents took you to the cottage when you were a bibby, okay, we had party lines, right? Yeah, you don't like talking on the phone, but you sit here every week with us.
Touche. No, I'm not a fan.
I have a group of girls that we video chat every day. Like we are just having like meeting for a tea or a coffee. We sit down with our tea and our doobie and we just do this.
I long for that. I long for that with that type of person, but I don't have those. Like they just don't make people like that anymore.
Well, if anybody
you
out
need
there
to
is
get yourself
listening,
a Darcy. Al
If
needs a
anybody's
Darcy.
listening and
No,
yeah,
I,
wants
I
it,
don't like Darcy that much.
well,
No,
if,
you need a Darcy because
A
Darcy and I talk pretty much every day or every second day.
Well, I talk to Dean, a few times a week, but I'm not really a let's have a chat every day kind of person anyway. Sometimes I just want to be left alone, quite frankly.
Well, that's an issue.
That is me and my mood disorder. Yes.
Yeah, that's an issue, not an issue. Me.
No.
The opinion of 10,000 men is of no value if none of them know anything about the subject. Marcus Aurelius.
That's
Marcus
true.
Aurelius was a pretty smart guy.
Yeah. Who was he?
Marcus Aurelius?
Yes.
You got to look up Marcus Aurelius.
You already did.
No, I'm just reading a quote from him.
Oh, okay.
are we telling wise quotes? I got one.
Well, you already did.
Which one? Oh, the other one. Okay. Well, this one, just the one you said, made me think of one.
Marcus Aurelius was born in 121 AD and died in 180 AD.
So it's nobody I would know.
And he was
You're a very loud roller, Mary Jane.
He was the Roman emperor from 161 to 180 AD.
So he's an emperor, an emperor.
Right. He was the emperor of Rome.
Yeah, he was a character in the Gladiator.
She's offended. She's muted us.
Yes, he was. And his most famous quote is, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength."
That's basically everything happens for a reason.
Yeah, but I think a lot of that is
let's wait for the emails on that question.
Yeah, I think more so that would be, don't worry about something that might not ever happen.
Yeah, and that's that's valid too, because I keep
There's a lot of people that stress themselves over shit.
Keep
that
telling
may
David
not
that
happen.
don't worry about things like he's like, and this is gonna happen, and that could happen, and that could happen. I'm like, dude, don't worry about things until it happens. When it happens, then you worry about it. Because
I would say it's probably 80% women that do
I
that.
kept fucking saying.
No, I disagree there. I think
you're gonna fall down the stairs. You're gonna slip down the fucking stairs.
I think a lot of
I did it.
Would do it as well. But
well, I will tell you, I have plan A, plan B, and just in case plan B doesn't work out, I generally have C through E as well.
Everybody
this
should.
Is something I'm learning just recently. No, think about this, okay? Burning Man. Let's just, for example,
you just got a finger shook.
Burning Man. No, let's use it. Let's use it as an example.
Burning Man
all
didn't
these
go
people
off very
went
well this year.
All these people, they bought their tickets. They went out there. They had their campers, their food, their clothes, their whatever. And what happened? It fucking torrential downpour. Everybody got trapped.
Same thing happened at Woodstock.
You made plan A. Plan A was to go there with your RV, with your food, with your friends, with your clothes, and
think about the rain.
Something happened. You wouldn't have been able to plan for plan B or plan C through D or E because why? You wouldn't have known that it would have torrentially downpoured. You wouldn't have checked to see where the closest hotel is. You wouldn't find out if you could get an Uber or how you're getting out there.
Shall we? Same thing.
You plan for one thing and you have a backup, and after that, you just
was there a backup, Marcel?
I mean, what you do instead of worrying about what could happen,
just do it.
Prepare yourself in case it does.
Okay, now
for
some, but that's worrying about it too.
No, it's not.
Has anxiety. It's hard to do that, Marcel. When you have anxieties, I mean, I am afraid of.
Think about it.
Everything.
You're going to go to Harvest Fest.
Yeah.
All right. It's a good example.
Yeah.
We're in Nova Scotia. Our weather can change in 5 minutes here.
Yes.
I mean, we can have sunshine and super high heat, and the next thunder and lightning, torrential downpour, hail, and high winds. Right. So you're going to an outside festival camping. You've got to be prepared
Bring a raincoat.
for
I'll be right back.
any eventualities, especially when it comes to the weather. I grew up as a kid hunting and fishing and shit in the woods, usually by myself. My parents had a rough idea of what direction I was be in, always, whenever I went. I always had extra food just in case, but I know how to trap and catch food to eat, but just in case. I know different routes to get home just in case. And I'm talking when I was like 10, 11, 12 years old doing this. This was normal for me to go walk 5 miles back in the middle of nowhere to go fishing for a day. People today don't prepare for any eventuality until it happens, or they sit and worry about what might happen, but don't stop to prepare themselves for it.
Well, what I was trying to get at, Marcel, let's use Harvest Fest like you are. What if the road washed out and there was a fire and there was no way to leave that location, just like at Burning Man, stuck at this
Actually, there is.
location.
There's 2 roads in.
No, one of them is washed out. The other one you can't get out. There's no possible way to get out of there.
Fine.
But you couldn't pre-plan for that, is what I'm getting at.
No,
You
exactly.
couldn't
That's
pre-plan. You just
that's
deal
an
with it in the
emergency,
moment.
right? And how do you
Which is
deal with
why I'm
something like
saying
that?
don't think like those people, which I'm saying I'm trying not to be that person because it's not healthy for me to go. For example, I'm going to this event for 4 days.
Yeah.
And I can plan for my clothing, I can plan for sleeping and travel and food and all this other stuff. But if the power goes out at the event or if something like things that I can't control, I'm not
What
going
if
to
there's a
worry about
force?
all of this stuff.
Right. Here's a good example. We
It's just
have a
too
hurricane
much.
coming.
Yeah.
It may or may not hit us.
No.
We have people that are actively freaking out
So
because
you plan,
they're
like
they're
you're
in
saying, you
panic
got to
mode
plan for it.
because we might get hit with a hurricane. My attitude is, all right, I'm going out and taking the leaves off my plants.
Yeah.
Right? That way I'll lose as little as possible off my plants. It's just a fucking windstorm and it may or may not hit us. If the leaves are off my plants, even better, because it's less for me to do when it comes time to harvest. Right? They've already been pre-trimmed, more or less. That's the difference. Why sit here and worry about what might happen when I could go out and do something in case it actually does happen?
Yeah, you got to make the
Yeah, but
best of the
see,
situation.
there is something
Always.
to prepare for the worst, but also expect the best.
And it could come from my military background. I mean, you always had to be prepared for the unpreparable.
Yeah, but if you're saying you used to do that when you were a kid with your parents, Marcel, I think it starts earlier than that, unless you were in the
Yeah.
military as a youngin.
Oh, well, I was pretty young in the military
I
because
know
I
my
went
friends,
through
my friend's mom
cadets,
used to.
then I went through the reserves, and then I went through the regular forces. And
Blue Moon
Well,
asks,
military definitely does help because you guys are built differently. My friend's dad was in the military and literally got his daughter and kids in it, and he would drop, like you say, he would drop them off in the middle of the woods or say like, "Here's all your tools, go home.
Yep.
I'll meet you there."
Yep.
Hey,
And
Blue
this was
Moon.
before cell phones and shit. Like,
And then,
you
but when I
buy
joined the
dinner.
military, they would still do that to me, but they would pay me for it. So it was awesome,
Nice.
right? It
Hey, did you ever let
the,
them do any testing on you while you were in there?
nope.
I heard about
Um,
that. Like they just
I
line
did.
up and they just like jab you with these shots in the arm and just send you on your way.
That's not testing. That's your inoculations. So everybody has
Sure.
no. Everybody has to be inoculated for TB.
Well, that's normal stuff, but why do you have to do that as an adult?
Because you're going to be tasked with going to other countries.
Oh, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. Because if you were to go to another country, they always make you get shots before you go.
Right. So, I mean, we went to the Middle East. So before we went to the Middle East, we had to go in for a series of shots for that malaria, shit like that.
When I went to Europe, we had to go for shots too back in the 70s. So.
Yeah. I mean, but these are shots have been around since the 40s and 50s, right? So they've been deemed safe for years.
They're called
It's
boots.
not new shit that's fucking with your DNA. So yeah, we never had testing of. I mean, I did an atropine test one time, and that's not something that I would go through again. But it was an eye opener in how it works. Pardon me?
That sounds funny. A natropine.
Atropine.
What's
Atropine is a drug that if you come in contact with a nerve agent, it's the only thing that's going to save your life.
Is it the same kind of thing as that?
And you literally have seconds
flown
to
kind of thing.
no.
So-
You literally have seconds to get it into your system.
Oh, okay.
So nerve agents are used in chemical warfare, and it attacks your central nervous system and shuts down respiratory and everything else.
Mm.
Atropine basically goes in and slows everything down, your entire nervous system, to basically keep you stable until they can get you to a hospital, because you ain't going nowhere. You can't move, walk, or anything. I would like to say I did a test on CS gas, but that was more of a punishment than anything. We had to go and do our gas training, and I learned a couple valuable things that day. CS gas is essentially, it's military grade tear gas. This stuff will burn the eyeballs right out of you. And they take everybody with their gas mask, put them in a little hut, make them do jumping jacks, push-ups, sit-ups, whatever, just to get sweating happening, especially like the crotch area and the armpits. Then they turn on the gas, and you have your gas mask on the whole time. You start to feel the burning sensation anywhere that you have open pores, basically anywhere where you sweat it. Then at the end, when it's time to go out, you line up in a line, and somebody's at the door wearing a gas mask with the door closed. And when you come up, you take a deep breath, hold it, remove your masks, say your name and the last 3 digits of your social insurance number, and then they'll let you go out the door. So when I got up, I took the mask off, and instead of holding my breath, I breathed out and breathed in, said my name, said the last 3 of my social insurance, and these guys were looking at me. And one of them, the sergeant, was there, and he said, "Are you breathing?" I said, "Yes." I said, "Actually, this kind of smells nice." And he opened the door and he made me get out. So then he turned around. The next group are going in. He made me go back in the entire time without a gas mask on. And yeah, my eyes watered a bit, but I had no problem breathing the gas. So years later, we were on a grenade or on a rifle range doing weapons trials for the M16 rifles, and all of a sudden I could smell something, and I couldn't place what the smell was, but I knew I liked the smell. So I'm sitting there breathing this in, trying to remember, where do I know this smell from? Somebody else starts freaking out. Gas. They all take off running to get out of it. The grenade range across the road was firing gas grenades, and the wind was blowing it all over to us. And I'm sitting there breathing this gas in, thinking, "This smells great. I wonder what this is. I like this smell."
Where
So
have I smelt this before?
yeah. So the CS gas, the initial breath makes you want to cough. If you don't cough, then you won't start, because once you start coughing, you won't stop. So you get over that initial cough, and I probably credit that to a lot to cannabis for the amount that I smoked before I got to that stage. So yeah, cannabis. But yeah, if there's a riot and they fire gas, I'm
You
staying.
wouldn't have to. Yeah, you're staying. Yeah,
I'm
you want
staying.
Give me it. Give me
Marcel's
it.
over there going,
Fuck yeah, I love this smell. Fire more, fire more. Send it all. We were on an exercise one time, and I got in shit because I didn't put my gas mask on, and there was gas grenades. But I was helping my buddy who was coughing his lungs out and puking from coughing so much, helping him get his mask on. So the boss comes over and he said, "Why isn't your mask on?" And I said, "I was helping him." And he said, "Get your gas mask." And I'm literally standing in a trench that is nothing but a fog of this gas. I pulled my gas mask off and put it on, and he looked at me and he said, "Where's the filter canister?" I said, "They're all out." I said, "They're waiting for more on resupply." I said, "I don't have one." And I said, "Can I take this off? Because I can actually see better without it." So we had a big gas attack. I didn't have a gas mask, which was fine by me.
you're lucky you're still here. You're special. You got something like internally that you could just.
Yeah, won't let me fucking die.
Who do you keep whispering to, Dale?
His wife. He's whispering to his wife.
No, I'm outside. I'm sitting here by myself. Me and the dog.
Oh, I thought it was the dog.
He hears somebody on the sidewalk, so he's running around checking shit out right now.
I got some comments on the chat from Blue Moon. And Blue Moon want to know why they don't do it later in the year with Burning Man. And in all honesty, it doesn't matter what time of year you do it. It could rain anytime. That was a desert that hardly ever gets rain. That can happen at any time. It's not because of that specific time of year.
It's happening more now because of
the
Come on,
natural
say it,
cycle.
Mary Jane, say it. Because
the
of
natural cycle of the Earth melting the glaciers.
This term that
Raising-
they're calling warming of the globe.
Why don't we
and
call
the
it what it
coughing
is?
of Marcel.
Yeah. Why don't we call it what it is? The last of the last ice age.
Is
Because
it the
once
last though?
it's the
How
last
much
of the
longer
last
do we
one.
have?
Well, as soon as it finishes melting and then temperatures drop again and very likely have a shift to the poles slightly, and
But that could be another 100 million.
Then we'll all be walking around
I
like
don't
this.
know, years.
this could last for another 250 years. But I mean,
It's not going to affect us or our children or our children's children.
well, it is already kind of, because I mean,
Yes,
the increased temperatures, yes, is
We're
a
about
big
to see a
concern.
huge food issue. That's for sure.
Right, that's our
With
problem.
everything
Is
that's grown this
droughts
Because
and
year.
flooding.
Yep.
We've got flooding in parts of the world, and we've got droughts in the other part of the world.
it's
But this
not
is
just
all
been a
during
shitty cannabis year.
right. This is shitty every year.
Yep.
The
There's going to
forest
be
fires.
a big lack of corn this year as well.
Mhm.
Everything that grows from the ground is going to be. I'm telling you, by next year, you think food prices are bad now?
$35 for a fucking sirloin steak up here.
Oh yeah, I would be bad up there.
Yeah, that's why
I
people
can still
go
get 'em
get
for
a
6,
moose.
70.
Al, you should learn to hunt.
You know
Go
what?
get a deer and a moose.
My sister's coming from Alberta.
It's
and-
104 Fahrenheit in Texas today.
And I'm going to
What's
ask
that
her
in
to bring
Celsius?
some bison steaks.
40.
Well, that'd be all right.
I want to try
40
some
degrees. 40 degrees Celsius is nice.
bison. Wow.
Where's that?
No,
Texas.
Texas.
Yeah, but you expect Texas to be hot, don't you?
Blue moon to Texas,
Hot.
but it's a dry heat. I
Hot.
love when they say, but it's a dry heat. Arizona, but it's
Making
a dry
fun of my
heat.
accent again.
Texas
Jeez.
is hot.
I had a stopover in Dallas one time,
I've
and
never been.
I got off the plane and I had like an hour or two to kill before the
Oh,
flight.
that's not true.
went
Yes,
on.
I have. I've driven through on the way to
And I thought, all right, the airport was nice, air conditioned, it was nice and cool and everything, to the point where it was actually too cool. And I thought, all right, well, I'm going to go out and have a smoke. And walking out, it was like hitting a wall, a solid wall. that I had to push through that was nothing but over 100 degrees plus like 95% humidity. And I go out, have a quick cigarette, and think, there's no way I can stay here and go back in. Go to Arizona, 100 degrees, go out, and there's like 2% humidity. It's totally dry and it's totally different.
California. Yeah, I was in California.
Yeah. Humidity makes a big difference on how you feel.
Well, it's very humid up here all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So even in the winter, it's humid up here. So
I live in a province that's almost completely surrounded by ocean.
I know.
We have.
When does humid become moist though? Because like there comes a time of
when
year
you
when it
when
gets
you wake
damp,
up
right?
After about 70%.
Yeah.
Right, like you get damp in the cold, and
Last
then
year,
when it chills your bones,
in
you're freezing.
last year in October, I guess I had a condensation on my ceiling in my office here, in the corners on the outside wall, that was being caused by hot and cold, and I wasn't running the furnace. Now I'm running the furnace every now and then, and it's keeping it drier in the house.
Does your furnace have a dehumidifier on it or a
Nope, but it's
humidifier?
gonna fucking have one next year.
Okay, because you can. When I lived in PEI, we had
You can get them. They just attach right to them, and they just run water all the time, and the air goes through the water. I have a blue light filter on it.
Ours was slightly different, the ones that we had, and it ran a dehumidifier during the summer months, but a humidifier during the winter months. Because in the wintertime, it's much drier and you need some humidity in your house, right? So this was a great attachment to the furnace.
Somebody's hungry.
But all summer, we've been running ours at around 61%, which keeps the house cool and keeps us dry and not sticky. But we go outside and it's like 98% humidity, almost to the point of drizzle, which is right around 98%.
Well, it's 81% outside right now.
For humidity?
For humidity.
Let me take a look and see what ours is.
1%, 11 Celsius, 15 in the greenhouse, 55%. 44% in the house, 21.2. This is the weather forecast for the evening in Terrace Bay, Ontario. Thank you for listening.
And it East Coast of Canada is 21 degrees. And humidity is 90%.
I got a thing when you're done to play.
And it's staying 20 degrees and humidity 90% all the way through until tomorrow morning.
Yep. It's crazy.
When it goes up to 93% and higher temperature.
Yep. In Nova Scotia. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
420 Radio Show. 420radio.ca. Hey, you can hear us on 420radio.ca and see us on CBG TV. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
CBG TV is the way to broadcast your message to an audience looking for your products or services. Affordable advertising, personalized campaigns, special promos, event attendance, and more. Talk to someone today, in person or by email. Find us online at www.cbgtv.com. Or you can.
Hey, this is Cheech. And this is Chong. And you're listening to Lifestyle Radio. What is it? Lifestyle Radio. Say it one more time. 420 Radio? Woo!
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Are you an independent musician? How would you like to have your songs played on hundreds of radio stations just like the one you're listening to right now? Join MusicSubmit.com and we'll promote your music to radio stations and blogs in your genre. It's free to set up your account, and we guarantee your music will be considered for airplay by radio stations worldwide. Why not sign up today? It's free. MusicSubmit.com. Radio promotion for indie musicians.
This is how it grew to be.
Okay, we're back.
Hey, at this time of night right now in Austin,
He goes
Texas.
right back into the weather.
Well, no, I brought up windy. I wanted to see what the temperature was in Texas right now, and it's 40 degrees.
He's in San Antonio.
San Antonio.
I've been there. I've been through there, I think.
I don't even know where San Antonio is.
Texas.
I know, but like,
Is it not on the Mexican border? I don't know. I don't know exactly where it is. Is it
San Antonio del Bravo? 39 degrees right now.
Is it right on the border?
Yep.
Yeah.
San Antonio del Bravo.
Hey, buddy, go get us some Mexican brickweed.
Oh fuck no! Please don't. I don't even know if you can still get Mexican brick. Yeah, got to remember the Alamo.
Got some growing in the greenhouse right now.
Mexican brickweed. Oh, that stuff was terrible but fun. I mean, when you got a brick of it and you're trying to pull it apart to see what it actually is, and dissecting.
What was it? Yeah. I mean, I don't even know. We don't even know what it was back then. We didn't have strains back then. It was just, this is good shit, or this sucks, man.
It could have been any of the Mexican land strains. Yeah, San Antonio del Bravo is not on the border.
So what are you smoking down there, Blue Moon? Where I'm having a mix of some, I can't remember, and I can't remember. But it's a mix of two strains that I enjoy.
San Antonio is a pretty big city, eh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
I like how they have that big circle road. Actually, they've got two of them around it. Makes nice feeders to get in and out of the city. I wish more cities would do that. Put a circumferential highway around the city so that you can go on the circumferential to get around the city proper to go into whatever exit you actually need to.
So the reason I played our Grow segment song was in honor of our pal Darcy, who better be fucking listening because he's got nothing else to do.
I can't see it because if we make him laugh, it's just going to hurt. So
okay, so we better not do that.
Yeah,
Fuck you,
I mean,
Darcy.
if he is listening, then yeah.
Fuck you, Darcy, you fucking piece of shit.
You better see, bud.
I called his wife. About an hour before the show to get an update to see how he was doing and stuff.
Yeah.
And she said, "Well, he's not going to be able to. He's not going to be home tonight. They'll keep him for the night." I said, "Well, I already knew that." I said, "I was just calling to let you know that you had to come on the show to take his place."
You actually called Carla and said that?
Yeah, and said you need to have something ready for a Grow segment.
Oh, I would. You know what? You need to be recording this shit when you do stuff like that. Dude.
Yeah, no, the profanity coming out of her would suggest I don't do that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I love Carla. She's awesome. I only pick on people I like.
I know.
So I pick on Darcy. I pick on Carla. I pick
Holy,
on Dale.
who's making all that noise? Dale, you in the kitchen making a tea?
No, just finishing up.
I'm still looking at my supper, thinking whether or not I want to finish eating it.
I enjoyed the sandwich I had while I was getting ready for the show.
I got sushi.
Have something after that. Sushi. Where did Mary Jane go? Bitch, she left.
Again?
Well, she made it half the show.
I suppose. He's smoking kryptonite. Blue, or she. Could be a she. I'm sorry, they're Blue Moon. Could be male, could be female.
Don't tell us. We want to keep this relationship
as
Just
Gender neutral.
Gender neutral. You can
Yeah.
be whoever you want. If you want to be a princess on the moon, you can be a princess on the moon.
Well, wait. Now they said skunk and mostly kryptonite, so we could stay gender neutral and just call them a pothead. But it's a guy. That's fine. Oh,
If you'd like to call in and be insulted by our hosts, you can.
yeah. Feel free to jump on board. We can trash everybody.
We're equal opportunity assholes.
We should get Blue Moon to come on though and tell us what the cannabis situation is in Texas.
Well, maybe
Because
maybe he can do that one day. Sure.
we haven't heard from anybody from Texas, have we?
Yeah. Jesus, our friend there, the cop, the Leap guy,
Yeah, but he's a cop.
Howard J. Woolrich.
Yeah, he's a little different. I mean, I want somebody that actually isn't a former member of law enforcement and has a different take on what the view actually is.
Oh, well, you're no fun.
I mean, it's all good.
Look, she came back. She actually came back.
I didn't think it was good there, Blue Moon.
Now, she got a onesie for us.
I don't know what happened.
Why couldn't you change while we were? Never mind.
Oh, I can. Okay, I'll redo it. I'll redo it.
Hey, did you?
Just so you know, she wears clothes under the onesies.
Did you go as a kid to see the Harlem Globetrotters when they came through town, Marcel?
No, but I went as an adult.
I used to go. My dad used to take us every time to Maple Leaf Gardens when they came into Toronto back when it was Meadowlark Lemon and Curly Neal, all the originals.
Yeah.
Are they
And
like
they've just had an anniversary. They've been around so long. They're still doing the same fucking thing, and they're playing the same fucking team.
And they're doing a lot of the same gags that they did because
you know what? As a 5-year-old watching Meadowlark Lemon, a huge man rip down the fucking court and get a basket every fucking time off of Curly Neal's back. You know, I mean, like that's when
Chrissy and I went and saw
entertainment
them
was
about
entertainment.
15 years ago, and it was hilarious.
Real entertainment. That's what entertains. Like going to the Barnum and Bailey's. I've been watching Nick Walenda's show on Prime TV where he goes around and does different stunts in different places.
Oh yeah.
And Nick
I've been
Walenda,
watching Catfish.
Yeah, do you know who I mean? You know who Nick Walenda is?
Do you?
Yes.
Like, do you guys know this team?
No.
The
Bananas?
Savannah Bananas.
No.
Okay,
The what?
so they're called the Savannah Bananas. They're like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball.
Oh,
okay.
They're like the best. They'll like to catch the ball. They'll like do a backflip to catch the ball. Just
cool.
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, no, we went and saw Harlem Globetrotters about 15 years ago, Chrissy and I. It was awesome.
Yeah, tightrope.
But I started watching Catfish a while back on Crave, and because I started out in the internet when the internet started, catfishing was pretty normal then, but it never had a name, right? And now I'm watching these people and I'm thinking, how stupid can some of these people be not to realize that they may not be talking to who they think they're talking to, right? And that's exactly what it boils down to. So back when we had telnet and message boards and all of that shit, and a name like Blue Moon, you had no idea if you were talking to a male or a female.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And then you have to
I ran
ask
IRC chat rooms
ASL.
back then, so yeah.
Then you say ASL, and they'd tell you, and
Yeah.
then you had to take them for their word.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it was before that, Mary Jane.
Yeah,
Okay, you know,
I'm-
like
They didn't do the ASL then, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
you were
They don't do it anymore either.
unless you were standing in front of that person, until you did that, you had no idea who you were talking to, male, female, kid at all. It didn't matter. We changed that when we started using video cameras.
Right, because we never had video cameras. There was no FaceTime or anything like
Yeah,
that.
seriously. Yeah.
So catfishing was way easier then, and I'll admit I've done it because it's fucking hilarious. But usually you let them know so they can, at least understand why they're the brunt of your joke type thing. Now, in this day and age, everybody's got a camera or access to a camera.
Yep.
Right. And there's so many different platforms such as Facebook, Messenger, FaceTime, Skype, Zoom, StreamYard.
We're on
right?
all of them, 7 p.m. every Friday evening on 420radio.ca.
Yeah. And it's so easy for somebody to say, well, let's FaceTime. If you're
like
chatting with somebody and you're thinking of getting into a romantic relationship,
I
and
don't like that.
You
That's
suggest that
actually
you
rule number one. Do the video as quick as
have
you
a Zoom
possibly
meeting
can.
or something like that, and they come out with an excuse of they don't have a camera.
Before the internet,
Get
we were
rid of them.
talking about it earlier, there were party lines, and you used to call into these party lines, and whoever was on the line you talked to, and if you got along with that person, you gave them your phone number, they called you, you started conversations, all of them, blah, 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 blah. That's what we used to do.
But that's
Right,
the,
but
the
you
biggest
could
running
tell from
joke
the
from back in the day. You know, the sex workers.
But you
The
didn't know what the
sweet,
person
sexy
on the
voice.
I could
Yeah,
hear
that's
a
the thing.
female.
You don't know what they look like.
I could hear a female, but I didn't know the age of that person back then.
Well, you also don't know what they look like.
That's right. Now,
I'm sorry, I'm vain.
Luckily, I had good luck. I had good luck. So,
I just didn't do it.
I met
I've
somebody
never
who I
called
got
into one
very
of those
serious with
lines.
on the party lines.
Yeah, but see, I've
Are you
never
talking
called
about
into
party lines or chat lines?
I'm talking
Chat-
about
thing.
party
chat
lines,
lines.
not the 100, 900 fucking call me baby, not those. I'm talking you pick up the phone, you call a centralized number, and it's usually an area where there's cottages or
that
whatever.
sort of party line.
That's where the party line theory started. And then you had all these businesses who would operate a party line where you call a centralized number and you go into a bank of people who you can meet. If you don't like them, you press 9 or it deletes them out of
record like
your-
a 5-second or a
Yeah.
30-second thing. I
Exactly.
remember that.
And
I
if
used
you
to
like
get
them, you
booted.
connect live
I used to
and
get
you
booted from that
chit-chat.
all the time because they're like, "We're sorry, but you sound like a minor," and I was like, "Fuck."
I've
'Cause I
never done it.
Well, I mean, that's, we went from real people hanging out at high school to a very antisocial society in the 90s, which has turned into a society of people who either think they're sick or they're not and don't know how to have conversations with anybody anymore.
Think they're sick or they're not.
like, maybe they are or they're not.
Or maybe they are sick and they don't think they are.
Right.
No, I don't know. I have no hope for humanity.
Me neither, bud. Me neither.
I honestly don't see a way out. The way the world is going, I honestly don't see a way out for humanity to survive.
People are fucked.
Yeah.
I don't know though. Like,
It's humanity is going to destroy itself.
I hope that we have uplifted your evening.
Yeah. Yeah, let me
made you feel special today.
I feel like empires have risen
Little ray
and
sunshine.
fallen for many, many years. It's going to happen again. I think it's time for a new leader.
Just because your mother has told you you're special every day of your life doesn't mean you're actually special there, Buttercup.
And if she told you you can do whatever you want, she's wrong.
She's a fucking liar.
Yeah. Because that's not true.
So next week, Mary Jane won't be with us because she's going to evolve into what?
Nope. Evolve. No, I'm going to Elevate.
Oh,
The
Elevate.
Elevate Expo Cannabis Expo.
Where's that?
It's going to be in Etobicoke. It's 4 days, Tuesday through Friday.
Well, please record a little bit for us.
Is this
Oh
like
yeah,
a,
we're going and doing media. So
this a
anything
legal
we
market
post.
type thing, or is this
Yeah,
a?
it's B2B. There's going to be retailers, bud tenders, LPs. So basically, I don't know if you know Jazz Samra. He is the owner of Sativa Bliss, the founder of VIP Media, which actually is doing the Elevate Cannabis Expo. And what he's done is he's created a network of people within the industry, so that way they can communicate with each other. He even has like a group chat with like, I can't even remember how many store owners and managers are on there. So like if there's a new product that hits the market, that's like, you know, a way to communicate. But there's going to be education sessions on like all kinds of different things, and he's got it geared. Each day is for different things. Like one is for retailers, one is for bud tenders, one is for LPs, one is for the I think the
Good
last
for
one's like
him.
an expo thing.
Remember what was that quote
Yeah.
about 10,000 people?
And I think he said it was like 90, 95 or 90% Canadian companies.
The opinion of 10,000 men is of no value if none of them know anything about the subject. I'll just leave it as that. See, that Marcus Aurelius was a smart guy.
That's one of the reasons why I'm excited about this, because it's literally 4 days of like, I like I'm not going to discredit any other expo or event because they all have their benefits. Like some of them are like let's just go and hang
Car
out.
shows, and some of them
well,
are.
some of them are for everybody. Like for example, Lyft has it for like any consumer can go in, a bud tender, an LP, like
Still a
anybody.
car show.
But at this one, there's not your basic consumer. So it's literally, we're just trying to educate the people in the industry. And
But
all three,
educate them what is the thing? Are you educating them what the black market knows or what they think they know?
well, there is quite a few of the speakers that have like for example, I know Katy Perry just off the top of my head because I've been going through the like schedule and whatnot, which you can find online at
Katy
the
Perry,
site,
the singer?
Elevate. No, Katy Perry, the owner, founder, the CEO of Toke Cannabis.
Yeah, I
know.
I think she has like multiple stores now.
She does. Yeah.
In and around Toronto, but like she came from Legacy, so there are a lot
She
of those
was
people
she
that are,
was a part of the original Legacy
yeah.
crowd out of Ontario. Yes.
When I first met Katy Perry, I know I seen her at a 420 or a global marijuana march with a megaphone in her hand, and she was speaking, but I didn't really pay too much attention because it was kind of like, oh, there's a chick over there standing doing a speech.
Yeah,
and
there
I
were
was
50
headed
other
this
chicks
way.
doing it too, though.
You know what I mean? But
Bojo.
the first year that I actually like, the time that stuck with me, Al, you were there. You and I went to the MP's office or some
Oh,
shit
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah, I
Toronto
remember that. Yeah,
because we were trying to like, still I don't understand why cannabis is still the only medication that's taxed in Ontario or in Canada and double
was
taxed
right in the
because
village,
it's
yeah.
excise tax.
Yep, that was
So
in the
but like
village.
I remember when Al and I went to go smoke a joint, I had a sign and I was like, hey, and I said to the chick beside me, I said, can you hold this? It was Katie.
Ah, okay.
So that's when we started chatting, and yeah, that was a great day too. Like any day I get to go out and be an actual advocate, those are the days that I like. I enjoy entertaining. I love being a podcaster. I love interviewing, but advocacy is where my fucking heart lies. Like grass on the hill, stuff like that. So education, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what they're gonna teach.
I'm more for the medical side, and 31% cannabis is not medical.
And we also have work to do there too, because that is about to come, the rules and regulations. And one of the things that Ross said on the podcast that we did was that hopefully with those changes, because he's been in talks with Health Canada to bring in-person medical access where people can actually go and ask questions and receive cannabis.
The
at
only,
the
yeah,
same
the
time.
only way that you can do something like that is through what Lenny's doing. Who we'll talk about it next week with Lenny. His Optimus Cannabis is a medical only dispensary, online dispensary as well.
Yeah, see, but do they
in
have an
Nova
actual
Scotia.
store in Nova
No,
Scotia now?
no, he
No.
only does online orders. But
But
you
Yeah, I
can
had no
order
idea
out.
Truro didn't do that anymore.
What?
I had no idea Truro didn't do that anymore.
I
Truro's
didn't
only
either.
doing
It was
only
Very
doing rec.
few LPs are doing medical now because they all went after the rec market
Want
and
that big
stopped.
buck.
Exactly. And they think everybody wants really high THC, but people get higher off of low THC.
Look, if my
Mhm.
pharmacist said to me, I got a strain that they say will work really well for your ADHD, would you like to try it? I would say yes, please. I don't get that question anywhere. You know, I
You
just
can't.
found out. I
well,
just
you
because
found out
can't
there's
my
do that
doctor.
in the rec market.
I
It's
just found
against
out
the
my
rules.
doctor of almost 40 years is retiring, and I'm dumbfounded. I feel like I'm getting a fucking divorce, and I don't like it. You know, because
Right.
he's been one of those doctors that if I had a question for him, he would answer my question, or he would find the answer. Yes, no, maybe. It wasn't just I don't know.
Yeah,
And you don't get that from the younger doctors now.
that's the
Okay,
situation I'm in.
they are
Well, no.
truly practitioners.
Which is sad because if you think about it, family doctors, if they don't fix the problem, you're just going to keep going back to them.
We need pharmacists to be able to prescribe as well, because, and I know they can, but only in certain situations, because
in certain medications.
yeah, like I'm not. The only medications that I take now are for my diabetes. I'm not going to have a hard time getting a doctor, even at the emergency room, to continue that prescription once my doctor retires.
Right.
But
The problem
it's
is
still the
finding a new
anxiety
doctor.
behind that. I
Yeah.
don't want to be an emergency room guy. I did that already. Thanks.
So
You know?
are you looking for a new doctor now?
I have a year. He's given me a year worth of prescriptions.
So why aren't
And
you looking today for a new doctor?
because I
Because
just
Yeah,
got
you
the
should.
letter.
This
There
is
is
this
a
whole
waiting
thing.
list.
Takes a
But
while,
No.
dude.
I just
And we
got the
just
letter.
we went through this whole thing earlier. No, you got that letter like 2 weeks ago because I remember you
Took me
saying that
5
you did
years.
the divorce,
Yeah.
right?
yeah,
But
it was 6 years for me.
the day you got that letter is the day that you should have got your name on the waiting list for a doctor.
There's no there. Okay. Well, here's the thing, though. Okay.
Our province has a waiting list. I've been on it for 5 fucking years.
There's no doctor here in town anymore. I have to wait until one comes into town to even get on a waiting list. The only
Well,
thing
no,
we
you
have,
can get
the
on a
only,
waiting list for
There's a
one of the
provincial waiting
teledoctors.
list.
fair enough. Fair enough. I can.
Right.
Yeah. And I will. And I will. I'm not worried
Almost-
about it. But let me speak for a sec, Marcel. What I'm
Yeah.
getting, I'm not worried about having to find a doctor. What I'm worried about is the anxiety of that. Do you get what I mean? I
And yeah,
I
start the
totally
relationship
I
again.
totally understand.
I
I
think
But-
don't
Marcel's
have. I
trying to
won't
make
have.
you
What
avoid
I'm trying to
more
do is make
anxiety later.
Dale is right. I will not have that kind of a relationship with my next
Got to build
doctor.
trust again.
right.
Right. I mean, this is a doctor who I have open conversations with about cannabis before cannabis was legal. This is a doctor that I've been having for the last 10 years conversations about psilocybin. Well, for 5 years about mushrooms and psilocybin. He was very on board because he knew my father, and he sent people to see my dad, who was a psychiatrist, right? So he knows that, like, I'm not dicking around. I'm not just trying to find a buzz, because if I was, I would have been getting perks from him the whole fucking time. You know what I mean, man?
My doctor learned about cannabis from me.
Well,
Referred
mine as
patients,
well, because when
referred
the
patients to me. Let me finish.
first question
Referred
was,
patients to me. You didn't
you
let
didn't
me
know.
finish.
Yeah.
But he referred patients to me to talk to them about cannabis.
Yes.
Got cancer in his throat. Wouldn't listen to me. Went the chemo route. He's now in a nursing home
Oh, that's too bad.
because the chemo destroyed half his fucking brain.
That's too bad.
Right. So I mean, and he knew what cannabis could do and how it could help because he had patients come and talk to me about it.
My doctor did not, as you know, because you've been around a while.
Yeah.
And he said to me, our first conversation is, I don't know anything about doses. That was his first issue. For about 2 years, he was humming and hawing, dancing around. And then finally he said, well, you didn't bring me your papers. So, but since then, he's learned about doses. He has a lot of other patients on using cannabis. I was going to say on the dope, and now he knows a little bit more. He was learning about the whole mushroom thing, and it's just sad because he is a doctor.
Hmm. So was
A
mine.
doctor,
My doctor wouldn't let you leave the office until every question you had was answered.
exactly.
And
That's
I've
a
had
good doctor.
appointments where we would turn around, he would send out emails and make calls while I was in, have me go sit in the waiting room, see other patients. Then as soon as he got those answers, have me come back in and finish off the appointment type thing. I had one appointment with him, which was 4.5 hours long. He would not let me leave until we had exhausted every possibility of what we were trying to figure out.
Half my life, he's been my doctor, dude.
Yeah, well, mine wasn't half my life, but it was my sick life. And as I got better, he was stunned. So he learned firsthand the power of cannabis. Um, and it got to the point where we laugh about things that were coming out that they were saying about cannabis, like hyperemesis and shit like that, right? Um, the first time I mentioned to him, he sounds like bowel
Correct.
obstruction. And that's exactly what it sounds like, is a bowel obstruction. And in most cases, it is a bowel obstruction, right? So I miss him, and I haven't had a doctor since. Why?
You know,
Because I'm one of the 25% of this province that can't get a fucking doctor.
I
Yeah.
stopped seeing him, and I had a doctor up in Durham, Mount Forest area. And then when I came back to the city, I went right back to him, and he says, like, I thought I just sent all your stuff up there. I said, yeah, I moved back. He went, oh, okay. You know,
We're at
it's
the
not
six,
it's not
6 minutes
easy though.
left mark, Al.
Yeah, I know. I see that. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
What's your point?
Well, because I don't want us to get cut off without you playing your
Yeah,
ending spiel, and I forget how many hours long that is.
it's not that. 23 seconds, you ass.
I was smoking Darcy's hash, so I have no concept of time. But I do know I need a gummy.
I hope that Darcy is feeling better,
Me too.
and I hope that he has enough in him to join us next week, and Lenny as well.
I've
So
come
this
to a
is
new routine that I figured out for my health and well-being. If I don't eat a gummy before I go to bed, I can't get up in the morning.
okay. So a friend of mine's daughter has seizure issues,
Mhm,
and she's been having some work done upstairs.
mhm.
Has another one, another operation coming up as well. And she had some gummies the other day and slept right through. She was actually quite amazed because she
Amazing how
usually
that
says,
fucking works.
"No, I don't want to try that shit."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've always said cannabis can cure a lot of things, but it can't cure stupid. And
Well,
if you're too stupid to at least try it, then I'm at the point now that you get what
I
you
give you
deserve,
that. I give you that.
right?
If you've got a block in your mind over cannabis that does not allow you, like my father with Parkinson's, shaking like, la, 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 I don't want to try anything that takes over my mind like that. My father was a psychiatrist, a pill doctor,
Yep.
okay, with Parkinson's, and the ending was not good. So at least try it. My sister tried it. The whole time she's been in Alberta, she's been using cannabis. But then it got to the point where she was having anxiety and stuff like that. More so, I think, about taking the right thing. And so she stopped. And now she doesn't have any issues. She's sleeping better. And, she started
Good.
taking melatonin and she's sleeping.
Yeah.
So
Actually, I was just reading up on something here today, and I forget the name of it. I'll have to look it up again. But it was it was a TikTok video or one of them stupid things, and the guy was talking about 7 different natural remedies that they don't want you to know about. Things like zinc and magnesium and things, but this was Solera or something like that, and it'll give you the best night's sleep you've ever had and mental clarity. So a lot of people with ADHD are using this and stuff like that, and so I want to find out more about it.
Blue Moon says COVID needed a hobby. On that note,
Yeah.
we shall say goodnight. Thanks for listening. We're here every Friday. This is the 420 Radio Show. Usually Darcy and Lenny are here too. Maybe next week.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll have a full house. No, we won't, because Mary Jane's not going to be here.
Mary Jane will be here.
Way to go.
We'll put a
Way to
picture
ruin
up.
it.
We'll put a picture up. It's okay. All right.
And Blue Moon, anytime you want to come on, you let us know, man.
There you go.
Yeah, you can come on next week. Take my
Bring you
place.
on. And, yeah, and fill us in on the cannabis situation of Texas.
There you go. All right. Say goodnight, guys.
Good night,
Good night,
guys.
Good night. Have a good one.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this lifestyle radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
We are the Cannabis Broadcasting Group here at cbgtv.com.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Okay, well, hello everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. Welcome to VAC Roundtable number 36. We're talking about women's health and cannabis. We're joined by guests Dr. Bridget Williams and Danielle Simone Brandt. And one moment, just get this set going. And we're good to go. So we're talking specifically today about women's health and cannabis. And starting off is Dr. Bridget Williams is an established board-certified family physician, best-selling author, and CEO of Green Harvest Health, medical cannabis and integrative clinics located in Ohio. With nearly 20 years of experience in family medicine from the Cleveland Clinic, Dr. Bridget combines her medical background with certifications in life and cannabis coaching in her practice. She provides valuable medical motivational talks on cannabis, CBD, life balance, and confidence. In 2019, Dr. Bridget branched out into developing her line of CBD products and CBD product development for developing businesses. When not seeing patients, Dr. Bridget hosts podcast shows, creates educational videos for the Cannabis Hub, and holds an advisory and curriculum development position with the Cleveland School of Cannabis. Dr. Williams is a founder of the nonprofit GHH Community Foundation and nonprofit, the Cannabis Can Project. Dr. Williams is honored to be a top female business and top minority business with the Ohio MBE, awarded 2021, Women in Medicine Top Doctor for 2021, and Top 100 Entrepreneurs of 2022. Next is Danielle Simone Brand, is a freelance writer and author of Weed Mom, the Canna Curious Women's Guide to Healthier Relaxation, Happier Parenting, and Chilling the Fuck Out. A few years ago, she wouldn't have self described as a weed mom, but she's found her sparkle in writing about cannabis to inform and uplift, and occasionally challenge her readers while helping push the conversation forward. Her articles have appeared in numerous publications, including the New York Times, The Week, Civilized, Vice, Double Blind, What's Up Moms, and Scary Mommy. She holds a BA from Dartmouth College and an MA from American University. She has worked as a yoga teacher and trainer, a staff writer, and a researcher on issues of international conflict resolution. Danielle lives in the Northwest with her family and her Barky Terrier, which we may hear today. So, starting off our conversation, thank you for joining us tonight, ladies. How did you each get into this field? And we'll start with you, Dr. Williams.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. So I went from traditional medicine, which I still do family medicine, but I went from traditional medicine into the cannabis space really because I had a patient 15 years ago that was fed up with traditional medicine as I was. And for every patient, there is a diagnosis, and for every diagnosis, there's a pill. And if you don't like the pill, there's another one. And we were frustrated. She mentioned cannabis as an option as I was helping her get off of other medications. And I thought she was nuts in the moment. I did research and was blown away by what was the medicinal possibility. And so I took her on, and she was making edibles and smoking, and I was finding out about dosing and titration, and I saw her health transform in front of my eyes. And from there, I was in. So from that moment, which it was slightly illegal, fast forward 15 years and it became legal in Ohio, I wanted to be a part of it. And so I developed my own offices that focus not just on cannabis and treatment, but life coaching as well.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And next, Danielle.
So yeah, I tell the story in my book about how I really went from a cannabis skeptic to an enthusiast and an advocate and a writer. And I did that by, coming through it the intellectual route, actually. So first, I had stereotypes and stigmas about cannabis, and I didn't really appreciate it. And I saw my husband actually kind of leaning on it a bit too much, probably for his mental health, when he could have been using an array of tools, including cannabis. And so I had some, kind of misconceptions and stereotypes about it for a long time. It wasn't until I was a mother of two in my mid-30s, kind of just going about my life, trying to figure out, how to balance life and work and, kids and all the things that, modern mothers do. And, I realized that, so back up, I was actually transitioning in my career into freelance writing at that point. So I had been in academia, and then I had been in health and wellness, and I was really honing my skills at becoming a freelance writer. And I got a bunch of assignments in cannabis before I even cared. I didn't give a damn about it yet. And through that process, that intellectual process of learning about cannabis and then interviewing people who had been helped, I realized, I'd been missing the boat. There was actually a lot more to this plant. And so, I went down the route of learning and interviewing and writing and then experimenting myself. And once I really did embrace cannabis as a wellness tool, it transformed so many things about my life. And I realized, other moms can use this, and we need to talk about this more. And the stigmas are there, but there's so much benefit here. So that's how, I really started gearing my writing toward women and moms.
Thank you for that. We will go to Council Member Tony Landry for the next question.
Okay. Thank you for being here, Dr. Williams. My question to you is, why is it important for mothers to know about cannabis, and how can it help them in the world?
Sorry there. So it's really important, I think, obviously for not just women, but men and the country, the world really needs to have a better understanding of what cannabis provides. It has been a medicinal tool from the beginning of time, and somehow we've kind of lost track of that. But I would say for all of the conditions that cannabis is able to help, the majority of people come in for pain, they come in for anxiety, and they come in for sleep. And so regardless of whether it's cancer or sickle cell, Tourette syndrome, fibromyalgia, for all the conditions, PTSD, that cannabis can have incredible benefit for, the majority of people still come to me because they're trying to do three things: get out of pain, decrease their anxiety, and sleep better. And not only is this cannabis a great option for this, but it provides help with fewer side effects. It provides help without causing liver damage, gastric issues, or kidney damage. And for a lot of people, they have run out of possible medicinal options because of the damage that other medications have done. And on top of that, there's a lot of confusion about using cannabis and the negativity of being high, which that's a whole discussion in itself and needs to be clarified. But you can use cannabis and never be high. I have patients I've been treating for 4 years and never been high one day. So there's a way to use cannabis in a way that empowers people and the way that works for them without causing more side effects and more issues.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. That was a wonderful explanation. I appreciate that. Okay, now I'm going to restate the question for Danielle. Danielle, why is it important for mothers to know about cannabis, and how can it help them and the world?
Yeah, so, echoing very much what Dr. Williams just said, cannabis can help women and moms on so many levels, so many ways. Women I talk to for my book and now, speak to as I continue cannabis journalism, tell me that it helps them with sleep, with pain, with mental health, dealing with other depression, anxiety, PTSD. Women tell me that it helps them show up better for their roles in life. And to me, a mother that is healthy, happy, fulfilled is going to parent, in a way that is much more effective, right? And so that's good for families as well. I also, beyond the consumption question, and obviously there's of course medical uses that, that's huge, but that's, I leave that to Dr. Williams. But, beyond even the consumption aspect of it, it's a plant that can help solve the climate crisis. Like, it's not going to do everything all by itself, but I believe that cannabis can really help us in so many ways, from carbon sequestration to materials, being able to make things, that are biodegradable out of hemp. So I think that's something that we can all get behind in order to, to push this environmental question forward. And then also, I think it's a potential business opportunity. And that's a cool thing too, for small entrepreneurs, for moms, for maybe stay-at-home moms who need, some side income and they love cannabis, all the way, from those small fries to women who are CEOs and, running big MSOs in cannabis. I just think that this is an opportunity for women to really step up and be part of this new industry that's emerging.
Thank you for that. Next up is Michael Green. Michael, you are on mute, sir.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I'm sorry. My a storm popped up about the internet, so I went to the phone. My question to you, Dr. Williams, and, Danielle, how does cannabis affect our sleep, our ability to sleep comfortably?
So yes. So like I said, that's one of the number one reasons people come in to see us, is that whether it is stress or pain or what have you, people have a lot of difficulty sleeping. And cannabis can be incredibly effective in this area. Number one, because it works with our circadian rhythms in such an incredible way. Whether it is using CBD, adding THC that can help people feel a little bit more tired. But CBN is another cannabinoid, which is actually aged THC. So I like to think of it as the finer wine of THC, that actually in combination with THC can make people rest well. And so basically by interacting with our natural endocannabinoid system and interacting with our circadian system that allows us to sleep and puts our brain into a space that allows us to rest, we get better sleep. And part of it is that it also decreases anxiety that keeps people up. It decreases pain that keeps people up, and it puts our brain into a place that allows us to have better rest.
Did you want to speak to that as well, Danielle?
Well, I am not going to be able to add to the medical side of that at all. But what I will say is that, sleep is across age ranges of people that I talk to is a really common reason that people come to cannabis. For even, younger folks who you don't necessarily think would have trouble sleeping, they do too. Like we, and women with mothers, especially, it was women who are mothers, especially in the early years, and then like transitioning from the early years into kind of the middle years of parenting, lots of sleep disturbances can come up. And so that's a need that I see across all different age ranges. And I also see that people are coming to the marketplace for these, kind of wellness reasons. Like maybe that would be, something they would go see a doctor for, but maybe not. Maybe they would just try to self-treat it at home with, some various herbs, melatonin, et cetera. And now they're learning that cannabis is another alternative, another, way to, pretty safely, naturally at home treat these things like sleep, disturbance or insomnia. So, I'm from a health empowerment perspective, I'm actually really happy to see that. I mean, I love to see doctors, patients partnering with their doctors, and I want to see more doctors who are into it, like Dr. Williams, obviously, but for so many folks, it's a DIY thing right now. But I do find that that's it's a really common thing that people come to cannabis for too.
If I could just add to that, I love, Danielle, that you brought up that even for different ages, right? Because I feel that, gosh, I feel like our young people are in a space that I don't think many of us we really realize. I think they have bigger pressures. I've seen more teens with difficulty sleeping than I ever remember in my youth. And so, though I don't first and foremost recommend THC to teenagers, I do recommend this as CBD as an option to help them with sleep and really kind of get their endocannabinoid system working in a way that allows them to rest better. And I think this is something that we need to have more discussions about when we're talking about our youth, because they very easily, a lot of physicians are putting some of our youth on really strong sleep medications. And if we can pull back from that and start with CBD as an option, I think we can avoid some of the drug issues that we sometimes see later on.
I agree and concur. It was rather fascinating. I've been in the medical cannabis dispensary game for 22 plus years, and for the first 18 years, we were seeing individual patients. A fascinating thing was in 2018 with the passage of Prop 64. We saw groups of people come. So many groups of people were coming, we had lines around the block. And so I would take off my badge, get a timer, and go to the back of the line, and then time how long it would take to go through the line. So I would engage with the people who were in front of me, and 90+% of them were older women of retirement age who were looking for THC and CBD combinations in pens specifically for sleep because of inability to maintain a full night's sleep, inability to get to sleep, and then of course to stay asleep. So that was one very fascinating to me to see the demographic, especially of retired people who were doing so specifically as they were stating, I no longer have to piss test. And so that was a significant reason why, with the law change, they felt more empowered to use it. But I found it rather fascinating that they were coming to look for THC and CBD in combination with each other. Now, Doctor, I would like to kind of a follow-up on this discussion regarding CBD and sleep. Many of my patients have stated, depending on the dosage of CBD, when they're taking CBD for sleep versus THC, especially for veterans, have much more vivid dreams. memorable ability to remember the dreams, but especially much significantly more vivid dreams. Now, I have recommended strictly THC for those patients to subside from that effect. So I would like you to speak toward that. And am I offering the right solution to that problem?
Absolutely. So I'm glad that you brought that up, because when I first got into the cannabis space, there was a lot of talk for PTSD. You want high CBD regimens. You don't want to introduce a lot of THC. And then I was coming across actual veterans that were using more THC. And the more research that I was doing, what I found was that, yes, CBD is incredible for anxiety and calming and just kind of balancing our systems. However, if you're talking about those night terrors, if you're talking about those difficulties that people are having with sleep itself, THC is going to control that REM sleep that causes some of those night terrors. CBD is not going to do that. CBD probably will give you, in your average person, you're still retaining a lot of your dream life for people that do remember it. But for a veteran or for someone that has severe PTSD, that's not necessarily a good thing. And THC will knock out some of that intense anxiety that happens very quickly, faster than CBD does. So with my veterans or with my patients that have severe PTSD, I do look for combinations that work for their lifestyle, is probably the way I look at it more than anything. What are you doing during the day? What are your responsibilities? What type of combinations do we need to do? But if you have difficulty sleeping, if you have night terrors in particularly, that's when we're getting that THC in there to hopefully get you better rest.
Excellent. Yeah, and that's something I have been recommending. So it's good to know that my instincts seem to be on the right plane there, because we've had to do this specifically by anecdotal situations until science catches up. And as you're well aware, Doctor, science has not caught up and has a long way to go. But there is valid science that does substantiate that. And I look forward to seeing further studies on that can actually back this up and give some validity toward the theorem itself. Next up is Council Member Wade Laughter with the next question. Council Member Laughter.
Yes, I want to thank you both for joining us today. It's kind of a difficult, a delicate question, if you will. One of the challenges that women face in our culture today is when they get pregnant, that they decide they want to have a child. And particularly in the context of using cannabis as a mom, there's a lot of pressure and a lot of science that I think is somewhat faulty science being done trying to prove how bad cannabis is for fetuses and young children. And you might be aware of this, Dr. Williams. I want to call you out specifically. I'm aware of some of your work helping to normalize cannabis. And the Cleveland Clinic there, good work. Thank you. Again, I was aware of a longitudinal study done in Jamaica, and I can't remember the lead researcher, but she followed a number of mothers who were regular cannabis users as well as non-cannabis users in the same, she tried to sort out for all the variables that she could eliminate, and generally found long-term benefit for mothers who were using cannabis. And yet, of course, when you're trying to do randomized clinical studies, it's really hard to nail it down. So I would like to just ask both of you, you could almost say anecdotally, or certainly Dr. Williams, if you want to point to additional research or talk more about that study in Jamaica. But yeah, what is your take on the use of cannabis by pregnant women and the use of cannabis when they are lactating and nursing their children, particularly in the light of the quote unquote formula shortage that we're experiencing right now?
Absolutely.
And I'll stop there. Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Gosh, you're right. This is the hot potato seat, right? When we're talking about cannabis and pregnancy, women are very careful and defensive about this. And I'm also very respectful of it as well, because I definitely understand the difficulties. You're totally correct when it comes to, there's research all over the place with this. I've seen research, actually a British study from 2002 that found that there was no significant differences with women that were using cannabis as far as growth or controlling any other compounding factors. I've also seen studies as early as 2017 where they said that using cannabis and particularly THC caused low birth weight, reduction in head circumference, cognitive difficulties, what have you. So we don't know is my answer. Okay. Now, how do we tend to err on the side of being careful? I know the biggest thing that was a concern when I was pregnant is people giving me a really hard time for eating a hot dog because it had nitrates, and oh my God, you're ruining your child, and we know that alcohol is a big issue, and we do have the evidence for alcohol. So when we know, we know. I will say with cannabis, we don't know. I tend to err on the side of always being careful. And with pharmaceuticals, we put medications into categories, right? And so there's category B, which is considered safe. We look at Tylenol in this way. If you have issues, pain, what have you, take Tylenol, no issues. Other medications then go into category C, which means that we're not quite sure if it's harmful or not, so use sparingly. And then category D, where there's more significant evidence that there might be some issue. I personally put cannabis in C, maybe D, maybe, okay? Meaning if there is a need, severe nausea, severe pain and Tylenol doesn't work, what have you, then use it sparingly. So for instance, when I was pregnant, I had the worst sinuses on the planet. I had my head over boiling pots of hot water and, everything I could possibly do. But when it got to the worst of it, I used Sudafed, category C. Did I use it every day? No. Did I use it when nothing else would work? Yes. That's why I see cannabis in pregnancy, because literally you want to keep your pregnancy as clean as possible. That's just the way we see it, definitely, at least in the US, right? So use it sparingly if needed at all is the way that I look at it. And we simply, and until we have more information, that is the best way to approach this. The same thing with lactation. Your fetus develops an endocannabinoid system in utero, right? You have anandamide, you have 2-AG. Is the fetal brain ready for THC is the question, right? So just because we have anandamide, which is anandamide and THC are extremely similar, does it mean that the fetal brain is ready? And so again, I err on the side of caution. Do I judge women that choose to use some cannabis? I do not. If your lactation nurse or your doctor, if you pee dirty, are they calling CPS and saying you're endangering your child? Probably. And my recommendation that I've talked to lactation nurses and physicians about this, before you make that phone call, ask why. No, doing a dirty urine test really doesn't tell you how much. Ask how much and why. Make sure there's education, because before you really put this family in a horrible situation with CPS, make sure you know what is going on, and can you advise them in a way that could make a difference before you put them into the system.
Now, I'm going to kind of quick follow up here, because I know friends who have chosen to use cannabis during their pregnancy and to bearing a child. And they have gone the way of using midwives and midwifery because of that issue with CPS, which is Child Protective Services, for those who are unaware, which is a huge problem for any parent and a fear as well. So, would you recommend then, if you are exploring the route of using cannabis because of your medical condition, would you recommend them using midwives as opposed to conventional doctors?
So first of all, I love midwives, and I love, women were having babies in fields long before we had fancy, delivery rooms and what have you. Before, I can't really say I would have, because women in pregnancies are every single one is so unique, right? And so if you're having high risk pregnancies, I'm not going to necessarily recommend that right off the bat, because the midwives that I know also work with physicians for high risk pregnancies and choose that route. My answer is, and like I said, I love midwives. I would rather to see laws change than say, don't go to your doctor, right? I think we need to grow in how we treat women in pregnancy, and that women need more protection and more, gosh, I mean, think about everything we're doing around abortion right now, right? We need to have laws that protect us in our bodies. And that includes even more the pregnant woman. So that is probably my focus more than anything, because I'm not going to say don't go and see your doctor, but do I love to have midwives on? And, you know, I'm a family doctor. So before I walked away from, you know, every aspect of it, I was delivering babies at one point. I love working with midwives and I love this natural aspect of it. I love better communication, but if communication is not safe, let's change the laws.
Great point. Danielle, did you want to speak on this issue?
Yeah, I would. So this is probably the most common, these two are the most common questions that I get in my DMs on social media. And I, you know, part of me is like, you know, I wish these folks had someone they could consult with, you know, a cannabis trained nurse or doctor, right? And I do point them in directions, you know, toward resources. But, you know, what I have to answer is the same as what Dr. Williams said. We cannot, you know, we just don't know enough at this point, right? But the truth is that women are consuming cannabis in pregnancy, you know, with or without the official sanction. But at the same, I have tons of conversations, you know, every week I have at least 2 public conversations with, you know, canna moms, one on Clubhouse and one on an app called Relevant. And we talk about all these kinds of issues. And none of these moms are saying, you know, I'm just recreationally like taking bong rips when I'm pregnant because it's fun. Like no one is saying that. They're saying it helps me with, you know, nausea. It helps me with pain so that I can actually like run after my toddler while I'm pregnant, you know, things like that. They're using it medicinally and mindfully. And I'm not saying, you know, overuse doesn't happen or abuse doesn't happen, but you know, for the most part, women are looking to cannabis as a wellness boost and not just like a way to, you know, to numb out when they're pregnant. You know, there's lots of different uses for the plant, and you know, I'm not opposed to just chilling the F out, but you know, obviously pregnancy is a different situation. And so, you know, so that's what I'm hearing and that's what I'm seeing out in the community. And a lot of women are feeling like the bigger risk to them and to their babies is CPS, as was stated earlier. Yeah. So we're still in a really precarious situation when it comes to that, and you know, use a lot of caution, I would say.
The laws are.
The one thing I would add is that even the research is showing that more and more women are using cannabis during pregnancies. So this isn't an anomaly. And, you know, as Danielle is saying that, you know, she is seeing this, people are talking about this. I have people talk to me about it. More women are using it. They don't necessarily, if we want clean pregnancies, for many people, a clean pregnancy is not taking a pharmaceutical. It would be taking a plant-based medicine, right? So we need to acknowledge the fact that more women are using it. I think 21% of women right now, if pregnant, are choosing cannabis as one of their options. So we need to realize what is actually happening and what the traditional medical community wants to happen, and meet somewhere in the middle there and protect the women that are pregnant.
Wow, that is fascinating, that around 21%, and that's just who are reporting, so it's probably slightly higher than that, knowing how people are when they're trying to speak truthfully in drug interactions. It seems Michael Green has a follow-up. Councilmember Green.
Thank you. Actually, 2 things. Number one, and I keep falling in and out because of the weather here, but I believe it was Melanie Dreyer that conducted that. That was the Jamaican research. And secondly, based on what your last 2 comments, Bridget and Danielle, would you propose any kind of research modality where we could acquire this data, information on women using cannabis 21% or more during pregnancy? What would you your recommendations of how we could get clinical trials as well as anecdotal information.
Well, I would say, first of all, I mean, there are two research studies that we're talking about. We're talking about cannabis use in pregnant women, and we're talking about what are the outcomes on these children. So that's a long-term longitudinal study, right? Because you don't know what the real outcome is with these infants until, you know, we have more longitudinal studies. And I hope that some of this is going on currently, and I hope that we can do more in the future. As far as cannabis use, gosh, I want to say that the study that I was referring to was like 2014. And so we need, I mean, think about where we were with cannabis in this country, 2014, versus how many states have medical cannabis as options now. And so we need to have more updated studies just to see what the use is, because if we can get those numbers out there, it is undeniable that we need to have more education for child protection services, for nurses, for doctors, and to really understand what should we do. There's so much emotional changes and pressure pregnant women are under to behave and do a certain way. And gosh, I mean, and the way society judges us, we need more information that supports pregnant women and what they experience, and less judgment and rules that narrow down their options.
And very apt considering the situation that we're currently looking at legally. Council member Pearson Kennedy Crosby has a follow-up as well.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief with this. Thank you for being here. So my better half, Megan, she was told by her midwife that a glass of wine would be okay every once in a while. Is that something that cannabis could counteract? Because I for one think that cannabis is much safer than alcohol. If you have any insight on that, it'd be great.
So counteract, I mean, do you mean, is it better to use cannabis over alcohol, or what do you mean by counteract?
So she was told she had high blood pressure while she was pregnant, and the midwife instructed her to have a glass of wine every once in a while if she felt the blood pressure cuff was saying that she had high, that it was high. Could cannabis help with that by any chance?
You know, the verdict is still really out when we talk about cannabis and blood pressure, simply because there's so much variance throughout the day for every individual, and you need continuous medication on board to address blood pressure, right? So that's why, you know, and if we're talking about pregnancy specifically, high blood pressure in pregnancy can be incredibly dangerous for the mother as well as for the baby. So this is where we're getting into a very specific realm that even with my regular cannabis patients, I tend to err on the side of pharmaceuticals, only because the variance throughout the day and the severity of elevated blood pressure can be so bad that, and it's worse in pregnant women than it can be in your average, you know, individual. And we don't have a dosage that can really say it addresses this blood pressure at this level. So I understand the glass of wine for relaxation, because to be honest, a lot of blood pressure in this country has to do with high stress living and behavior. Do I think cannabis is safer than alcohol during pregnancy? Yeah, I do. The outcome, the likelihood of addiction, and how that can escalate for someone. You don't want that during pregnancy. And again, I'm not chastising the occasional glass of wine even during pregnancy. Like I said, we want clean pregnancies as much as possible. So I don't know if I'm really answering your question or not. Is a little cannabis okay? A little temperance is the word at the end of the day. A little bit of everything probably isn't going to kill you, and it's probably not going to do great harm. A lot of anything can cause a lot of harm, particularly during pregnancy. So that's number one. I don't care if it's pharmaceuticals. A lot of anything is going to be the problem. So I don't know. Does that help at all?
Absolutely. I think it's just cannabis hasn't been had the ability to be tested during pregnancies and stuff like that. Whether or not it helped her. Odin turned out all right so far.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it just everybody's it's a very unique situation. I would say if that is the road that you're going down, then monitoring that blood pressure and making sure that it is actually coming down is really important. Yeah.
Okay. Well, and she has to live with the Marine also, so that's terribly hard on anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Pearson. We're going to go next to Council Member Gage Amsler. Gage, go ahead, sir.
Unmute myself. So actually, I think we kind of already segued into this question. You know, I've been a medic for over 30 years. I was an SF medic. I was a firefighter. You know, so and after 8 years of war, I definitely had my bouts with alcohol and pharmaceuticals on both sides. You know, so I understand the effects of preeclampsia and using petroleum-based pharmaceuticals to help with severe blood pressure. I understand that because maybe how much cannabis do you need to really hit that level, right? So I understand that. That's a lot of studies. So we're not there yet, right? I get that, but choosing cannabis over alcohol. I mean, one of the benefits, I mean, we can probably, many of us can say to that, but to both of you, actually, I mean, thank you for being here and doing what you do in your professions and pioneering what you're doing. It's wonderful. And I think that, but I really would like to know, what are the benefits over alcohol? People go to alcohol, it's understood, it's terrible that we're in a nation of stress constantly and anxiety and all that, and we're constantly putting band-aids on it. I mean, I'm a root cause person. I'd rather go to the beginning. Why is this happening nationwide in the beginning? But if we have to put band-aids on it, and many people go to alcohol, that's the old true. But what are the benefits of choosing cannabis over alcohol? Not just mentally, but physically as well. And then on top of that, of course, pharmaceuticals. You already answered the blood pressure thing. I get that. But even other pharmaceuticals too. I mean, I was talking again to Pat King and when he was here, and he was talking about petroleum-based pharmaceuticals and how that's such an issue today over organics. And even putting what we put into our cannabis. Putting between petroleum-based nutrients. As opposed to or clean nutrients. So. But what is the benefits of cannabis over alcohol and pharmaceuticals?
Absolutely. So I'll keep that's a lecture all by itself, right? The one thing I will say to really keep it simple, alcohol is a poison. It's a toxin. Okay. Cannabis is not. And so that in itself, obviously, alcohol causes fetal alcohol syndrome. We have incredible studies and we've seen the horrible outcomes that chronic alcohol use during pregnancy will cause for an infant and long term for the rest of their lives, right? We don't really have solid information regarding that with cannabis, but at the end of the day, cannabis works with it works with your endocannabinoid system. It complements your endocannabinoid system to be able to affect and balance every aspect of your body. So it works with your immune system. It's working with every organ in your system. It brings about positive results in every aspect. Alcohol is a poison. It's a toxin. We are a drinking drunk country, without a doubt. And probably the best way to get more cannabis use as normalizing in our country will be through cannabis beverages, because grandma can sit with a drink and nobody cares, but let grandma light up a bong and the world will end, right? Exactly, right? So I think, I mean, there's so like, can red wine help your blood pressure a little bit? Sure, it can help a little bit, but they're not comparable, I think, is my best answer. They're just not even comparable by any means.
100% right. I mean, I absolutely 100% agree. And Danielle, I understand, and even on your side, on the mom side, and it's very subjective, right? But I hear moms say this and moms say that, so it is very subjective. But and you kind of mentioned this before, the difference with using alcohol over that. I mean, are they combining it? Are you seeing a lot of moms combining alcohol and cannabis more? Or are they starting to teeter? Or are they starting to titrate themselves more towards cannabis? I'd like to understand that.
Okay, so this is not like officially sanctioned research that I did, but I did a survey when I was writing my book, because I had talked to so many women who had told me things like, they had given up alcohol or just really reduced alcohol since cannabis came into their lives. And so I did a survey and found that the vast majority of women who found cannabis as a mother were like reducing or eliminating alcohol. And they gave me all kinds of reasons, just physiologically, they felt so much better with cannabis instead of alcohol. They told me that they didn't feel, that spike in blood sugar, that, bloated feeling, that, hangover, fogginess, headache stuff the next day. So like a very short period of relaxation with alcohol is often followed by kind of a long period of feeling crappy, for a lot of people. And that surely isn't the case with cannabis. Like, you can consume cannabis to nourish your endocannabinoid system, bring yourself up a little bit, feel better, and then feel normal afterwards. Just feel like yourself afterwards. And I think that's really a boon, and for women, for moms, for anybody really, for vets, absolutely. Like, nobody has time to sit around and feel bad because they were trying to make themselves feel good earlier, right? It just doesn't make any sense. So actually in my book, I know Michael might want to bring this up, but in my book, the preface is, "Dear Alcohol, we're breaking up." And because that is my experience too. It was a no-brainer. It wasn't ever like, I need to quit alcohol and I'm choosing to set it aside. It was just like a gradual shift that made so much more sense and felt so much better in my body.
Absolutely. And well, the biggest problem, as we've seen, is is the laws. And of course the difference between, I think, alcohol and cannabis is the ability for cannabis to stay and store itself in the blood system, whereas the easier use for people, or a consideration, has been alcohol, because it is flushed through the system quite quickly.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Michael Green, you wanted to have a follow-up, sir?
I did, and I've actually, Simone just beat me to the punch. You know, I curate the books that I make available on my website, Cannabis Libris. When I first came on to Weed Mom, first thing I read was her preface, and it's this wonderful, lyrical breakup letter with alcohol, setting the tone and the stage for what came next in her book. And I truly would recommend someone give that a read, and then check out the book. But it was amazing, set the whole tone. So thank you for that, Danielle. That's what.
All right. So next would be Michael Crowitz, council member.
Thank you, Etienne. So this is a question that it seems to get more interesting all the time. When we, I like to joke that back in the day, cannabis, enthusiasts or medical cannabis users had two choices. They had the good cannabis and the bad cannabis. That was the amount of the choices you had. And now you have, 80, 90 choices, honest choices. And even some of those break out into, subsets of choices in terms of dose and stuff. So, what are a couple of the top ways that you see women and mothers tending to consume cannabis now?
So I think I was actually a little surprised by this, right? So number one, the main ways that women tend to consume cannabis are gummies, vape cartridges, and topicals. And that in itself wasn't surprising. I think what got me was coming before there was COVID, believe it or not, right? There was a time before, we were talking a lot about lipoid pneumonia, where people that were using vape cartridges were getting very, very ill and dying sometimes because if they were getting street ones or ones that had been contaminated with vitamin E, they were actually dying from lipoid pneumonia. This was a huge thing. There was a lot of coverage about it. Then COVID happened. And it's almost like it disappeared. I think partly it's because we didn't know what the source was. And once we figured it out, I think we were able to get rid of that quite a bit. And with more testing, which I'm hoping is happening more and more, people were able to identify it. So when I started seeing patients around this time, I was surprised how many of my elderly women were very much into vape cartridges. And I thought, because at one point I had to explain it a lot. No, it's been tested. It is safe. It's easy to use. You don't have to worry about it. And I had, at one point I had a lot of kickback, and eventually they were requesting that I recommend vape cartridges. But I think it was, first of all, it wasn't hitting them in the face in the news anymore. And so people kind of forgot some of the issues that had happened, and you can't deny the ease of it without a doubt. And women tend to go for something that is discreet and easy to obtain and use. And edibles do that. Gummies come in these nice little easy, already set sizes and packages. The vape cartridges don't require a wonderful skill set of, the grinder and the rolling and, everything in between. And for those that are sometimes even apprehensive, topicals are a great place to start. So without a doubt.
And the moms?
Yes, absolutely. So, I kind of can separate categories just a little bit between sort of OG canna moms, women who have been consuming for a long time, and, the newbies who are coming in now with the legal marketplace. And so generally speaking, it seems like the women who've been exposed to cannabis a lot longer, they tend towards the flower and the homemade edibles and things like that, because that was the only thing that was available for a long time. And also, many people feel like that gives them the most, benefit, is just, smoking or vaporizing flower. I'm also not a big fan of vape cartridges, but that is an easy entry. And that is honestly how I first started my cannabis journey, because I didn't want to fuss with all the things that I didn't understand yet. Once I got a little taste of it, then I realized that I actually wanted a relationship with flower, and I love to handle it and smell it and get the terpenes and, and to smoke it now. But, easy entry is important. And I think now with the legal marketplace in so many states, there's just, there are products that are more appealing to women, like Dr. Williams, I'm sorry, was saying. There are the microdosed edibles. There's more and more beverages coming on the market all the time, including faster acting ones that actually feel more like the onset of alcohol. Things like that just this diversity of products and this, precisely dosed and more sort of accountability for the products. It does bring in more women and more curious people, more canna curious people.
Right on. Thank you very much. Next question is, what are the reasons women and especially veterans are consuming cannabis, and how are you finding it's helping them? Dr. Williams, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so gosh, my veteran population is so near and dear to my heart. I number one, my very first patient that walked through the door was a veteran. This was during December, and he was all set because he also played Santa. So it's like this, mythical image walked in, and I started this great relationship with him. And he also taught me so much in that first year that we had opened. So a lot of my and I think this is really an important point. My veterans use cannabis to feel normal, period. It's people, I think, assume if you're using cannabis, you're getting high and that you're walking around in this, psychedelic cloud of some sort. Most of my veterans use cannabis to feel normal. Now, what normal is going to be different for you than it is for me and what have you. But it's for my veterans, it's not so much about the high, it's about functioning. It's about being able to interact. It's about being able to sleep. It's just about feeling normal. And so, so that they can actually work and have relationships with their family members and their children. It is, and I think it's so overlooked and such a shame how something that is so simple has been really inaccessible legally for veterans for such a long time. But at the end of the day, it's about feeling normal for so many people.
And you're one of the few doctors that actually understand and recognize that. And I wish that many of the doctors in the VA system were as educated as you on the system. Just to give you an example, Dr. Williams, I mentioned my cannabis use in 4 different VA facilities and was diagnosed as a known drug user back in the 90s. And then security was called and I was escorted off the premises. So one of the reasons I created and worked and with patients at Berkeley Patients Group was to create a safe place where no one would have to feel that shame of that stigma, which is a reality that comes with it. I'm gonna kind of delve deep into this question here because this is one council member Amy wanted to ask, but she has not been able to make it. So this one is a specific one around women's health. Thoughts on cannabis suppositories vaginally for dysmenorrhea or painful menstruation? Are there studies to support these issues concerning women? I asked that one because I'm the youngest of 13 and I have 8 sisters. And one of my sisters has absolutely bed bound by her PMS, and especially during her menstruation, is so heavy and painful. She had to be regulated using specifically, she had to go on the pill for it at the age of 16, etc. So this is a reality that and it's I kind of asked this follow up there because asking about suppositories, because the most that women see specifically for them are the sexual pleasure products that are on the market. And are we doing enough to support the endocannabinoid system in women's health and to promote these types of studies so that we can have more holistic products as opposed to just these sexual gizmos, quote unquote? So I'll start with Dr. Williams, then we'll go to you, Danielle.
So are we doing, no, we're not doing enough. And you're not really going to probably see as much as we should until the pharmaceutical companies that are making a whole lot of synthetic options currently, they're right on our heels, creating all sorts of synthetic options around this, which I'm not the biggest fan of because no synthetic has ever measured up to a natural plant, period. Okay. The other aspect of this, and I'm all about the CBD and THC and what have you, but some of our minor cannabinoids are phenomenal in this area. And so if we're looking at CBG and CBN and some of these other cannabinoids, they actually complement, if not surpass, the ability of COX-2 inhibitors as far as being an anti-inflammatory and decreasing pain. So COX-2 inhibitors, people are familiar with like Celebrex, Mobix. Some of those are a different category of anti-inflammatories than your Motrin and Aleve and some of these other ones, right? And so they're like the more higher powered ones that physicians usually put you on when the other anti-inflammatories don't work. So we need to not just make another CBD product and another THC product, but we need to make what, and I'm all about the isolates and kind of reformulating, and I'm a terpene nut, so throw that in there as well because they're incredible for pain and inflammation. But we need to look at some of these other minor cannabinoids and create products for women that help in that way. I think suppositories, I don't think in the state of Ohio, we can have THC suppositories even. And so we need to get that available. We need to have this medicinal. The states get so excited about the money that starts rolling in and that they want to just be medicinal, but they only really allow more and more THC products because that's where the money is. We need to think medicinally and make sure that women and our medical patients have medical options that help. And that means suppositories need to be more available, as well as more and more minor cannabinoids that can make a huge difference.
So a kind of a cocktail suppository in that sense. So excellent. Danielle.
Yeah, so I've even had a chance to review some of these products, suppositories, and they're really interesting. I do think that, as Dr. Felicia Dawson sometimes says, the marketing is way out ahead of the science, right? In so many of these things. But I think that there is a really interesting place for this. And with women that I talked to for my chapter in the book on sexual health, it was pretty evenly divided between women who were saying that cannabis helped them in some way, either recover from or with pain, or just it helped them recover from pain, or it helped them enhance sensation. So those were two different things, but they're also related. So sexual wellness is part of health, I believe, absolutely. And people have a right to, women have a right to feel good about their bodies and about their whole reproductive system. And I'm finding that women are sometimes even just formulating suppositories at home using CBD, using THC. Also, interestingly, since I wrote the book, it does seem, so I wrote in the book that suppositories containing THC probably won't have an effect on, won't get you high, basically won't be psychoactive. I don't think that's true anymore. It seems like more and more people are saying that with the right dose, vaginal application of THC actually can be psychoactive. So I find that actually really interesting. We have endocannabinoid systems all through the reproductive tract. We have endocannabinoid receptors all through the reproductive tract. So I find that super, super interesting. And, I think maybe this is a little bit woo-woo or whatever, but I do think that women have a special relationship with this plant. The flowers are female after all, right? Men have a wonderful relationship with the plant too. But that there is something really special about a woman's body and this plant. That's just my belief.
Dr. Williams, did you want to follow up there?
No, I agree. And I do think that what makes a suppository psychoactive is where it hits the bloodstream, right? And if it's able to be absorbed into where it's actually venously going back and getting to our brain, then we have the psychoactive ability. If it ends up hitting the bloodstream and actually kind of either staying locally or into more of an arterial tract where it does not get a chance to get back to the brain, then that's where, or it's metabolized before it gets back to the brain, that's really what the difference ends up being. We see that definitely with suppositories in the rectal system, without a doubt. Placement is everything. And so if it's a little bit higher up, it's going to hit your brain. If it's a little bit lower down, it won't. It's just really where it's located and what system that it ends up being absorbed into.
Now, I'm going to ask a kind of an obscure question here, because I know that when you ingest cannabis orally, it can turn to alexihydroxy metabolite when it goes through the liver. Is that the same? Can you get that same absorption vaginally or anally that gets that same effect, or is it a different effect than the alexihydroxy metabolite, which tends to be psychoactive for people?
Right. So, okay, so delta-9 THC is what we're used to when we inhale. It's what we get the majority of in our topicals and other preparations. When it goes through the liver, when it's metabolized through the liver, is where we get the 11-hydroxy. We still get delta-9 from it as well, but that's when we get the 11-hydroxy THC, which penetrates the blood-brain barrier into our brain and causes, people will say more high. I think sometimes it's more of a different high than you get with just delta-9 THC, but it's because it's metabolized through the liver, right? And that's really where the difference comes.
Thank you for that clarification. I will go to Pearson Kennedy Crosby with a question. Pearson?
So,
Really loud, sir. Can you turn down your volume somewhat?
How about now? Too much? Still?
That's better. Go ahead.
Cool. I apologize. What are some of the stigmas that mothers face when it comes to cannabis, and how do you believe that they should address them?
I'm happy to take that question first. So, the stigmas and stereotypes abound still, they're out there. And I think that, one of them, obviously, for a mother is that she's irresponsible if she consumes cannabis. That is a big stigma and stereotype. It's far from the truth based on the interviews that I've done and the women that I've spoken to, for throughout all of my journalism career in cannabis. But, they remain, those stigmas remain. Also, just sort of lazy, apathetic, checked out, those kind of things. And, I think that the truth is with cannabis that's somewhat dose dependent, and that, with a larger dose, we can kind of check out a little bit. I think that, most people would would, admit that to a certain degree, but, with a lower dose, with a more moderate dose, many women tell me, and I find this myself with my own children, that, I tune in better. So I'm actually like more attuned to them, more sensitive to their needs and their interests and, their conversations. And so many moms that I interviewed told me that. So I think that these stereotypes that exist of, it's irresponsible, it's lazy, it's unsafe, you'll be checked out as a mom if you consume, and that is just not true. Also, the fact is that a lot of people use cannabis as a productivity boost, as a creativity boost. Again, it's dose dependent, it's strain and product dependent. There's so many factors, and for people learning how to dial that in, it can be a little bit tough, but it's not a one size fits all, as we know, and there are so many ways to consume this plant, many of which are not psychoactive at all. So, I love psychoactivity, but it doesn't have a place in, every moment of my day either. So I think that, I hope that answers the question.
It's a wonderful way to put it. Absolutely. Thank you.
Dr. Williams?
Yeah, so in our book, Courage in Cannabis, we launched a book in December where we got 18 authors that share how cannabis has changed their life. And so we have moms in the book. We also have adult children that were preparing cannabis for their mothers during their illness. And the one thing that really stood out, I think, for a lot of some of these stories that come together is that there is a religious component to this, that you cannot be a woman and use cannabis and be a woman of faith, whatever that may mean for you, right? And I think that was one of the reasons that I even got into writing this book in the first place, was because one of my first patients said, when I handed her card over, and she had tears, and I was, explained to me what's going on, and she's like, I feel like I can go to church now because I'm a patient. And so that in itself was so incredibly compelling to me. Even the thought that women are giving cannabis to their children, we have such an incredible responsibility, not just for our bodies, not just for the ability that we're able to have children and this child during pregnancy and lactation, but once we actually have these children on this earth, our responsibility towards them and how we raise them, we're critiqued and judged every day. And so there's one mom in the book that is a doctor that wanted to give really CBD, any form of cannabis, to her dying child with epilepsy. And where she was living, she needed to have a sign up for another physician and could not get it, period. Neurologists were turning her away, and the son is dying. He is now a thriving, happy, skiing child, that can now interact because one of her coworkers finally said, I don't even know anything about this cannabis thing, but I'll sign it because the alternative is really death, right? Another mom in the book her child had a brain tumor, highly active in her church. And she had to really choose her faith over her child. And every single time they went miles and miles and miles to this hospital to get, MRIs and CAT scan, this tumor is shrinking. So eventually, and the church was very involved in praying over this child. And so they were very involved in the process. Eventually, her church could not deny that cannabis was the best option for him. And so she was able to make a huge change in her community because of what she did. That's a huge responsibility. And so the book is Courage in Cannabis for a reason, because the courage that it takes to be in this space and take it on when there's naysayers all around is immeasurable.
Council Member Crosby, you wanted to follow up?
Yeah, not even, so this is just a comment. The responsibility along with being a mother, I'm a stay-at-home dad for the last 3 years, is incredible. It's just one of those things, just the weight that is put upon a person that welcomes new life and onto this earth and takes the responsibility of making sure that child gets to where he or she needs to, is just something I can never imagine, and it's incredible.
That really is. Well, ladies, this is a time where to please promote your books and what you have going on. We've kind of gone through our questions at this point. So I'll start with Dr. Williams. Thank you again for joining us. Michael Green, did you have a follow-up before we close this out?
Yeah, I did. If I didn't just forget it, I was asking, I know that both women are mothers. So maybe just a brief thing about how their children and where they are in the cannabis community is authors and doctors, is an author and a doctor.
I don't know if I got
If that's not too personal.
Ask that again, Michael. You broke up. Try that again. You're in a better spot.
Okay. Well, I'm under the, I know that both Dr. Williams and Danielle have children. So I'm wondering if there's anything they can feed us back about their own relationships with their children as cannabis has come into the equation.
Yeah,
Either
absolutely.
because of work or how they are.
Yes. So I have two girls, a 15 and a 17-year-old, which my 17-year-old's graduating high school. I did not know it was so stressful, just trying to, I thought, yeah, that in itself is a whole thing, right? Anyhow, but yeah, they saw me go from traditional medicine at the Cleveland Clinic and saw not just me going into the cannabis space, but being in a much more entrepreneurial space as well. I've done other little entrepreneurial efforts before, so that wasn't unknown to them, but obviously this was a lot larger. And they saw me taking on something that was not generally accepted. And so they definitely did raise an eyebrow in the very beginning, right? Because they were like, now what are you doing? But they definitely see me being a champion for patients. And they have absolutely, I think they think that like we're heroes in what we're doing, and to the point where I've had to tell my 17-year-old, can you not tell everyone that your mom is like a weed doctor? Because I go to the school musical and I got moms like tapping me on the shoulder, like, I know what you do. And I'm like, we're not in a drug deal. Like, what's going on here, right? So, but I can't say, it's incredible to be proud of your children, but I don't think there's any gift more meaningful than when your children are proud of you. And so that's really what I've gotten to being in this space, and to know that they back me up in all my travel and craziness is really meaningful.
Thank you. Danielle.
Yeah, so my kids are 9 and 12 now. My daughter's younger, my son's older, and they were pretty young when I started getting into this space. And so, it's really just been their life, and I mean, in terms of their understanding of what I do for my job is, yeah, Mama talks about cannabis. It's this thing that we can talk about with some people outside the house and not with everybody outside the house, right? But I've worked to normalize it in our home in a way that also keeps them safe and lets them know that it's not for them at this point. And I do keep things locked and all that, but we talk openly about what the plant does for me, how I use it medicinally. I do use it for migraines. I do use it, for several different medicinal reasons, actually. And they also know that it's a mood changer or enhancement for me that helps me parent better. So, it has positive associations in our family. And I truly promote that. In the book, I have a whole chapter about talking to kids about cannabis. And again, my whole goal there is to promote responsibility and respect for the plant. And, we don't have to fearmonger and, demonize the plant in order to do that, right? So, yeah, that's I believe in changing the narrative for this next generation, because they can utilize it when they're old enough for a variety of reasons that we are all using it now for, in ways that could potentially be much more healthful for them than leaning on pharmaceuticals and leaning on other things, alcohol, etc. So it's something that I feel pretty passionately about, that kids are part of this conversation, as we move forward.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to go to
That's beautiful.
Council
Both of you.
Member.
Thank you for sharing.
Council Member Alburn. He had some questions to follow up with.
Well, first of all, ladies, I apologize for missing about the first half hour of the talk, but I've been pretty impressed with what I've heard. And as one of the pioneers of the cannabis education world here, I'm glad you're there. I mean, the whole idea when guys like me and Auntie Ann started this stuff decades ago was that somebody like you would come along. So I'm really glad you have. Thank you. But I do have some comments, questions about a few things that were said. I'm just wondering if either or one of you or all of you know about the research on cannabis in children done by Dr. Melanie Dreyer in Jamaica for NIDA. Are you guys familiar with that? Good, because I think that's something that I would like to have you stress in your talks. For those that don't know, this was a multi-decade study done by NIDA by Dr. Melanie Dreyer, a nurse, PhD, FAA, and a good buddy of mine. And what she found in essence was that women who had used cannabis during their pregnancy and then after the child was born, immediately after the child was born, that mother or the midwife gave that child a marijuana tea, a cannabis tea. First thing they had was a marijuana tea. These women in Jamaica are called Roots daughters. If you want to look them up, they're part of the Rastafarian faith. But the point is, after a look at these kids from infancy to 10 years old, they did very, very well, if not better than their peer group who had no such treatment. So the thought is here is, these are hundreds of women, with really poor prenatal help and all, and they did wonderfully well, and so did their children. So it's something that I would recommend you pass on. It's a very important study, and of course it was done by NIDA, so that's why they didn't publicize it, because it was good. Wow, it said something good. Well, we can't tell anybody that shit. Doctor, I have one specific question for you. I might have misunderstood, but I don't get it. I believe you said in the suppository area, it would depend upon the part of the body that the suppository was placed in order to activate it psychoactively. If I heard that correctly, I don't understand, because I have lived now for 50 years with the understanding that the only way you can get psychoactivity out of a cannabis plant is to heat it to a considerable temperature, like 380 some degrees. So I'm wondering, I mean, have I got a message here of heat, or is it the oral mucosal that I'm missing, or what's the message there?
So when we're talking about inhalation and taking CBD, THCA, and then decarboxylating it, and then you decarboxylate it by heating it, and then you're inhaling it, and it's active, right? When we're talking about edibles, or that something that goes through your liver, or even suppositories, these are preparations that have already been decarboxylated. So they're already in their active form. So it doesn't have to be heated to be active. So that's even, or they've already been decarboxylated, however which way, in making the gummy. We see this with people make like cannabis butters, it's already been heated, and then they put, or people make all sorts of stuff, right? And but it's already been decarboxylated. So that's why it can be active without being heated, because of the preparation's already been done. Now, what I was speaking about specifically was how just in the rectal system is a little bit different. I'm not as clear as vaginally if it works the same way, but I suspect that it could. But based on placement in the rectum, it depends on which aspect of the blood system it goes into. And that if it's high enough up, it's actually going to get into a place where it can actually be activated in your give a psychoactive effect. And if it's a little bit lower, then it misses that aspect of the blood system and does not get to that aspect. So placement is very important. And you can have all sorts of preparations. If it's already decarboxylated, it can be active. I hope that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
So way up your ass, people. That's that's my takeaway. No, sorry, doctor. You know, we gotta have a bit of humor with this. Needless to say, you know, leave it to Dr. Osoli to come up. His major thing was coming up with a suppository. So my friend always said, leave it to the government. When they finally figured out something with cannabis, it would be something that they'd stick up your ass. So, you know, but of course, people have to also understand medically, the majority of medications over in Europe are done rectally, whereas here in the United States, we tend to be the oral people. So it also depends on what part of the world that you're in, needless to say. So that's, Al, did you have any other follow-up questions?
No, thank you, ladies. It's very informative. Glad to have you come back sometime and do this again. We especially wanted to have a conversation that would be important to our female vets, our sisters. There's a lot of us out there, and so this I'm sure will be followed by them. And thank you again. It's very nice of you to come.
So then, Dr. Williams, please talk about your book and any upcoming things that you have or that you'll be on, or your Clubhouse show.
Absolutely. So I don't know. I feel like there's always something happening, right? But if you wanted to learn more about the stories that I had shared, definitely go to courageincannabis.com. It's where you can see more about the book, as well as see more about our authors. And the book is also available on Amazon and I don't know, wherever, Barnes and Nobles and Walmart, you know, wherever they sell books, right? But if you want to learn more, as well as we're on Facebook and Instagram, and I will be seeing Michael J. Green here pretty soon for Patients at a Time. I'm very excited about this. I mean, I'm excited about it because it's such a great opportunity to really have in-depth conversations on this level with some of the top people in the cannabis space. And so it is June 9th through the 11th in Kansas City, Missouri. It's the subject is the endocannabinoid system and beyond. I believe I'll be really talking about that relationship with cannabis and opioids. So important to be able to have a better understanding about the good and the bad, how cannabis can help, and how it can help with the recovery as well as with maintaining sobriety. And so what I don't know, Michael, what else am I doing? I'm doing other stuff with you. What is going on? I feel like I'm always I'm kind of just following you around. We do a
You
club.
can do all kinds of things with me. What can I say?
We have so much fun. Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, we do, it's on your Reclaim Your Wellness channel or club on Clubhouse, and it's all about courage and cannabis. We bring people that have amazing stories and write books, and Danielle, I would love for you to come on. And we talk about the stories and issues in Canada. Stories motivate me in my medical practice. It's people and how they experience life is what really draws me in. And so to share cannabis stories, I think is inspiring and educational for others. So yes, that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Danielle.
Yes, I have been meaning to pick up Dr. Williams's book because I know some of the authors, including Joyce Gerber. I've been on her show, and I speak with her often on Clubhouse too. So I absolutely am going to put that on my list. And my book is called Weed Mom. It's got a long subtitle, but all you need to know is Weed Mom. It's on Amazon. It's also available through local bookstores if you ask for it. That's always a nice thing to support local businesses if you don't want to support the big A. And I can be found at Danielle Simone Brand on Instagram. Same thing for my website, daniellesimonebrand.com. I do a couple of live talks every week, or conversations. One is Sunday mornings in the Canmom High Society Clubhouse on the Clubhouse app. That's Sunday mornings from 9 to 11 Mountain Time. That's my time zone. But we have people joining us from all over. And then I also do a Wednesday night show on an app called Relevant. You can just reach out to me. Anyone can reach out to me if they want to find those things. And and then one event that I'd like to talk about is next week, Wednesday. I'm having a Canamom social, and it's all online, so women from all over the place can come. It's with a group called Tokeativity. That's like toke ativity, like positivity and toking together. So that's a lot of fun, and we're going to be talking about all things Canamom.
Very good. Outstanding. Well, needless to say, thank you all very much for joining us today. It has been very informative, and again, you are definitely welcome back, the both of you. Anytime, we'd love to have you and further the conversations. I'll pop onto your Clubhouse and check it out for sure, as well as we'll be recommending some books to some friends for the holidays, etc. So thank you all very much. So thank you, Dr. Bridget Williams, Danielle Simone Brand. Our council members, Michael Crowitz, Gage Ansler, Brian Buckley, Al Byrne, Tony Landry, Wade Laughter, Michael Green, Pearson Kennedy Crosby, and George Armstrong, who were here earlier as well. And a shout out to Amy. Sorry you couldn't make it. Much love. This has been the VAC Roundtable number 36, so Women's Health and Cannabis. So we'll be back in 2 weeks. So you can check us out on our VAC YouTube channel, Veterans Action Council YouTube channel, where this will be available and available for sharing and replaying. So thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll talk to you soon.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, bakes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, They offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Cannabis whispers sway to the breeze, under the sun where the heart finds ease, rustling leaves in a vibrant scene, nature's embrace, many agree that the good times roll and shine in this golden dawn that you are mine. Waves of green under the endless sky, roots run deep as the days drift by. We'll sing along with the birds' sweet song in this magic space. We know we belong. Oh, let the good times roll and shine. This golden moment, you are mine. Rolling hills with the sun on our face, every spirit's in this sacred place. Every laugh and every moment we find, with our heartbeat, our souls intertwined. Let the good times roll and shine. In this golden moment, you are mine.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
We're very excited today to have on the spot with us John Burfello. John, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. This is like an honor. Pretty fantastic. And I think I matched the background, same shirt, same color, yellow. I like
Right?
that.
Yeah.
I
like
should
how
be
you
on
did
your
that.
side. I was like, how can I get your background?
You would just blend right in.
Yeah, you
I'd
would.
blend right in.
The green screen might it would look right through your chest, though. You'd be able to see right through there.
Yeah.
Oh, man, you just see all the rosin falling inside of me.
I remember, John, when I first met you, MJ will probably walk through her story in a minute, but I met you down at Lyft in Toronto not too long ago. You came up to our booth 0. We were sitting out there in our unicorn outfits, and MJ was like, "No, you don't know who that is." Like she was almost like rock star level.
Well,
I was like, "Who is this dude walking around Toronto?"
Timmy has no idea. That was actually the first time I got to meet John too, because John lives on the other side of Canada. So I never really had the
Oh, but she
pleasure of
knew of
meeting him.
you.
Yes, I knew of John because it was my very first 420 that I was like, fuck this noise. I'm going to Vapor Central. Matt Murnaugh was running for mayor, I think it was. I'm like, I'm going to go protest. I'm going to walk down the street with everybody. I'm going to go to 420. And it was that 420 that we were handing these things. I'm sure it was many 420s. Now, this one is from Vancouver, 420, I just want to say. This one is the 25-year celebration special anniversary edition. I have quite a few collectibles, which we did talk about at Lyft. But as soon as I seen this device, here, Timmy, do you want to hold the lid?
Sure.
So I fell in love. It's a container, it's a grinder, it's waterproof, it's airtight, it's smell proof. I've dropped these things off the side of the boat and it floats. Like, I can't tell you how many people I've talked about this thing to, and I was like, I gotta know who made this. I
guess it was you. I guess it was
and
you.
as soon
John.
as I Googled Medtainer, it was like John. I'm like, okay. Like, I gotta start. Like, I was like, so of course, when I seen John at Lyft with he was carrying around his bag of Medtainers, I was like, and Timmy's like, what? I was like, it's him. I was like, oh my God, I'm actually going to get to meet him. That's so awesome. So that was my first time meeting John too.
So does that happen a lot, John? Are you a rock star in
You got fans all over. You don't even know.
It's pretty humbling and honoring to be able to touch so many people around the world and be able to associate that and I feel it's what's the best way of saying it? I was in the tip of Mexico, in the middle. In front of me was the ocean. It was 8 a.m. and I go outside and we're looking at the beach and there's no one around here. There's Johnny fucking B. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And you know what? At that point, you can just feel inside of you going, wow, I'm in Mexico. And there was actually a Lyft concert going on. So, of course, there's a bunch of Lyft fans there. They're watching all the videos on Bubble Man's World. And I'm like, fucking, oh my God, it's Johnny B. And that was that first moment when it was kind of like, like you were actually impacting and showing people how much something you're passionate, what you truly love. And people are picking up on that emotion and that story, what you're really truly about. And it's really nice to see how we've affected the nation on our passion about this plant and what we're able to do with it. And when you see that and you truly visualize what you truly mean about, and then when you get at a certain part of the world or you're in the lineup at a Safeway, you hear Johnny B. I'm like,
yeah.
And it's from the videos. It's not so much Medtainer. Medtainer was a part of a big focus of the life, but I mean, it really came down to is the empowerment of growth and being able to the journey of my cannabis journey was really truly it helped me in so many ways. The cannabis community was truly the biggest help of the people like yourselves and everybody that's listening here and the people around that truly are passionate about a plant and they can feel that energy, and I think that's what it was. Is it's the plant gave me the energy, and no matter where I go, it's like freedom. That's why I got the shirt on, right? It's just it's like, and I'm getting excited. And I missed my bong. I have to leave this back up again.
Oh, go for it.
What?
I was just going to ask. Speaking of your cannabis journey, you've obviously been a consumer and an advocate for many years. Do you remember? You remember the first time you consumed and actually got high? Was it a good trip? Was it a bad trip?
Well, I definitely was younger, and you're probably going back to, I'm a young lad, and you know what? I remember it just helping me. I remember it was something that I truly like. Doing your dad.
Medicine, yeah. Don't let us distract you from that a second time. See how easy that was? Heat it up, and
I see that. Yeah. The fact that you got to have a blowtorch with you. Wait, what is that for?
Is that the temperature thing?
This is the Terp Tech. So this is the Terp Tech. This is from Mothership. It's a little digital Terp Tech here.
You just aim it at it?
Aim on the bottom.
Tells you temperature.
Give it that perfect temperature, that perfect tech. So
So you don't heat it up too much. You don't burn
Well, I was always known as the hot dabber.
it. Mm-hmm.
Dab the fuck out videos from Barcelona with Bubble Man, and you know, it's I used to like the hot dab because it helped me with my pain. You know, if a lot of people know me from Medtainer. I was like, you know, I can do the little walk around here because some of the first Medtainers are going back. This is the legend of the first Medtainers are right here. This is
wow.
This is 2012. This is really the beginning stages of Medtainer. Some Broken Coast from High Times, from I got Sons of Anarchy. I got Crooks and Castles, Crowns, and yeah, Vapor Central. Here's an old Vapor Central one.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, just lost that one there. So I'm looking over here and not looking for you guys. I'm busy looking at them, and you guys can't see what's going on here. So as I'm getting all excited, you can see all the different ones here from the original Puff ones. Treating Yourself, the very first of Vancouver 420, stuff like that. So that's kind of like my little memory of the beginning of Medtainer, and my vision, and the whole reason was I wanted to take cannabis around the world, the green one. Because it helped me so much with the smell-proof container to keep it fresh and safe, and to keep my medicine beside me, and I was able to take it wherever I went, because wherever I had, you know, it really came down to is after my fall, I of course filled up my forms and got legal and was able to grow my 49 plants at 10 grams a day. This is in 2005, by the way, guys. So I am definitely an old grower and have been in the system for a very long time. So that's like 17 years of legally being able to grow cannabis in this country. And before that, I've been growing illegally for 17 years. So can you imagine, like, you know, like it's like it's a full circle now, because now I look at it, wow, it's been I've been doing this for 35 years. I'm 49, 50 years old. And when I was 16 years old, at that point, I had been charged for possession of cannabis. And I said I was going to do this legally when I got older and fuck the system, right? Well, yeah, here we are. And 17 years of doing it illegally and 17 years doing it legally. So I pretty much, you know, I've got a lot of stories, a lot of wisdom, a lot of interesting things that I've really realized that when you start digging through the old archives, and I was just showing you guys that we're sitting here dabbing with the rig and everything else like that. But if all you newbies have no idea, but we used to dab from a lighter that we rigged up and put a little piece of metal on there, and you can see this little thing on there. And we'd heat this up. It doesn't work right now, and then you get your pin, you put on there to do a dab, because there's no such thing as a rig. There was no quartz banger. There was none of these things. These didn't exist.
It was like a portable hot knife.
It wasn't. Oh, you're gonna love this. So we're talking about, I was more than that. We did the spoon and the knife. This is 16 years old. This is 34 years old in my hand. I dug out some stuff. I just showed you. I have a rolling tray that I used when I was a kid. So
That's great.
You can imagine little things. You guys remember these old little vaporizers?
Oh my God. Yes. That's crazy.
But of course, I have my volcano down here, right?
Oh yeah, you gotta have the volcano.
Yeah,
you guys got a lot of tools.
Oh yeah.
I've been using cannabis as a medicine my whole life. A lot of people, if I look at when I was younger, were on Ritalin or different things like that, maybe ADHD. But I mean, young John over here was smoking a little bit of cannabis at a very young age and didn't get hooked on all of these pharmaceutical drugs until, of course, his fall, right? And then we'll talk more about that. But
so you knew it was you knew it was medicine right from the beginning.
That's what I mean. It's been a medical journey for me for 34 years. And I know that. And I know that so much. And you can see it. And you're like, how can they ever tell me this is a drug? And I fought for that my whole life. I stood, everybody knows, on stages in front of people. This is my medicine, freedom. And then seeing where it is today, that I could pick up a nano-emulsification drink and get some relaxation, to me is just like,
yeah, it's huge.
I fought for it. You know, I got kombucha drinks. I just finished one. I was ready to grab one, but I got like THC shots. I mean, I got THC drinks everywhere. They're pretty awesome. Here we go. Great for your smoothie. I think they're fantastic. Like, they really are.
Nice.
I love how you said right near the beginning there, you know, when you were like 16, 17, and you're like, when I get older, I'm going to do this legally. Like you even had this vision of like, it will be legal one day. I'm going to get there and I'm going to help it get there.
Yeah. No, I actually can honestly say I had that. I remember I strictly said that. I'm going to do this legally when I get older. I'm going to grow it legally and sell it. And
Wow.
and I was 16 years old, and it was something that I felt that then it was like this. What, I'm not doing anything wrong.
Right.
This is helping me. Like it is today. Like we see this all over the world. Like we see it helping children. We see it helping younger adults, older adults. We see it helping grandma and grandpa with arthritis, whatever it is.
Yeah, I
You
didn't
can't
actually.
deny it now. It's kind of like it's over the top. Like the amount of research I have in the filing cabinets and the information that because I'm unpacking boxes from 15 years ago in the last like couple days, and you're like pulling out these archives, going, "Yeah, I have been doing this my whole fucking life, haven't I?" Because someone said something, because I talked to someone who knew you like 15 years ago, and they had the same story as the guy who knew you last week, because you haven't changed. I'm like, I said, you should talk to my friends from 25 years ago, 30 years ago. Like, things haven't changed, you know? Like, it's always been about the education and the passion of a plant that helps us in so many different ways. And for me, it's always been about growth. And I always say that. Grow your own, grow your life. And cannabis helped me grow through so many different stages of my journey in this life that has been so awesome. You know what I mean? Like, and every time I can think about it, you know what? I can put the fragrance of the strain to a different time of the era throughout my time of life. How about fucking that? I could take the smell of the 80s of those strains, you know, those high sticks that you got when you were a kid that pulled the seed out of. I can envision that strain and that smell, and it will take me back to that era. So that it takes me back to that emotion, to that scent of the strain throughout my life, and all those different strains. When you talk to somebody at my age, we can now put right to that moment. Go, oh fuck, I remember that. I went to that concert, White Snake. You know what I mean? Like all of a sudden, you can place that moment in time, and I think that's what is so great about cannabis is with that smell. You can then place it to a moment in time, and you know what? Smell and emotion and a story is what we're really linked to so much in life. Like as we're sitting here talking about it, we can all smell, we could close our eyes and everybody can now concentrate on that first smell. And then they can associate it to a taste.
I never thought about that because the smell of weed when I first started way back in like the 90s, 2000s, it smelled different. It was very skunky. It was very like,
and I think in the 80s of the Thai sticky of that Mexican funk that I love. I can now place the 80s. I can remember 1986. You know what I mean? Like, I was in school. I had the ripped jeans, had the backwards hat, Metallica jacket. I should put Metallica shirt on me back in a second. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I wear that Metallica shirt every day still. That's one thing about the 80s, right? But that's one thing about cannabis has done so much for me is it's even the 90s, and then I remember the juicy fruits and the grapefruit and stuff like that, and the beginning of the OG Kushes, and coming in the 2000s, we got into he got into a lot of the juicy strains, but the Kushes were slowly coming in, breaking those grounds, because I was always a Kush guy, and then. You know, I was thinking with the blueberry, around the blueberry, that was a very tasty strain.
I feel like I'm missing out on something here because
it all just smells like weed.
we joke all the time. Like she'll be like, she gets so upset when she's like, smell this, and I'm like, it smells like weed. I don't have that. I
just grew, John. I just grew Bruce Banner No. 3 and Blueberry Headband from Humboldt. Two completely different terpene profiles, and I'm like, and he's like, oh yeah, I can tell that they smell different, but I don't smell anything in particular. Like you can't pull out the nodes, whereas like a lot of us can go, oh my god, I smell limonene, or I smell myrcene, or
there's some people like that. They're so on par with those smells. They go, this is limey, this is that, and I'm like, what's it smell like? Really fucking good weed. I'll give it to you now. I go, you know the 90s? Like, yeah, right there. Like, see how I can describe weed to an era. Right? Where a lot of people can go, I got the piney or the maple or this or that. And someone goes, look at my kid, looks just like him. I'm like, how? I doesn't look like you. That kid looks like someone completely different. Is you sure that's your kid? Because I'm that person. You know what I mean? Like certain things I just can't associate with. But I know the fruity or the lemon or the orangey or that OG, that gas, like how you describe your cannabis and what we're, I'm a gas guy. If it works for my pain, I'll say it over and over. I want that kush. I want that smack. I want to open up a jar and do this.
And get hit in the face.
Fuck. You know? Like, fuck.
Does that look
Can
familiar?
you guys smell this with me? Like,
Oh, that's
my
probably really
fucking
terpy.
God. Like, okay, this is pink goo, and it's just another pink kush, but this one's just an over the top good pheno. Bam Span ran this for me, full plant profile, so 73 159. And when I wash things, so people are like, oh, I can't wash like that. Well, it's because you take your shitty weed and wash it, or you take your sugar lift. We used to make bubble hash back in the late 90s, something like that. So we've changed fire in, fire out. So you take everything, you put it in there. If you don't have, I don't have a big enough one, well, then get a little of it. Remember, someone says, I don't have enough weed. We can supply you with 1 gallon bubble bags. You know what I mean? You don't need to have a 20-gallon bag because everybody has 20. Oh, look at those guys.
Yeah.
I laugh because you know what? This is all I used to make my hash with, guys. Look, I still have the spoons in here and everything, along with the beginning medtainers, TY. So this is 2013, 2012. And it's funny because I used to have instead of my OxyContin in here, I'd keep my rolly papers with the rosin in there. See, this is how old this shit is.
Yeah.
Instead of OxyContin, I was using cannabis. I was using oil. I had to use extractions to get off to do the painkillers. So this is another big thing because that's what really helped me get off of a lot of the heavy painkillers was the active forms of THC and those concentrates. And then being able to use like the joints throughout the day would be able to alleviate the pain a little bit, but in reality it was the converted forms of THC, the canna caps. I found the whole canna cap making kit the other day too. It's kind of like memories. Shit, that's 1988, right? You gotta understand we were decarboxylating and activating cannabis, and that was Dr. Hornby, and he started doing that in 2005, 2006, right? So it was 04 or 5. Certain things that happened back then, but I was just like, I'm in archive mode right now because of everything around me. Like you guys, this is a great time to do this because as I'm unpacking a lot of stuff that's being packed in boxes. And when I mean like packed in boxes, I'm taking like, look at how old these bubble bags are.
Oh my.
Look how used they are.
Oh my.
Like you can't tell you I did not make a lot of 1 gallon hash. You know, this is all we had back then because I was a medical patient. I literally could not pull a 5 gallon bag. No fucking way. Not for the life of me. When people say you can't do it, then go for a little one.
Yep.
And I used that thing with my best friend with the plant there right now. As you can see, there's always plants in my life. They're everywhere.
Well, that's great. It just goes to show people that they don't need large scale.
You don't
need a lot of cannabis to do this.
All you need is passion.
Yep. And concentrates are great for people that need that like extra pain relief than like you're saying smoking a joint only.
You can mix a mixer. That's how I used to mix mine. I used to mix it like this.
Yep.
Right? Yep. I mean, it's not like, and then I would strain it and I put it through here. You can still see the hash in there. Right? Yep. I used the sieve and then I put it in the freezer. And then I forgot about it for a year. Wrapped it and then that was the first freeze dried hash.
Yeah.
People laugh about it, but my hash was pistol white. It burned like white as a ghost and it went right through the screen. It's 2013. Yeah. Nice. And that was first the street drying hash. It was an accident. I remember giving it to Skunk Man Sam Day Watson. It was in Amsterdam and had this 3 gallons. He's like, that's fucking killer.
I'm amazing.
I'm like, fucking why is this girl likes my hash all the fuck.
Well, it's amazing how those products are created. Like I remember wax when wax first came out. And I was like, what is this wax? And they're like, well, it was, or butter or whatever. It was like, oh, well, basically somebody was trying to make oil or shatter and they agitated it too much in trying to evaporate the alcohol. And they created this like whipped product. And Buddy was like, well, I don't want to throw it away. So they smoked it.
remember stuff back in the day we called stuff glass because we did some stuff over
Yes.
things. Yeah, I did the glass days. I remember going around and getting really super high. This is awesome. So here, you guys are in the archive lane right here.
What is
We
that?
have some of the first Horatio stuff ever made, the packs. We have some of the first place cannabis cuts, some of the first hashes ever kind of done
Wow.
in certain ways. This stuff is
Yeah.
so old, it's ridiculous. Like this is like
Yeah.
this is hash that's like 20 years old type deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my little box of things that have happened throughout like the first some of the first shatters ever made, some of the first distillates. I'm having fun with you guys right now.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We tried to create medicine and we didn't exactly know what we were doing.
Yeah, like
and
this is some of the first stuff ever made
looks
back in
awesome.
the days, guys. Like, yeah, I know you know how old this is like. Oh man, this is. I feel like I want to smoke that.
take like a little like
Wait,
a dab pen to it. Or
as a newbie though, I know it's
Oh, I can't. I know.
You
I know
can't,
the era
right?
of that. Yeah.
Can't-
He's like, it's too old.
Yeah,
Well, no,
like
it's kind of like I'm excited here right now. I got
like
the
I know
first
it's
place sipped in
nostalgic.
here.
I'm
And you
excited
got some
because
of
you're
the stuff-
excited.
Well, there's some of the stuff you've never seen before, right? Some of the stuff that we've kind of like. It's the first. This is some of the first rosin ever made.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that was soy brown style, and we were. This is me
So
putting
how
it
were
into
you-
a bag and swishing it for the first time in a bag. Never squished in the bag because we were doing it just with the bud and the parchment. So
Were you
instead of
using a
trying it
hair
in bags-
straightener?
I have the original hair straightener.
Okay, I was gonna say because but that was
You wanna
back in the
see it?
day, right? Hair straighteners with the bags. That's why women were so
So-
pissed off at the
But guys
boyfriend.
hated me. I was like investing in Revlon when I did the Death of BHO video before they took it down. It had like 2.6 million views on it.
Yeah.
When they ripped that sucker down. But here we go. Hair straightener days. Hair straightener days.
It wasn't long before somebody said, "I need to make a shop press with heated metal plates, and, like adjusted temperatures."
Well, that's
and-
because we did that one. Here's the original hair straightener.
Look at
You
it.
see it's still duct taped together.
I
I
am
used to step on it.
Yeah.
Constantly amazed. You like the cannabis community takes regular items
Here's the
constantly
next one.
and makes it
I
work.
think MacGyver must have been a cannabis consumer.
It's crazy.
Shit, look at the archives in here, guys. I fucking love this crap. Here's some of the. These are the cannabis. This is when I won my cannabis cup. All the right here. First place for second place for CBD.
Ooh,
And then I got first place for best CBD concentrate right there.
nice.
Yeah, and always knowing is not enough, you must apply. If applying is not enough, you must do that. I live by that my whole life. I've had that.
Wait,
I've had
say that again.
Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, you must do. Bruce Lee.
All right.
That has been my saying through my recoveries, through my life, through my growth, through everything that I do.
Mhm.
Here's one of my that's what Bob High did for me. That made me 420 Weed Master. That's why I was on Instagram for so long. So I had to change it to John Buffalo Official because of the 54 fake accounts. 64. There was another one yesterday. 64.
Oh man.
It's power. It's pretty cool.
I can honestly say that I never ever thought that I would see somebody so passionate about cannabis. Like I grew up in the church. I was you know, we were
But this is
told
my
lies.
passion. Yeah, but your passion was what? Like I believe in God. Like
Yeah, well, I
you're
mean,
right,
I'm
I'm
watching you talk about cannabis like I used to talk about like Blue Jay memorabilia. Like if you ever came to my house and watched like and looked through, I have tickets from like, you know, Blue Jay games from the early 80s and programs. And I grew up in a world that never, I thought
I'm
people.
like looking around. I got the first seed cups and stuff like that. From
Yeah,
seed bank shirts and shit.
I didn't know this
from
was
back in the days.
possible. You're
Yeah,
blowing
but
my
that's the thing.
mind.
Cannabis has been so much a part of his life, and I honestly didn't know it was medical at all until the doctor slapped me in the face, pretty much when I was.
I just gave you. Look at me. It's like smack. What do you mean? It is. If you're
Well,
using cannabis, I'm sorry, you're using it for medical purposes because it's.
I agree.
It helps
I agree.
Shit. It helps everything. It's
Even if you don't know you're using it medicinally, it's still preventative, and
CBD,
completing your
there's 60 cannabinoids
endocannabinoid
plus
system.
in the cannabinoids. There's over 60 different cannabinoids that we have known of. There's probably more that we have no idea. There's the most abundant ones we look at, which is going to be your top 6 or top 8. But now we got into CBGA, CBGC. I mean, there's THCV, THCA. I figured there was a CB3 receptor that I had a hypothesis in 2008 that worked inside the spinal column, helping anti-inflammatory. That hypothesis in 2008 became reality in 2013, and talk about it more today and how it helps with people's spinal cord injury. And that's what I suffer from, and that's why certain strains work for inflammation and anti-inflammatory effects. That's why saving the terps are so important, because those terps help me with my pain. When you put 15 terpenes underneath my nose and one took the pain away, what would change your mind? Would that change your mind? Anybody? You're in extreme pain. They just took out your C4 and C5 vertebrae because you had an accident. You're in all this pain. Your friends come in and they put 15 terpenes underneath your nose. Number 11, you're like, what the fuck? You're pulling it backwards and give me that, because it was taking my pain away. That's when it changed my mind. That's when cannabis really opened up my whole pathway of how the terpenes help regulate the THC to give me the longevity. And that's how I got off my Oxycontin and all my other pills, by using cannabis along with the Oxycontin to give longevity, so they have to make my pills as long. Because the active forms of THC, they don't want to talk about this, but guess what? Patient testimonials can talk all fucking day, right? Shouldn't swear though.
No, it's all good.
That's okay.
He said the patient word.
The patient word, yeah. No, but here
it's okay, you can swear.
But here's the thing, John. Your story and your passion is exactly like when we talk about breaking down the stigma and the people who came from my world and are still around. You know, it's like it's the people's stories, like you're saying. You know, like the personal experience is what helps people understand.
Well, I'm so happy with phone looks and stuff with the other things. You guys showing all this great stuff, right? So,
no, that's awesome.
But this is the whole idea, and this is part of the culture or whatever you're into. Is like, I mean, everybody's like you say, you're into your sports memorabilia. I mean, I used to be into race car driving. I love Dale Earnhardt. You know, I used to have all that stuff, and I still have all my trucking magazines and all my Arnold Schwarzenegger magazines when I was a kid, because I, used to work out and stuff like that. But I mean, through all of that, there's always been cannabis in my life, but it's been a medicinal part, and it wasn't about getting high. Of course, I enjoy getting high. Don't kid yourself, we all do. I enjoy that enjoyment. I enjoy that relief. But I mean, at the same time, it gives me focus. So, I mean, some people treat it different ways, but I mean, that's like anything. And when you look at how a plant was given to us that grows naturally, that helps us every day. Yeah. What I see now, what is lacking is the connection with the patients and the culture that I saw so much over the decade of being in the industry, of going around to all the clubs and meeting with the patients and talking about the strains. And just the interaction of the rolling and grabbing the pipe with the dry sift, or grabbing the dab rig, or getting the joint ready, or getting the rolly, or whatever it was all part of that culture or that interaction with one another. And it seems like legalization took that away from the patients that truly need it. And I see that, because where did they go? I know we got Zoom meetings, we do certain things right now, but I mean, the people that I know so much that were truly interactive, I felt like, I do feel like, and I see it, it's like where the patients go. And I know a lot of the things are being shut down because the medical system that was there is now slowly going away when it comes to that. And you'll see that on all of I hear a lot of talk about how now the products being offered on the medical end for legalization now is slowly like being decreased, because the legalization part, there's so much of it, but then there's no education on it. You walk into a store and they look at all the different strains and you got no fucking idea what it is, do you? It's crapshoot now.
If you don't have an educated bud tender, forget it. But yeah, like I was saying before, I unfortunately just thought I was brainwashed too as a teenager that cannabis was a drug, and that, I was bad for doing it, even though I felt that I didn't see anything wrong with it. I felt good when I did it. I was still in control of myself. But I didn't realize that I was self-medicating for my anxiety and depression until the doctor, like I said, slapped me in the face and was like, you do realize that for the last however many years you've been consuming cannabis as a form of medication. Because my partner at the time was telling me I was a drug addict. So it's
Oh,
hard
don't you like
when
that? Yeah, no,
society
I was
is
told
telling
that
you,
too.
you know,
Yeah.
like it's difficult. We really need to work hard still to break the stigma with certain people. I know those guys.
It's my old rolling tray.
That's awesome.
Oh,
My
nice.
kid. You can see, like, it's like, I mean, come on.
But that's not a rolling tray
That was my rolling
originally.
tray. Oh,
But
no,
you made it a tray. But what was it first? Like a wall sign or something?
I don't know whatever it was, but back then it was like this is a perfect rolling tray.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It flips underneath everything. No one can see it.
Yep.
But I mean, I find it like really hard to remember. Like, I didn't really hide my cannabis use in a sense. Like, even though it was illegal, I felt like it was legal because of my injuries, and I was like, "Fuck the system."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you said you injured yourself.
Yes.
Okay.
Several times.
Okay.
When I was a kid, I hit my foot. I hurt it. I cut my finger when I got older. No kidding. My big accident that really was life changing for me would have been June 23rd of 2005. And that was when I fell 20 feet into concrete.
Ouch.
But if we want to kind of back up a little bit, and when I hit a dump truck head on in 1991, I was using cannabis before that, but I think after the dump truck accident, I used cannabis and I wasn't on pharmaceutical drugs. It was interesting. If I take a look at era and time, and when I was a kid, I used cannabis, and other kids were in school and they're getting put on Ritalin and stuff like that, and I'm over here smoking weed, and I'm like, what's wrong with you guys? You know, and then what really turned in for me is after falling 20 feet in the concrete and waking up, and I was in that extreme major pain. My fall, I broke my neck in 4 places, so I had a C6 burst fracture. So I'm plated between the C5 and C7, and I'm bolted between the C3 and the C6.
Okay.
I completely shattered my arm, so this was all K-wired in, so I still have K-wires left in the arm. So this is all hypersensitive. It's kind of weird. It's where the pain comes in all the time. I broke my teeth. I shattered my ankle. I broke my hip. I had some pretty major injuries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was life changing. And you know, if I speed up today, and I had to write this thing about a month ago about what I would, you know, if I would change, if I would do anything, what would I do at this age and stuff like that. And I wrote down everything I would do, and at the end of it, then I wrote it all out. I said, you didn't change, you were hurt. And then I thought about it, I said, yeah, but it wouldn't be who I am then right now, right? Because it's what defines who you are, and you start realizing who you are and why cannabis was such a big part of my life, and where I started realizing that when I got out of the hospital, this is a big thing for me, is I ate a beautiful brownie from the British Columbia Compassion Club Society. This brownie was made by Paul Hunt, who was the baker, and Paul Hornby was the scientist who was testing and decarboxylating with the 2 Pauls that came up with this beautiful brownie method. That brownie method actually was found out later more of where the brownie method came from, but I won't disclose that till once they're both passed away one day, right? But these gentlemen found a way of being able to activate THC so it bind the receptors to help people who are in chronic pain. And we didn't know that back then. This is new research that about everything and how we eat. Everything today when it comes to it is decarboxylating. That was basically by scientists and people like Paul Hornby and Paul Hunt who sat and researched all this. I remember back in the days when I was sitting in the lab with Dr. Hornby and the new place had came on, which is Harborside. It was Steve D'Angelo. We thought he was the fly on the wall inside the lab because he was doing things that no one had done before, and we were the first ones doing it. Then we got some friends from back in the days. Jason Beckhead came up, and this is he's pretty big in the U.S. What he's doing, fantastic friend. And this is all these days of era when this is just groundbreaking and how it's changed everything. We talked about putting different cannabinoids in bags. I mean, I talked about this, separating it. It didn't exist. Okay, it didn't exist. We were like, I was like crystal ball. I fucking honestly felt I had a crystal fucking ball. 100%, because everything that is today is what, and I say we're going to separate these cannabinoids, dry sifting, everything. I didn't even know about dry sifting, the separation. And now there's different separations. I'm going to be able to separate those gland heads by size, by density. That's going to be new, and it's going to be by cannabinoid ratios. I do believe there's certain things inside of those head and the sizes and the resin glands and the maturity levels. That's why I talk about first bounce and harvesting different levels of trichomes.
Yes, I love that. I do that too.
Everybody knows that. First bounce is very important. Curing, I've done 3-month pain cures, 2 weeks. I'm done curing with dehumidifiers, destroy your resin. I've cured it so many different ways. It's about saving the chirps, and it's about holding that relative humidity level, holding that active water, which is, you don't want to, believe me, I've done this enough. You don't want to keep your relative humidity in your room below 65, because once you put it in a container, it'll be below 55. When you do that, it's kind of taking that thin layer of, say, like saran wrap off of that terpene head, and you're going to smell this fragrant, but that's what you want to taste and feel. That's the aromatherapy. That's the medical effects that you're taking away from what I need. I need that standardized after spending basically my whole adult life trying to standardize cannabis in certain ways, with growing, with lighting, with everything from different nutrients, from Medi-1, from standardization, from decarboxylating to finding that sweet spot. I soon realized in working with Boveda and looking at things and having a nice little water activity machine. It's here somewhere. I was just using it. It's like all these tools are around me. I have water. I have a light meter right here because the sun was running through the sun, and I'm looking at this stuff. See the passion? Like when you love your hockey team or you love your Blue Jays, you know everything about every player, what they've done. I know everything about every instrument and how cannabis is measured in so many different ways. It's stupid because that's like my favorite fucking team.
Yeah.
Your best way of you saying it, but that's how it is. It's my favorite fucking baseball, football team, hockey team, whatever it is, and I know every player. I know how many times they scored, when they scored, how they saved it, what they've done, and when they haven't, I push them to see how they've done it. Okay, how can you do this? That's me growing in my videos, and the 350 plus videos online of me growing my own medicine, because I'm showing you how I've learned. Because I'm curious, like you guys are. That's why we're both so engaged, because we're both curious about one another. You know, like.
Yeah. Well, the knowledge, John, that you must have, because I know it doesn't mean anything to Timmy as you're talking about, Paul squared, both of them, and you're throwing names out, and he's just like, they're just names. But these are
these are the legends in my eyes. When you got the Soma Mission, you got the Franco. You gave me the shirt from Strain Hunters. I remember talking with Franco in 2012, or was it 2013, in Amsterdam. And
see that's like a dream.
And you can hear a pin drop as people were around me, and as they could hear, I looked around me, and I could see I was surrounded by people taking pictures of me and Franco talking, because I had just won first place in Toronto for my medical kush, for Medi Kush, and it was it's a special strain. And Franco loved that strain. He's an indica guy, and we got depth into growing, how indicas grow, and the leaf density, and the patterns, and on the light, and how it shaded this, and
oh my god,
awesome. And I could even, I'm right there because I could smell. It's the smell, and it was like that moment in time.
Oh my god, I'm getting teary-eyed, John. Like you have no idea. Like,
right?
I'm like in Amsterdam.
It was special.
Yeah.
It was a very special moment in my life. Yeah.
I can't even imagine.
Thank you for that. Yeah,
you're welcome.
Yeah,
I hope that when I'm in the industry,
a very special moment in my life of being able to. Let me tell you one thing, and I just read a book. It's called Proximity Principle. You should read it. Everybody here should read it. Wow, I'm sitting here in tears of something. I'm a beautiful man. Franco was an amazing soul, and rest in peace, and all those great people out there, from Jason Wilcox, from Horatio, and from Greg Williams and Michelle Rainey. Wow.
Now you're really gonna make me cry. You're going in deep, aren't you?
Tracy and stuff like that. There's so many people I miss and love so much, and they're in me. The spirit's in me. That vision, that creation, that love, that passion. And it's all in every one of us right here. That's why we have these tears right now, because it's the passion of the plant, right? And the people that you associate yourself with, those memories.
Yeah.
And that plant took me to a moment in time when I was with Franco and talking in Amsterdam in 2013 and being surrounded. And look at that emotion. That's what the plant does to you. That's what a hockey team does to you. That's what your best player does for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what we've talked about before on this thing. Is like I still
Wow,
don't.
this is an amazing interview. I feel so blessed to be able to sit here and talk out loud when you mentioned like the hockey.
I don't
covered
in
tears. Yeah, I know. I'm sitting here looking at him going, I could tell you so much about this player right now who just got new on the team and what he's been doing because he's like fucking awesome.
Yeah.
He's be able to measure everything and be able to get on par and be able to know when the player's got to come to play. Like that's what the Temp
And he showed us the rookie
Well,
with
this
the
is where-
lighter and
this
the
is
metal
where the-
piece.
this is
the
where the
rookie
connect-
was right here. This was the Temp Tech. He came in the beginning. He didn't show us how to do it. He's the Wayne Gretzky, right? But I mean, then we had to have Bill Murray show up.
Well, this is where the connection comes though. Like even though I don't yet know these specific people and these things, I'm drawn to the passion because I understand the passion. My passion happened to be in sports, and so I can I see the tears, and
I'm a
even though
friggin'
I'm not
wreck.
have that connection, I appreciate it and love it. And it's one of the things that has helped me go from like preaching against cannabis to being an advocate because I'm seeing these stories and I'm seeing this passion and I'm seeing
From people
seeing
that are awesome,
real
like-
people. It's been huge.
Yeah, we're real just over here, Sean.
Yeah. And we're not like your typical lazy stoner, like, you know, the stigma seems to stay.
Well, you know what? You know what the whole thing is you can do that with anything and anybody. And the guy that all he does is sit at home and play video games because I see my neighbors when I go on my 5 a.m. walk, kids are still up playing video games at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And then at 2 o'clock, they come outside in their pajamas on, like, oh, morning with a big smile on their face. I'm like, yeah, I remember that fucking days. Yeah, I was stupid. I wish I would have learned what I know now back then. And the adult was 50 was telling me back then to grow the fuck up. I was like, yeah, shut up. I'm like,
Now,
You don't know anything.
Now, when you're talking about going for your 5 o'clock walk, one of the things that I can really relate to you with that I'm super excited I stumbled across was I'm on this health journey to get my, to really optimize my life and seeing you're on like this 100 push-ups a day thing.
Well,
and I'm seeing your pictures of your,
50?
I started
Yeah.
with 50 push-ups a day for 50 days while turning 50. I started November 10th, and on January 31st, and I turned 50 on when I was there. I saw you guys. I never stopped. I went on my morning walks, 5 a.m. when I was in Sudbury, Ontario, -21. I'm on my walk doing push-ups outside. I haven't missed it. The day when that convoy started to go across Canada there at 8:15 in the morning, out on the freeway doing push-ups, showing them doing push-ups and watching the convoy starting. So that was kind of cool for me. I was like, yeah, I'll do it this way. I started my push-up challenge. How about this? Like this. February 2nd of 2021, I walked out. I started walking around. I started doing the Edge program with Tony Robbins, which is a way of just getting a mental stability going. And it was 5 minutes a day of breathing exercises. And I was walking around my house. And I can tell you right now, that was hard for me to do. I can tell you that on September 1st, I could only do 2 push-ups, and I do 150 a day right now. So, and I could do 31 was my max there the other day, and that was after a bong rep. So I figured I'm gonna do a big bong rep and do some push-ups with you guys.
wait, so how many months did it take you to go from doing 2 push-ups to 150 a day?
Would be a year, wouldn't it? Because he said it was
No,
February.
now I started September of last year, so it was September, October, November, December, January, so 4 months.
You know, it's funny because when you were
I've
saying
lost 80 pounds too in the last 14 months.
yeah, you look healthier. And when you were telling the story of like all the injuries and you broke this and you have this, and I'm like, I wouldn't know that from looking at you.
Oh, it's been. I can only do so much, so I have 5-pound weights. People think I'm strong. I'm not. I can't do anything over my head. Certain things. I'm healthy mentally and physically because of just slips, push-ups, and crossovers and bong reps.
Yeah.
Where's my marble?
But even in photos from you from like a year or 2 years ago, you look healthier now. Like
the last year for me has been. On November 21st, 2021. So 14 months ago, I stepped on the scale. It was 222 pounds.
Wow.
And I hadn't been that heavy in a very long time because at one point I used to be 280 pounds. So at one point I've lost over 140 pounds, 130 pounds in my total lifetime now. And I just made a decision. You decide. You make a choice. That's what you have in life. It's called choice. And once you make a choice, if you decide, you can do anything you want. And I was like, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore. I'm going to lose some weight. So I went on a Noom diet and talked about how to teach us about water density foods. Really what it is. It's an extra, it's not a diet, it's just a way of things.
Yep.
And I used that and I went November, and my goal was to get to 200 pounds. I wanted to lose 22 pounds. So I lost 22 pounds in a month. From November 21st, and by the end, by January 1st, I was about 200 pounds. That was my goal.
That's great.
I got there. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
And I started, then I went through some parts in life, and I read a book which was Max Out Your Life with Ed Latin. It was like 5 a.m. club. And I was listening to Tony Robbins, I Am Not Your Guru. And I was like, it's the Edge program. It was a free thing on YouTube. It's 5-day, 10-day little thing. And I took notes and wrote this thing down every day. I'm like, fuck it, I'm getting up at 5 a.m. I started walking around the inside of my living room. And I did it for 5 minutes, breathing exercises. And then out the nose. And on March 2nd, I walked out my front door and I started doing it for 20 minutes a day. So I've been doing it for exactly a year, every day, and I haven't stopped. So I go my 20-minute walk in the morning. I come home, I stretch. I started doing, I remember only doing 10 push-ups, 10 sit-ups, and then 15, and then doing 10, 15 crossovers. And now I do 100 crossovers, 100 sit-ups, and 100 push-ups every day. And I've been doing that now for over 4 months. I have lists of it sitting here. So you got my challenge sitting right here. Here's the other challenge I did over there. Yep. I defined my goals and roles. You know what I mean? I got all these little things, and
you like that. You like this, eh?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
recovery. It's important, and it's a way of getting through to yourself and defining what you're really pursuing in life, and being positive and being grateful for what you have. I'm so grateful to be able to talk to you guys. We're having problems. Look at this. We found another system. We're talking, and look at how great it worked out. I'm thankful for that, and be able to sit here and be able to just share this with you guys. And I look at the way how life has gone through, and like every day I wake up, I'm like, wow, I'm able to enjoy life because of a plant and the people around it that has helped me get through what I've gone through. And we fight more for this plant than we do for world peace. Think about that. We 420s and what we've done all over the world, and we fight for this plant, but we don't seem to fight. We don't have, like Earth Day, we do, but 420s over the years, we've stood up. You see how things have changed with the industry, and it's helped everything. And now we're seeing a complete change with legalization around the world. It's completely revolutionizing. And I remember being on the news. I said, CTV news, and I remember they said, you hear when a tree's falling, you can't stop it. That's what's happened now. Legalization's coming, you can't stop it. This is me saying this in 2016, 2017 on CTV news with Jody Emery, and I remember making the news all the time. I mean on the news a lot, not once or twice. Probably a couple of times. They've been in my garden, CTV news, cops are here, like you name it. We were taking on Health Canada, Jason Wilcox, rest his soul, the stuff that we've done, and all of those things, because we believed in it. It was our passion. We didn't, it wasn't like, it's not like, well, look where we are today. If people around the world keep fighting for something they believe in that is non-threatening, is non-violent, is non-harm, and it doesn't, what's it do? It saves lives. We know that.
I would like to think that if we legalized cannabis worldwide, maybe we would have world peace, because everybody would just be more relaxed and happy.
But when you have world peace, certain ways you look at it, and peace comes within, and if there wasn't chaos, then we wouldn't be excited, would we?
It's true, yin and yang, right?
Yep.
And yang.
You need a little bit of variety and uncertainty, right? You need a little bit of sufficient. You need a little bit of growth, contribution, love, and connection. That's your 6 human needs. Pretty much got that down right there, right?
Yep.
We're in this beautiful wheel of life, and it's a physical and emotional life, and it's definitely it's a career life, and it's definitely a family life, and when you get really down to it, it becomes very spiritual. Yep. And you really look at it, because without you having the spiritual part of it, and then the relationship part, and then your family and your career, we're really and all that comes down to growth and contribution. That's why I love the plant so much, because it gives me growth and contribution. We're contributing to one another right now, and I think it's, you guys make me smile. Thank you.
With with the fitness journey you're on, I'm interested. You're at 100 push-ups a day. Like,
Yep.
are you going to go to 150 for 150 days after this? Where does this go?
Well, you know, the whole thing is I look at this as a life journey. So I get up at 5 a.m. for the rest of my life. When I get up, my clothes are ready.
Yeah, I do.
Get up. Because when I get out of bed, you know, get this one. I get out of bed, I jump down, and I do 20 push-ups instantly.
Nice.
Right.
Get the blood going.
Then I use the bathroom. Right now it's minus 15 out, minus 10. I walk outside in my underwear, and I've been doing that since it's been cold out. If it wasn't, it's an ice cold shower. But I do that after I do my walk. So I always do an ice cold shower every day.
That's what you do.
Yeah, I started that. I get up, I go right to my yoga mat for a half hour.
Yeah.
I hop in a cold shower. I go for a half-hour walk. Come
I do
back.
my walk first thing. I activate the metabolism first thing. And I do that by my breathing exercises. So right away, shoes on, outdoor. Now get this one. You're going to really like this one, my friend. I walk backwards for 10 minutes and walk forward for 10 minutes to retrain the neurons in your head. So the first 10 minutes I walk forwards by breathing. Then I do 10 minutes of incantations walking backwards. And then I walk forwards by now I am the voice. I will lead, not follow my life. I will believe in myself, not doubt. I will create, not destroy.
I love the mentality and what you're talking about in terms of, you know, making that decision. You know, I did that, you know, over a year ago. I just posted a picture on my thing of what I looked like in 2017. And I was blown away. And yoga,
He had chin on chin.
like I was a thin guy who never saw that I was unhealthy, because thin people always think they can't be unhealthy. Like thin can be unhealthy.
It's skinny fat.
And yoga became in that changed my life. On one day, I went to a vegan diet. On the next day, I gave up meat for 1 year just on a dime. It wasn't a slow progression. It was like I'm gonna choose to do this. And now, like you were talking about, right? I walk outside my door now because I'm determined to hit 10,000 steps every day. And it was like minus 21, and it's like I'm not gonna let weather stop me. I'm not gonna I'm just gonna put on another layer, and I'm gonna walk out the door.
Yeah.
You know,
like rain, shine, I don't care what it's doing. I can have an umbrella, put a hood on. It's minus 20. I'll put boots. We're used to it. Summer, I didn't care. You know what? It's called commitment to yourself.
Yeah.
You're only lying. I got a thing on that. When you say you can't, you're lying.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Define your roles and goals. Right? Potential actions, results, beliefs, and certainty.
People do the things that they want to do. They always say they want to do it, but then the moment rain comes and they're like, oh, I'm not going to go outside today. It's like, well, did you really want that goal? Like, what?
Okay, here's the whole thing. When you grow plants and you grow cannabis, it doesn't give you a time. It tells you it needs food, you got to water. You just can't go outside or go to your garage and do what you got to do because you don't feel like it that day.
Right.
I didn't get out of my wheelchair because
I learned that the
I didn't
hard.
want to get out of my wheelchair. I had to fucking do it. Right?
Yeah.
It's
I
like
learned that
a kid
the
that
hard
doesn't
way.
walk. You know, you say, oh, it doesn't walk. Oh, well, we're just gonna. You think the parents, when your kids, and it's not doing that well. We're not gonna let it walk. Then fuck it. Of course, you're gonna keep trying until the kid walks or talks, right? And they're gonna talk properly. You're gonna take it to school. And you're gonna. That's the same with yourself. We put more into our jobs than ourselves. We don't work on ourselves. We don't realize that. I didn't realize it at 50. I'm like, fuck, I got this great thing called myself to work on.
Yeah. You know what's funny? My dad told me this a long time ago. When you're growing up and you're 20, like before 20, you're pretty much invincible. You don't think of death unless your parents are like, watch out for cars. If you think about cars, of you're gonna die if you run out in the street. But other than that,
society, like, got killed.
right? Like, and we're invincible until we hit like 30, and then we start to pay attention to the world. I don't know about 40 yet because I haven't got there. But I know, like my dad says, around like 50, 60, he's really feeling it. He just turned 70. And he said, like, the only thing that you have in life is time. You can spend money, get money. You can get, gain a house, lose a house, get a boyfriend, a job, whatever. But time, you only have so much of it and it's gone. And you don't know when that end is. He said, so like every single moment, make the best of it, make the most of it. And you're huge on that with today sets up tomorrow.
Yeah.
Today sets up tomorrow 100%. I love that. say that because you know what you don't do today, you can do tomorrow. I get up in the morning. I'm grateful for what I've done the day before. Always grateful. I spend 5 minutes of gratefulness and gratitude because what I've gone through. I learned this a lot. Tony Robbins has been in the back of my head since my fall of 28 feet. He got me out of my wheelchair. I wrote signs on the wall. He's always been empowering of this Les Brown, Jim Rohn. These motivational speeches in the morning for like 10, 15 minutes of feeding your mind has really gotten to me where I am today. And I didn't really realize it until you start realizing where you are. And you're like, you know, I was in a wheelchair and they said I wouldn't be walking and I was fucked for life. And here I am going, no, I'm not.
Right.
Yeah. You can do more push-ups than I can do. Sit up.
I'm going to do a bong rip. I'm going to do 20 push-ups. My cat's going to watch me too.
Nice.
But I mean, it's really, yeah, you have to do it. Yeah, and it really comes down to your health and fitness and really just setting daily goals, daily agenda. And, you know, like 420, I love doing a bong rip. It's 342. There's a 42 in there.
Nice. Well, it's 420 somewhere in 8 minutes, I think.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the journey you're on, and I appreciate the you started this whole conversation off pretty much with, you used the word growth almost immediately, and there comes a point where people, they stop growing, they settle in, and I think that's so sad.
Yeah. Well, even that child that like John was saying that didn't learn how to walk. The interesting thing about children is even if you sat a child down every time they tried to walk, they would still continue to try to walk.
They're not going to stop.
They want to learn.
Yeah.
They want to grow. I don't know at what point.
At one point, fear takes over, and we stop taking risks.
I think it's after school, after college, when we actually go out into, like you're
You know
saying,
what it
work
is?
for somebody else.
You know, you say, you know what stops us? What this, I thought it just came out of me. I was like, cat meow. Oh my God. You know, already done it. Not wisdom, but what stops you is fuck. How come I can't say the word? It's not knowledge, but it's called, once you do something over, you get used to doing something. So what is that called? Come on, think about it. Come on, guys.
When you get used to it.
Repetitiveness? No. Comfort.
You know,
Comfort, complacent.
Complacent. It's like you already know, like you're used to something, so you don't try it anymore. I've already done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, you can't do that. I've already done it that way. You're doing it wrong. You know what I mean? I've already tried it. So this is why.
So they're like
when
set
someone
in
say
the
this is
way.
why God makes history with young people, because you know old people got too much knowledge, too much wisdom. Oh, I've already tried it. It doesn't work.
Right.
That's how we are. You get comfortable. You
Yeah.
stop growing inside. Don't forget the 6 human needs, in my opinion, is growth and contribution. Because when you're growing inside and contributing to others, you'll keep growing and keep contributing. You'll keep growing and you'll keep living your life. But when you stop growing and stop contributing, you start dying. That's with business. That's with life. And I see that in business and seasons and in everything that you see in life. You got to continue growing your life. And no matter what that is, the plan helps me grow every day. New strains, new divisions, new growth patterns, new everything. You'll never take that away. And when I can, I help you get growth by talking with other people and educating each other. Like our growth and contribution and connection is certainty.
Yeah.
I wrote it down as part of like my everyday, right? It's kind of like that's what gets me going every day is this growth and contribution, of to connect with people and talk about this. And even if that little frustration not being able to get the one TV to work and jumping on here, and I got a laptop over there, and I'm like, this is awesome, right?
Yeah. No, I'm actually kind of glad that we couldn't get the computer to work and we went with the cell phone, because we got a tour around your place. We got to see some awesome memorabilia, a trip down memory lane. That's like, I really appreciate you taking the time today, John, to sit down with us and help grow
you guys
us.
being able to offer the education to others and seeing what we're truly, you know, what the medical community is about, what is truly done for the patients. And like this plant is, I mean, like, do you think the pharmaceutical drugs would have, I mean, where do you go when the system fails you? That was a big article with Ken Mooney back in 2005, 2006, and that's what it was. The system was failing me, and where do you go? I went to the cannabis community, guys, and the community held me and took me in.
Yeah.
And we were able to start, and I was part of the members rep. We're starting that community with Green Cross and holding the patients and talking about decarboxylating and activated forms of THC and how it help bind the receptors and help them with pain by using natural GABAs and tyrosine and D-phenylalanine. And if you're working out, we use all the different amino acids that affect us different ways to help with the building blocks and the branched chain amino acids along with cannabis to help with your better growth from your whatever, you know what I mean? That's what called injuries about, man. You got to learn how to heal. And cannabis plays a huge part of that. It helps you with the PTSD parts or the pain, whatever you've gone through because of whatever happened to you. They don't want to talk about that. But when you get hurt, something's happened to you. And that alone is trauma, no matter whatever it is, because you're in a recovery spot of your life. So if you lost your life condition, doesn't match your blueprint anymore. And that's one thing they don't teach you in life. And that's one thing I just recently learned. I wish I would have learned this when I fell and got hurt 18 years ago. They didn't teach me about my life condition matching my blueprint, which is what you're able to do and what you actually want to do. So when I got hurt, my life condition matched my blueprint, and I kept striving for that blueprint that my life condition would meet.
Yep.
And it's really what we all learn in life. And I'm happy to talk about you with this. And I like how you're kind of engaged because it is. We've got to look at our life condition to match your blueprint. And understand that whatever you can do, you got to make sure that your blueprint matches that, your capabilities can match that blueprint. Because when you can't, that leads into depression, despair, and all these other bad things. So you realize that in your morning walks, in your incantations, and your breathing exercises, and your cold showers.
I was actually going through it's funny because my condition is IBS and I kept trying to fit into a 9 to 5. I also have chronic coccydynia, which is just a fancy name for a warped tailbone. It's like crooked. So I can't sit for too long too long. So to sit at a 9 to 5 job just doesn't work. And I went to school to be an admin assistant. So that was the job, sitting in an office from 9 to 5. I had to figure
You
out.
see this book, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you want to get this book. It's Built from Broken. This is one
Broken.
book.
Okay.
Very, very good book.
Okay.
Very, very good book. Really good book. And then the other one, the one that I'm running on right now, because when you live with these conditions, because we don't call them conditions. I would say, oh, I'm disabled. And then I was told very firmly, you're not disabled, John. You are handicapped, and don't worry about it. You walking with it. But here's another one that I'm just starting right now. And this one is the adultery program. This one's pretty damn starting.
Pain-free.
Yeah. So these are two books that that's what I'm talking about. Like I got books everywhere on managing chronic pain, pain management. No matter where you go in my house, these books are pretty much everywhere because you want to educate yourself. But I mean, it's kind of like, but I do the same thing by. This is awesome. You guys are in my house. You get to see everything. I got little signs everywhere, but I mean, I have all my books here, right? All my cannabis Bibles, every single one, the previous diseases and everything here, all the new ones, all the cannabis and chronic pain and marijuana and cannabinoids for research and stuff like that. You guys can see this, right?
Yeah.
That's good. So, I mean, that's the reading material. I mean, that's what we do. It's kind of like people study things. Oh, I can see myself there. This is cool. And then here's the old filing cabinet with all my stickers over the years.
Nice.
Like this whole filing cabinet's full of stickers, guys. Like you're talking like 30 years of stickers.
You got some relics then.
Oh yeah, all the way down, all the way around. And I got that because Ted Smith had them on his wall at if people don't know about this, Ted had oh my god. I'm drawing a complete blank of his club. It was the first compassionate club basically in Canada, along with BCCS, Victoria Young Compassionate Club. And wow, I can't believe I'm drawing a blank, and I don't know why. Hempology used to do Hempology 101 and stuff like that. These are some old art guys that a lot of people don't know about, the people who basically paved the way for legalization, educating at all of the colleges. We were talking on stage at UVic, so it was University of Victoria, and Ted had little meetings there all the time. He used to talk on stage with Paul Hornby, and he had a compassionate club for patients, and he did all this stuff with Owen Smith and took all the court challenges, and that would have been involved with Kurt Tucson, John Conway. People know about all these cases, Matt Barron,
Yeah.
So this is all this. Yeah, I went to all of these court cases. I remember sitting in courtrooms. So,
Well,
It's
John,
been a long fight for sure.
yeah. Well, then apparently the fight's not quite over, but I'm pumped by your passion about the plant, about life, about growth, that whole philosophy, and it's been a real pleasure to chat with you today.
And to anybody who's listening, if you would like some motivation and to see exactly what it looks like to take control and action in and actually grow, check out John.
Yeah,
for sure.
absolutely.
On Instagram, because 5 o'clock every morning he's up.
every day.
That's
Every
awesome.
morning. I'm 365 days going out the door. I've been doing it for over 360 over a year.
Wow.
I'm on a 10-year plan till I'm 60. I want to do a 6-pack when I'm 60. I want to bench press my weight when I'm 60. That was my plan.
Yeah.
So that would be, I've got 10 years to go. So it's a pretty good goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm on a 35 by 50. So I turn 50 in a year and a half, and I want to be able to hit some average metrics, physical health wise, of a 35-year-old. I want to be able to stand side by side with a 35-year-old and compete.
You know what I find? I find now at being at 35 and now at 50 and where I was in life at 35, it's easy at 50 to compete with a 35-year-old because 35-year-old doesn't know what they're looking at. At least at 50, you know what you want. You know the body that you're looking for. At 35, you think this is what you want. You know what I mean? That's
why.
This age, it's kind of like now I can look back at life and go, I'm getting more wiser. I've got a lot more wisdom. I have a lot more knowledge of where I've been and where I was at 35. Was I wanted to do this.
Yeah.
But for me, I was recovering. So for me, it was a different. The last 15 years of cannabis has been a huge part of my recovery, and I think that's why it's been a big part of my life. It's such a big passion.
Yeah.
And before that, it was always part of my life because it was basically my medicine without me really knowing it until I started realizing that more and more in the last 10, 12 years, realizing that cannabis has been a medicine for me my whole life. And I think as we go into the future, it should be in our Cheerios for our kids, CBDs, maybe not too much the THCs because of the euphoric effects, but a lot of the different cannabinoids are building blocks to our general well-being every day, homeostasis, right?
It's a good goal to have.
We've debated often as mothers, would it really be wrong to give your child a brownie before bed? I mean, of course, none of us have ever done it, but I mean, we've discussed it.
Well, the whole thing is when you look at it, the body has its own THC, and we know that through anandamide and 2-AG. We get into the neuroscience of it. We should have another meeting. We should do another interview.
Yeah, we should, for sure.
We have so much.
I know you want to keep it down to a certain time, and
we're gonna do a part 2.
We're gonna do a part 2, absolutely, John. This has been the fastest hour, one of the fastest hours I've experienced.
Yeah, me too. I was like,
and we've laughed.
How can I talk for an hour? I'm like,
it's funny. We've laughed. We've cried.
We'll do part 2 for sure. I want to connect the end of the show with the beginning of the show, and that was with goals. You had a goal back when you were young, and you said, I am going to, when I grow up, I'm going to, we're going to hit legalization, and I'm going to do this, this, this. And you did that. And now you're talking about your physical goal, and you're 60. No chance in the world you're not going to reach those goals either. Really inspiring, really encouraging. I love following you on Instagram since I found you. And thank you so much. And we will do part 2. As long as you're excited about it, we would love to do it.
I want to do part 2 because I want to talk more about what I've been dreaming and really working on, which is the SIW, my thing about Medi-Centers and helping patients around the world and education on pharmaceutical drugs, the true needs and what's going on with cannabis. And you know what, that's the more to come with that, and talking about, getting this information to people, patients around the world, and how we can do that. Because it's something that's been a dream of mine, and being able to actually facilitate people with that, what they need. And I think it's more or less, dreams become realities because I keep pushing hard every day to get that to the patients and the people. And I think that could be part of part 2. So I can't wait to talk to you guys more about the future of what cannabis and the future of what we could do for patients and the education and what we all can do together and what we've already been doing. But I think it's just I just don't think we know how to, but I think there might be a way of doing that with how things have changed. Like, world's changing and the digital world's opening up, and we're able to now touch each other and talk and be real, which is amazing. Now we could truly do some work. Really.
So awesome.
And we need it. That's what we need,
yeah,
the
it's
education.
pretty exciting. Thank you guys so much for
Oh, no
having me.
problem.
No, thank
Blessings
you.
to
Stay-
all the people
everybody
listening.
listening and watching, the links will be below in the description of both YouTube and a podcast form. Connect with John for sure on Instagram, and stay tuned because part 2 is going to be a quite the roller coaster as well. John, thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you very much, guys. Peace.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is,
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
you just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the hackles. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump access stopper. Right. Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old and I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's March the 20th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News of Cannabis in Psychedelics news source found here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Let's see. As you notice, I'm by myself today. Cindy is on the road. She's actually probably anytime now heading to the Toronto airport and heading to BC. Yesterday or last 3 days, she's been in Toronto. And yesterday, the two of us got together for a short visit. I was actually in the city of Toronto. I drove down there and endured the traffic. So normally a 2-hour drive, but it took me 3 hours just due to the traffic to get there. And I went down to visit Marco Renda, Treating Yourself magazine. You can see the big poster there behind me. Treating Yourself had the magazine, as I mentioned, as well as the expo. So I was in Toronto visiting Marco. And to give everybody a bit of an update, you may or may not know, but Marco is dealing with liver cancer right now. And he's in the hospital in Toronto, dealing with some internal bleeding issues that they hope to have solved, and they will know more in the next few days. And if everything goes right in those next few days, he will be heading home and back to the house where he was at before going to the hospital. And obviously he will be having some, care and stuff like that while he's at the house. And, moving forward, going from there. So just so everybody knows, he says hi to everybody. And if you've got a few minutes and you're a friend of Marco's, reach out, send him a message, say, hey, buddy, whatever. Maybe even send him a request to see if, you got a few minutes to take a video call. Maybe you're in British Columbia, or maybe you're in Europe, or maybe you're in the USA, but you were friends of Marco's. Maybe send them, like I said, a short little message. I know some people might be concerned about bothering him. If he has time and he's up to it, he will contact you, respond back to your message. And if he doesn't, you've reached out to him, he's more than likely read your message. And it's always nice to hear from your friends at this time of your life. It's something that as we're getting older, we're all dealing with. So alrighty, people, if you have any questions, send me a message, but best yet, reach out to Marco, say hi, how you doing? All right, other than that, I am going to get started with the news. I've got 8 stories for today. I'm just looking at them here. We're in Canada, we're in the US, and we're going to be talking about, obviously, the legal market in some parts of things, and we'll be dealing with psychedelics with a few stories as well. All right, so here we go. First story of the day, and it comes to us from StratCan. The headline says, legal cannabis plants do not void policy rules, the BC Court of Appeal. This is something a lot of patients have worried about over the years, and we're going to get into what exactly, and this is important, this is an important story, and what it all entails. BC Court of Appeal judge has sided with the man who previously had an insurance claim denied due to a small legal cannabis grow site in his home. In a ruling posted on March the 14th, the judge found that a previous court decision that sided with the man's insurance company was incorrectly interpreted, allowing the appeal. The man had appealed an order of the Supreme Court of British Columbia from 2021 that denied his coverage after a 2017 kitchen fire that was unrelated to his cannabis grow operation. Now, a lot of times people always said, patients, they have insurance on the house, but the insurance may not cover it if there's a fire, no matter where the fire comes from. And this is what happened here. Fire unrelated to his cannabis grow, and they denied his insurance because he has a grow in the house, and it had nothing to do with it, and they still denied it to him. The appellant Anthony Bussato lost his home in Beachland, BC to the fire. A claim he made to his insurance provider, Core Mutual Insurance Company, was denied due to the discovery by the insurer that the man was growing approximately 25 plants in his home. Sounds like he had a license for like 5 grams a day. Although the plants were authorized, so they're illegal, they're licensed under, from Health Canada, and he had been insured by Gore, the company, since 2014. The insurance provider denied his claim for compensation for his loss. Gore, in their denial, pointed to an exclusionary clause in the policy that did not allow cannabis cultivation on the property. Bussato sued the insurer, but the judge in the case sided with the insurance company. In the appeal, the new judge ruled that the first judge erred in the ruling, saying it was based on a previous court case, which the appeal judge said was not relevant as they dealt with illicit cannabis production. The first of those cases involved the illicit production of cannabis extracts rather than a legal licensed medical grow operation, while the second dealt with a 300 plant operation that the owners made efforts to hide. See, here they go again, comparing illegal grows with legal gardens, and they've done that in court cases in the past, and they get shot down every time, and it's great to see the judges shot him down here as well. Bussato made no such efforts to hide his small grow operation. In addition, even after denying his claim for a supposed breach of policy, Gore did not cancel Bussato's policy and continued to collect payments. They're collecting payments, but they deny his claim. Since the applicant's cultivation was not illegal, nor did it create unusual risks, the appellate court reasonably expect the exclusion did not apply, wrote the Honorable Judge Winningham. In part of their decision, they go on to say, I accept that the appellant did not give evidence about his expectations, but it is reasonable for an insurance company to expect that an exclusion, which is drafted in a way that targets illegal activity, would now apply to illegal use of property? Way to go, judge. Now, the appellant goes on to say, from the judge, the appellant was using medicinal marijuana to relieve chronic and debilitating pain experienced following back surgery. Now, he had sought and obtained a license that was permitted to grow up to 73 plants. He only had 25. Christ, he only had a third of what he's allowed to grow. While not determinative, the cause of the fire had nothing to do with his marijuana plants, as the trial judge found, and there was no suggestion that the appellant misled or misrepresented the insurer in any way. Further, the judge relied heavily on an underwriter's evidence from an Ontario case where the same exclusion was at issue in a different circumstances. In my view, these circumstances support a finding that it would be unjust or unreasonable to give effect to the exclusion the judge has ruled here. There you go. Patients, once again, having to go before the courts to battle for things that are legally right. It just is not right. All right, just so you know, I got a message from Cindy. She says, good morning. And she says she's on her way to the airport. There you go, Cindy. Have a good trip. And we'll talk to you, I'm sure sometime when you're out west. So, yeah, there you go. Legal patients, once again, getting shafted. And it's just not right. We're fighting all the time. All the time. No. Okay. On to my next story. It's just been one of those mornings, people. So here we go. Next story up. This comes to me from MJ Biz Daily. Will marijuana rescheduling happen under Trump? Industries doubts grow. Here we go. So do mine. President Donald Trump's choices over his first 50 days in office, including appointments to lead the federal drug and health agencies, are sowing serious doubt that marijuana status under federal law will change anytime soon. That's the gloomy vibe lurking outside the U.S. Capitol and seeping into C-suits as the marijuana rescheduling process began in October 2022 by former President Joe Biden. Now it's on hiatus due to the change in government. For those remaining hopeful, the belief is that the Trump administration might do something before the end of the year. But skeptics wonder if the administration will simply cancel the process to downgrade cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. All in all, so they say here from U.S. Rep. Dina Titus, says that all in all, so far, the actions of this administration have not matched President Trump's previous rhetoric in support of cannabis rescheduling. Dina is the co-chair of the Congressional Cannabis Caucus. Now, despite near constant victories in individual states, with some recent exceptions, the federal marijuana policy reforms that many companies say are vital to achieve probably remain exclusive. Most executives and operators in the $32 billion U.S. regulated cannabis industry present a brave face in public, despite acknowledging privately that the tax relief provided by moving rescheduling cannabis won't happen anytime soon. Washington's lobbyists are nevertheless holding the line. Trump endorsed both adult use legalization in Florida and federal rescheduling during the 2024 campaign. And there's no reason to believe the president has changed his mind. But according to Doug Culver, the senior vice president of public policy at the U.S. Cannabis Roundtable, he says, we are still taking the same policy position as we have since the election. The president has clearly stated his support for cannabis reform, for rescheduling, for banking access and states' rights. We have every expectation that he'll follow through with his commitments. It does appear the cannabis industry has more access to the White House than ever before. For example, Crystal Labs CEO Charles Buchtel and True Love's cannabis CEO Kim Rivers attended the Trump's inaugural ball. That's a much closer tie than anyone in the cannabis space apparently had been with the previous administration. But skepticism that rescheduling will resume, or if it does, yields a helpful outcome, is more and more widely held. Other lobbyists and observers told MJ Biz Daily, and they're also creeping into public disclosure. Perhaps the most prominent voice so far is Ken Culver, CEO of major multi-state operator Green Thumb Industries, who said during the February 26th earnings calls that at the moment, it's hard to think anything will fundamentally change at the federal level. Green Thumb representatives did not respond to MJ Biz Daily for a follow-up comment, but the company's prognosis, not a popular opinion, Culver says, is based on public data points, such as Trump's appointments, including Terrace Cole, a longtime Drug Enforcement Agency, Administration official and cannabis skeptic, to lead the agencies. I know where these people are coming from because I agree with them. Cole's most recent role, observers note, was serving in Virginia's Governor Glenn Youngkin's Secretary of Public Safety. Virginia is notable for being the only state to have legalized adult use cannabis without approving a retail market. Critics told MJ Busy they hear Cole's voice in Youngkin's public statements as he vetoes bills that would have regulated cannabis sales, and they wonder if Trump might take similar cues from his top cop or his top drug cop if Cole is confirmed by the Senate. Other negative signs, including a flip-flop on cannabis reform by new Health Secretary Robert Kennedy, After voicing for support for cannabis during his failed presidential bid, Kennedy told senators during his confirmation hearings he'd defer to a apparently hostile DEA on the matter, while separately promising anti-marijuana Republican lawmakers that he'll study the risks of high THC products. However, cannabis rescheduling could become a distant fading memory if one factors in recent hostile acts towards cannabis research and Trump's Truth Social post in September, in which he endorsed medical cannabis and scheduling cannabis, therefore offering hope for tax relief from regulated businesses and more reform. Regardless of their overall, IMJ Biz Daily all stressed that it's still early days for Trump's White House and nobody seriously expected significant movement immediately. Now, we certainly knew that the first 100 days would not be our window, says Shanta Penny, the executive director of Coalition of Cannabis Policy, Education, and Regulation. He goes on to say that I think folks are stepping into the reality that this is not going to be a quick win, some boasted. They're finally understanding that this is going to be very, very slow process at best. One angle some advocates want to pitch to the administration seemingly bent on dismantling the Biden's camp accomplishments is for Trump to serve as the corrective. Under Biden, the DEA appears to have gone rogue. As documents from the Department of Justice Office of Legal Counsel released last spring show that the agency argued eternally against Health and Human Services finding their cannabis has a currently accepted medical use. In the months leading up to the highly anticipated rescheduling hearing, critics say the DEA stacked the witnesses list for the hearing, which they did. I don't doubt that whatsoever. Been reporting on that. They said this presents a twofold opportunity tailor-made to appeal to Trump. Do something popular, something that the Biden administration would not do. So the question of priorities remains. Trump's style of governing also could work in the cannabis industry's favor. In the past, most constitutional scholars agreed that the administration process Biden launched is how the executive branch could bypass Congress and reclassify cannabis. But in the unpredictable gloves off Trump era, rescheduling cannabis or removing it entirely from the Controlled Substances Act list via an executive order is another option. However, that presupposes cannabis ever makes it onto a Trump to-do list. They say everything else that's going on in the world, I don't know if cannabis is a high enough priority for Trump, according to Kat Backer, who is the director of drug markets and legal regulation at the New York-based Drug Policy Alliance. And in the end, he says it's definitely not a high enough priority for the Republican Party. So there we go. Who knows? All we can do is wait and see what happens. It's unfortunate. Yeah, and the last administration, the DEA on that obviously was working against rescheduling. And as the article says, though, unfortunately, some of the picks don't look encouraging. So all we can do is wait and see what happens, because it is a big thing. And they talk about state rights, which is something I personally don't like, because there's still that people would still get busted because certain states would still have things illegal. Would the federal government jump in for people crossing borders with cannabis? Right now, for example, even from different countries, I can go across the U.S. border with my medication, but I can't go across the border with my cannabis medication. Why not? Should be able to do that. If it's federally illegal, maybe it would be, but on a state right situation, it wouldn't be. Then you can have some states would have dragtarian laws, and other states where people will be prospering. So there'd be unlevel field of legal cannabis across the U.S., and that's not good for anybody. So, all right, on to my next story of the day. Headline from the business of cannabis is a cannabis market. Study reveals price, not store count, drives usage trends. Yeah, people can afford it. They're going to go buy it, right? You can have a store there. It doesn't mean people are going to buy it. The price of cannabis has more significant effect on consumer behavior than store count, according to a newly published study on the Canadian cannabis market. Published in the European Addiction Research, exploring associations between cannabis prices, stores, and usage after recreational legalization, examined trends from 2019 to 2023, in which time legal cannabis stores increased 13-fold, while prices dropped by 28% on average. Now, since 2019, 1 year after Canada legalized cannabis for adult use, the number of licensed cannabis stores jumped from 250 to over 3,500 in 2023. According to the study led by Michael J. Armstrong of Brock University, this only had a limited impact on overall cannabis use. By analyzing government data on cannabis use prevalence, product choices, and age of initiation across Canada's 10 provinces, the findings show that cannabis use increased among women and people aged 25 and older and over, but there were no significant changes among men and adult ages between the ages of 16 and 24, and the percentage of daily users remained largely consistent. However, the study also found that lower prices correlated with increased consumption among older adults and women, as well as a shift from dried cannabis to edibles. Furthermore, the average age of first-time users increased over this period, which is attributed to both lower prices and store availability. And this flies in the face of studies from the U.S., which implicate a direct link between the store's density and usage rates, suggesting Canada's dual online and physical store sales models may have softened the impact of store volumes on consumption behavior. I don't know. But yeah, obviously, having more stores does help access. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, the price is there. People are going to go there. The price isn't there. They're just going to keep going, right? To some other place, or they just stop, or they'll stop buying. So all we can do is, I guess, see what happens on their next report. All right, heading to my last story of the first break, and here we go, or the first segment, however you want to call it. Here we go. Headline says DOD commits $9.8 million to study psychedelics for active duty troops. This comes to me from the militarynews.com website. And it goes on to say officials at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center confirmed they will receive one of two $4.9 million grants from the Department of Defense to fund a study of MDMA, the active ingredient in the street drug known as ecstasy. And this is according to the Military Times, some emails there. The psychedelic medicine will be given to active duty Army personnel with mild to moderate post-traumatic stress injury to study the physiological flexibility patients experience as a potential mechanism of MDMA's therapeutic effects. The second grant, provided as part of the 2024 Defense Appropriations Act, will fund a separate MDMA-assisted therapy study done in partnership between Emory University and StrongStar, a medical consortium and training network based in the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio. While the U.S. government first conducted illegal experiments with psychedelics on soldiers half a century ago, this new study marks the first ever trial of MDMA for the treatment of PTSD. We're calling it I as an injury versus a disorder in active duty soldiers. Now, Major Aaron Wolfgang, the head of inpatient psychiatry at Walter Reed, who specializes in treating PTSD, will be the lead author and physician of the double-blind placebo trial. Wolfgang is the first author in a systematic review and overview of the MDMA and MDMA assisted therapy featured in the January issue of the American Journal of Psychiatry. The article, written by a cohort of leading psychiatry researchers, describes common misconceptions about MDAs due to its close association with classical psychedelics like LSD, psilocybin, and mescaline. And I'm going to say probably raves as well, the parties out in the middle of the bush with the big thumping music and all that. So, unlike other psychedelics, the paper says MDMA uniquely induces pro-social subjective effects of heightened trust and self-compassion while maintaining ego functioning as well as cognitive and perceptual lucidity. This apparent gain of function suggests what advocates for the legalization of MDMA have been saying for decades. The medicine is uniquely positioned to be a breakthrough therapeutic for post-traumatic stress injury and other depressive orders. The new study expects to enroll 91 active duty service members, not anticipated for redeployment. Each participant will receive 3 MDMA dosing sessions between 3 and 5 weeks apart over the course of 10 months. Participants would receive their preparatory sessions before the first dosing session and 3 integrated sessions after each dosing session. Unlike other MDA assisted therapy, psychedelic assisted therapy long-term studies like this will be one of the first that I'm aware of to incorporate long-term follow-up that remains double-blinded, which will provide us with higher confidence data, according to Wolfgang. The pharmaceutical company Lykos Therapeutics, formerly MAPS BPP, made a major push back in December of 2023 for MDA to receive the FDA approval. When approval was denied in August of 2024, the result came as a shock to advocates for psychedelic assisted therapy, many of whom were veterans and their family members. Now, according to Jonathan Lubecki, he's a veteran who served with the Maritime Corps Bravo Battery 15th Battalion. He says, I think the PTSD should be treated while you're in service, not force you to decide to stay in or get out in order to receive the care you need. Now, last June, Lubecki provided testimony at an FDA public hearing where he credited MDMA assisted therapy, which he underwent in 2014, with allowing him to truly live quality life, people, for the last decade, and weather many of life's traumatic experiences long after returning from his deployment. Wolfgang believes the military will have more success in evaluating the legitimacy of MDMA assisted therapy. And it says here that the history of MDMA and the military runs deep. An animal toxicology study of MDMA was done by the U.S. Army Chemical Corps in 1953 and 54 as part of the secretive Edgewood Arsenal experiments. Jeez, so they were doing it way back then, and now they're still like. Back then, it was obviously done quietly, and now it's out in the open. So hopefully, they get some better results or some good results that will get approved and allow veterans access to the medicine that helps them. It only makes sense. All right, people, it is time to take a commercial break and time to hear from our sponsors. And other than that, you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education and News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers. Plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, welcome back to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I got 4 more stories to go before I call her a day. So before we get to that, first story. Headline there from StratCan says researchers at a Vancouver college want to find the best pre-roll in Canada. Be interesting to find out who wins this contest. Researchers at Langara College's Applied Research Center in Vancouver recently began collaborating with BC cannabis, BC-based cannabis producer Pure Sun Farms to discover what makes the best pre-roll. The work, which launched in January, is one of several announced projects at the college's Applied Science for the Canadian cannabis industry, which are supported by $4.7 million in grants from the federal, provincial, and private funders, including companies like operating in the cannabis space, such as Pure Springs, Avacana, and Jazz Pharmaceuticals. Cannabis researcher Marcus Rogan tells the Langara Voice that this cutting-edge research is relatively unique, since few companies test the consumption process of their products. Rogan says, if you smoke the same joint 5 times, you'll see that they'll behave slightly different. Burn slightly differently, you don't see that with a cigarette. Rogan and his fellow researchers are using a mechanical lung they call Carl to mimic the act of smoking in a controlled setting. One of the goals, he explains, is to balance the effects of THC and terpenes throughout the whole joint. He says that how much THC, how much CBD, how many terpenes you inhale per puff, and for the whole joint. He says that we'll see all this stuff in these tests. Cannabis pre-rolls have been gaining market share in recent years, although quality continues to be a challenge for industry and consumers alike. The number of units of cannabis pre-rolls delivered to stores in Ontario surpassed dried flower in early 2023, with that trend increasing in the first half of 2024, according to the most current data. Another cannabis lab has undertaken similar research into vape pens to better understand the realities of the impact of the use on the hardware. Laguerre's college campus cannabis research will continue into 2026. The college was awarded one of the largest grants received by a post-secondary institution in British Columbia for cannabis research in 2021. The ASCCI research project received a grant of $2 million from the Natural Science and Engineering Research Council and $1.3 million from the Canadian Foundation of Innovations. The research addresses questions of importance to industry, such as what is the genetic basis of cannabis varietal designation? What is the relationship between varietal and compound production? How can new varietals be developed in a targeted way? According to Kelly Savison, she's a chair in Applied Research Center at Laguerre College, and she says connecting industry, college researchers, students, and other institutions. This program will leverage federal funds to build competitiveness in the sector and develop skilled people in the field. Now, people are always saying we need more research, and we do need more research. You know, this is research, but I think a lot of the people are looking for research as far as the medical research. It's nice to know how a joint burns and getting the perfect joint and all that stuff and so on and so forth. I know that my joints all burn away at the same time. They don't canoe or anything like that. So, but they want to be able to build the perfect joint, and we'll see in time whether they can do that. But when it comes to research, we want some more medical research, people. That's what we want. That's what they keep saying we don't have enough of, right? When they turn us down for things. Alrighty, here we go. Next story. This one comes to me from MedPage today, and the headline there says microdosing LSD fails to ease ADHD symptoms in a small trial. It might have failed, but it's still something that news that people need to know. That they're trying it, they're testing it, and who knows? Maybe there's something that down the road that they can change. Maybe they learn something in this that they can use to in a further test. So let's see what it says. It says low dose treatment with LSD failed to improve symptoms of ADHD in adults in a double-blind randomized phase trial. Now, after 6 weeks, the group who received a 20 UG biweekly dose of the psychedelic had a mean improvement in adult investigator symptom rating scale score of 0.71 points compared with 8.9 points among the placebo group. So the placebo group had a better result. And this is according to Mathis Lechet of the University Hospital Basel in Switzerland and the colleagues. The LSD dose was well tolerated with no serious adverse events, but did not improve symptoms over the placebo on any of the study measures. Now, Lechet goes on to say that although there are reports of microdosing effects by users, this first placebo-controlled trial in patients did not find such effects. Thus, expectancy and placebo effects are likely playing an important role in the perceived effects of microdosing psychedelics. Both study groups demonstrated improvements in self-rated measures of ADHD, including the Conners Adult ADHD Rating Scale and Adult ADHD Self-Reporting Scale, which were administered at baseline, then every 2 weeks to week 6. And at the end of study visits, both groups also showed improvements in observer-rated measures for 3 weeks after the dosing period. Now, microdosing psychedelics as LSD or psilocybin has gained quite a bit of attention in recent years, and sure has, with the goal of enhancing well-being, cognitive functions, and emotional processes. The researchers explained in their introduction, according to the surveys and naturalistic studies, microdosing has been used by patients to self-treat various disorders, including ADHD. Findings have indicated that impact on symptoms has been positive. Goes on here to say a microdose is generally considered to be 1/10 to 1/20th of a recreational dose, an amount that does not induce significant acute perceptual changes or interfere with daily activities. Microdoses or low doses of LSD typically range from 5 to 20 UGs, with a common practice of taking the psychedelic once every 3 days over several weeks. However, clinical evidence from controlled studies in patients is lacking. Would the current study results have been different with a longer trial? According to the researcher, no. Says a longer study duration would not have been likely to produce different results. We cannot exclude the different doses or daily dosing would be effective. Also, high doses of LSD have been shown to be effective in anxiety disorders and depression. It could also regulate mood in ADHD patients. This needs to be investigated, he told MedPage Daily. So even he's asking for more investigation, adding that research with higher doses is indeed being planned. It's already planned. For this 6-week parallel group, researchers included adults aged 18 to 65 who had a previous diagnosis of ADHD and presented with moderate to severe symptoms defined as scores of 26 or greater on the AI SRS and 4 or greater on the Clinical Global Impression Study severity score. Patients were randomized to twice-weekly treatments with either low-dose LSD or the placebo for 6 weeks. Mean age was 37 and 42% were women. And the mean AI SRS score in baseline was 36, and the primary outcome was change in symptoms at week 6 was measured by the AISRS, and treatment was considered safe and well tolerated psychologically, with 124 adverse events in patients treated with low dose LSD compared to 64 in the placebo group. The most common were headaches, nausea, fatigue, insomnia, and visual alterations, which occurred more frequently in patients treated with the LSD. They say 23 versus 8 among the placebo group. 2 patients in the LSD group dropped out due to strong acute effects or effects that impaired their daily activities. And for acute effects, mean maximal responses on visual analog scales for drug effect were 52% with LSD and 22% with placebo, and means 5-dimensional altered state of consciousness total scores were 13 and 4.9% respectively. And they say limitations included that the study was powered to find a large effect size, and thus very small effects may have been missed. 95% of patients were enrolled with a single site due to logistical problems. Interdimensional variations in responses to psychedelics were not accounted for, and other outcomes related to ADHD, including emotion regulations, were not assessed. So there you go. LSD did not help in the microdose end of LSD, and hey, not everything's going to be beneficial for everything and everybody. So, alrighty, gonna move on to the next story, and we're gonna head over to Germany. We always like covering stories from all around the world. Here we go. Come on, it's supposed to be there. There it goes. Okay, from the International Cannabis Business Conference, over 250 German cannabis pharmacies to gather in Berlin. All right. Here we go. Germany is home to the largest legal medical cannabis industry in Europe, with cannabis pharmacies serving as the foundation of Germany's emerging industry. Legal medical cannabis sales launched in German pharmacies in 2017, and since that time, the sector has grown exponentially. And just think, here in Canada, originally, pharmacies didn't want to have anything to do with it. It's cannabis, it's a drug, so on and so forth. The tunes have been changing, obviously. Now, Germany's emerging medical cannabis industry was already enormous in scope and market value before the nation's new CanG law took effect. However, since April 1st of 2024, when the first provisions of adult use legalization became effective in Germany, the nation's medical cannabis industry hit an entirely new rate of growth. The main contributing factor to the dramatic medical market increase in Germany is the removal of cannabis from the nation's narcotics list, which was a key component in the new CanG law. The removal of cannabis from the list made it easier for doctors to prescribe cannabis in Germany, in addition to improving the medical cannabis supply chain and boosting domestic medical cannabis production. Medical cannabis continues to be the biggest winner of Germany's adult use policy modernization efforts so far, despite the boost in patient numbers still being in the early stages. Before April 1st last year, researchers estimated that Germany had between 20K and 300K active medical cannabis patients. That number is projected to increase to as much as 5 million in the not so distant future. Additionally, according to a recent report by the Blumel Group, prescriptions for medical cannabis in Germany increased by roughly 1,000% between March 2024 and December of 2024. Medical cannabis imports are also increasing in Germany, with imports surging over 70% in the first 3 months following the enactment of the CanG law compared to the same period in the prior year. The International Cannabis Business Conference will once again bring its flagship 2-day conference to the iconic Astro Berlin Hotel on April 29th to 30th, amidst the historic shift in Germany's medical cannabis industry. International Cannabis Business Conference Berlin is Europe's largest and longest running cannabis business-to-business event. And this year's installments will be bigger and better than ever, as a heavy focus on Germany's emerging medical cannabis industry. Over 250 German cannabis pharmacies are expected to be represented at the International Cannabis Business Conference Berlin as part of the new feature of the conference. All German cannabis pharmacies can receive free VIP tickets to the 2-day event. Interested cannabis pharmacies in Germany are encouraged to contact the International Cannabis Business Conference team so they can sign up to receive these free tickets. Now, the International Cannabis Business Conference in Berlin is the perfect place for the cannabis pharmacy operators to showcase their brands and to network with entrepreneurs, investors, and industry service providers. Conversely, attending the event in Germany is an effective way for medical cannabis products makers and investors and entities offering pharmacy industry services to meet directly representatives person to person, face to face, right? They say it's an unparalleled opportunity to establish profitable business relationships. So they expect over 5,000 cannabis leaders from 80 countries are expected to be represented at this event. So that's 5,000. That's a lot of representation. So, all righty. Big things going on there in Germany. Let's just hope that it's all for the better, right? And it sounds like numbers are going up, patients are getting access, which is one of the most important things going on when it comes to patients and cannabis is getting access to their medication. All right, on to my last story of the day. And this one comes to me from psychpost.org. Headline says psychedelics juice is linked to lower odds of frequent bad headaches. Sounds like they're going to do things with clusters. This is a long story, so I probably won't cover it all, just so you know. But they say new research published in the Journal of Psychopharmacology suggests that people who have used classic psychedelics, such as LSD or psilocybin, at some point in their lives may be less likely to experience frequent bad headaches. Analyzing data from a large British cohort, researchers found that lifetime psychedelic use was associated with 25% reduction in the odds of reporting frequent headaches. These findings contribute to growing interest in the potential of psychedelics as a treatment for headache disorders such as migraines and cluster headaches, which can be debilitating and difficult to manage with current medications. Migraines and cluster headaches are two types of severe headache disorders that can significantly impact quality of life. Migraines affect about 15% of the population and are characterized by throbbing pain, nausea, and sensitivity to light and sound. Cluster headaches are rarer but even more intense, often described as some of the worst pain a person can experience. Both conditions are typically treated with medications, but many patients struggle to find effective relief, and available treatments can have significant side effects. Now, the idea that psychedelics could help treat headache disorders is not new. Reports from the 1960s suggested that substances like LSD and psilocybin might have beneficial effects for headache sufferers. More recently, controlled clinical trials have provided further evidence that these compounds could reduce headache frequency and intensity. Psychedelics' primary work for interacting with serotonin receptors in the brain, which are also targeted by many conventional headache medications. This similarity has led to researchers to explore whether psychedelics might offer a novel approach to managing these conditions. It says here, according to the study author, Carolyn Rand, says that people with cluster headaches and migraines often have an important impact on their quality of life due to the severe pain they are suffering during headache attacks, and also because the treatments we have for cluster headaches sometimes lack in efficiency and cannot be used because of secondary results. For example, triptans, the first line of treatment, typically does not work for a quarter or one fourth of the patients. Because of this, there is a need to develop new treatments for primary headache patients. Headache, and as people with headache, most typically cluster headaches, sometimes report that they have self-medicated with psychedelic substances with great success. We believe that these compounds need to be investigated more closely. That was all from Carolyn Rand. Now, for their new study, the researchers analyzed data from the National Child Development Study, a long-term British cohort study that was followed individuals born in 1958. The data set included information on 11,251 participants who answered questions about their health and substance use in adulthood. Participants were asked whether they often experienced bad headaches, with responses categorized as yes or no. They were also asked whether they had ever used a classic psychedelic, specifically LSD or magic mushrooms. Those who reported using either substance at any point in their lives were classified as having a history of psychedelic use. The researchers then performed statistical analysis to determine whether there was a relationship between long-time psychedelic use and the likelihood of experiencing frequent bad headaches. The analysis accounted for several other factors that could influence headache risk, including sex, marital status, financial situations, body weight, physical activity, smoking, adult use, and use of other drugs such as cannabis and ketamine. And the results showed that people who had used psychedelics at some point in their lives were significantly less likely to report frequent bad headaches. Specifically, lifetime psychedelic use was associated with a 25% lower likelihood of having frequent headaches, even after adjusting other factors. Interesting, when researchers analyzed the data separately for men and women, they found that the association was stronger with women. Women who had used psychedelics had a 30% lower chance of reporting frequent bad headaches, while the effect in men was not statistically significant. This sex difference could be due to various factors, including differences in headache prevalence. It says that women are more likely to suffer from migraines. and differences in overall drug use patterns. There was a substantial difference between sexes with the stronger effect in females, which I was surprised by, Rand told Psych Post. Perhaps the difference is due to overall higher drug use in males, which constitute a major compounding factor. We know that females are overall more severely affected by headaches, and the results may also reflect underlying biological mechanisms. Now, further analysis showed that the effect was consistent for both recent and past psychedelic users, suggesting that the potential might last long after the medicine has been taken. However, the study could not determine whether psychedelics directly reduce headaches or whether people with frequent headaches are simply less likely to use psychedelics. I know myself, it's been like 40 years since I've used any psychedelics really on a regular basis, and I hardly ever had a headache, so this does make sense. Rand says that we saw a lower proportion of headaches in study participants who used psychedelic drugs in their analysis because of the nature of the data we have studied. We cannot make any assumptions of cause and directionality of the effect, which means that our study does not give any clear indications whether these substances can be used as a treatment for headaches. However, the study adds to the body of evidence of a positive effect of psychedelic substances on headaches, which warrant for further randomized controlled studies of these substances, and further studies will tell if psychedelic drugs can be used in headache treatments or not. So there you go. Good news. Good news. See, what LSD didn't help the people with the ADHD, but LSD helped people with the headaches. So there you go. And that was my drug of my choice back in my 20s. And like I said, headaches are a rarity in my head. So let's maybe there is some truth to that. So maybe take a look at maybe yourself. Now that you've got this story, something like that, look back. If you did psychedelics years ago and you have a friend who maybe has headaches all the time, they didn't do psychedelics. Because I have a friend, a very close friend, that never did psychedelics, but has headaches all the time. So maybe there is a connection there. So you just never know. All right. Other than that, I'm done. Just thanks to Leslie, Dwayne, and Cindy for the thumbs up and the hearts and everything, and really appreciate that. But other than that, that's it, folks, from the legacy420.com news desk. That's the news for today. I hope you found it educational and informative, because that's what we try to do here, and that's why we have education in our name, right? Thanks to legacy420.com, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, addies.ca, and Limestone City Hydroponics. Don't forget, you can catch our next broadcast. Today is Thursday, so it'll be Monday morning, 10 o'clock. Other than that, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. Talk to you then. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Come and feel those green vibes, frosty buds, nature's embrace, classic roots in the sunshine, medicine flowing, we find our place. High on love, we elevate now. Nature's gift that celebrate. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture dreams in the warm sunlight's glow. From the sun, rise up and thrive. In this rhythm, we feel so alive. Higher love, let's elevate. Feel the peace that we create. When the evening falls, we'll gather around, share the stories of the healing found. With every puff, we sow the seeds in this vibe. We fulfill our needs. High on love, we elevate on. Feel the joy that can't wait. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture drinks that laughs aflow.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to glass blowing today here at the workshop of the Happle, the creators of the Happle, Dave and Matza are here with me today. We're going to watch them create some glass products, including we're going to go through the steps of the apple with Dave.
You know, for example, like, you know, not quite roundish looking balls that can't be called oranges because oranges are circular. So you're reduced to looking at it going, you know what? It's kind of a pear. No, you know what? It's an apple. It's an apple, right? Right? Because guess what? Nobody actually has a definition of what an apple shape is.
That's right. Yeah.
And there's thousands of different breeds of apples, right?
Correct.
And so a little bit interesting. The only reason why they're apples is because of the fact that I got away with making oblong shaped circles. That's like literally the why I do it that way.
And
one day he said, "Hey, that looks like an apple."
Yeah. And you don't have to worry about a consistent shape if you're calling
That's
an
right.
apple, right?
That's right. And I can tell you, there is no consistency in the last 10,000.
Everyone is its own.
I bet you can find two that are the same in 10,000.
Not if you pull out the calipers. No. Yeah, no. To this day, every single one is hand blown and eyeballed. I'll show and demonstrate that to you. I actually don't use a mold or a template or anything like that.
Yeah.
I had to start doing it just to make sure that it fits in the box. Like I can't get too big, right? But that's about it. But yeah, and that's the only reason why I've been able to make so many of them, or else I go numb.
Yeah, the apple. Very
Have you got a box there you can show, Al?
Of the apple?
Yeah. There you go. There's a apple.
Yeah, this is the apple here. Right.
Yes, that is the apple there.
Okay. And there's a stem, just like on any apple.
Yeah. Right. That stem essentially. Okay, so this, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks, glass bottles. We used to take a little pebble or a dime. We used to stick into the glass bottle. We used to use a lighter, heat up one corner of it, which is
got to do it again.
Evening out the wall thickness in the kiln, right?
Right.
But we heat up one little corner of it, stress out one little spot
of
the bottle, and then if we do it in the right way and do the right tap, the pebble or the dime that's in the bottle will pop a hole out of the side of the bottle, and then therefore you can take your bottle, stick your joint or your cigarette with a little bit of hash on it into the bottle, and it was called a bottle toke.
Yep. Yes.
This is a bottle toker. This is your cigarette.
Yep.
But you don't have to use a cigarette anymore. You can just place your hash on here and put it into here. It fills up, and then you just pull it through there. Now, part of the reason why this has been great is for so many people who used to use this old style technique, but you can really only do it with cigarettes.
Yeah.
Right? You couldn't do it with joints. People claim that they can do it with joints, but they're lying. Okay, it's not possible. It was always tobacco, right? And then so as guys got older and you had to quit smoking, you weren't able to do bottle tokes anymore because you're smoking. You just didn't want to have cigarettes around, right? So a lot of people had to give up hash because of the fact that they couldn't do any of it. So when we came up with this, it allowed more of the original old-timey smokers to be able to experience and enjoy hash for the first time without having to dilute it with tobacco, dry cannabis.
Yeah, and I'm a person that doesn't smoke tobacco, so I wouldn't like tobacco.
No, and so you never would have had a bottle toke.
Yeah,
that would never have been something that you would have appealed to you, right? You're like, no, I don't want the tobacco.
And when I did have one, it was and then with cannabis, then you've got your cannabis included in your hash, so then you're not getting that. Just if you want just that hash taste.
Well, what you're doing is you're making your cannabis a little stronger, but you're making your hash a lot weaker because you're just adding It's
Yeah.
like, no.
And here's an interesting development within the legal market that's kind of it kind of dovetails nicely into the hash devices is. Right now within the legal market, there's such a competition between the stores to attract and keep customers. They're doing everything they possibly can to keep them to come around. And what that usually means is that they're trying to get their customers as medicated or as high as possible, thinking that that's the best way to retain a customer. Is that fair? Right?
Some people THC is the main thing, correct?
Yeah.
For some people, yes.
So with something like this, we want to be able to provide them with a device that by the time they start smoking hash, they're already moved past dry flower, one strain at a time. They've moved into the pre-rolls, which are infused.
Yeah.
So the pre-roll dry tobacco or dry cannabis infused with this, infused with that, laced like dusted with this and that.
Yeah.
Right.
The KIF.
Well, the whole part of that new smokers lose is they lose the experience of learning about the different strains of cannabis and the effects of individual strains, because everyone's getting a salad joint as well. Right.
Yeah.
So no one had an idea of what strain did what because you don't know, right?
Especially in pre-rolls, they don't normally tell you what strain
exactly.
it is.
No, absolutely.
You might say premium cannabis.
Yeah.
So what the hell is that?
So what customers are coming in, they're buying single strains, it's not doing it for them. So now whether they turn to their bud tender, ask for recommendations, bud tenders always turn to an infused pre-roll because that's great bang for your buck from a consumer perspective, from a bud tender perspective. But what that's done is created this whole step in the cannabis community that everyone has skipped in the new legal market, because in the old market, we had no choice but to try all the different dry flowers. We had no choice but to get one or two strains at a time.
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
What's that, Al?
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
Yeah, exactly. And if you didn't like it, you go back to your dealer.
Or you wait till next
Or
week.
you go to your
Next
dealer.
batch.
And you ask for something different. But really, it wasn't that. But now with these infused things, it's artificially gotten people more stoned without the actual understanding the benefits of indicas versus sativas. All of the stuff that the older people and all the stuff that the advocates and the educators want people to know about. So now what happens is they get tired of the pre-rolls, their taste buds and their cannabinoid receptors are all messed up because they don't know what they're getting. They can come back to a single strain of hash using one of the hash devices, right? And please, like the Happle's the affordable version of it. There's lots of hash devices out there, right? But just an opportunity to be able to smoke a pure hash just on its own without diluting it anyway, right?
This is
be the
first time in decades where I was able to consume just straight hash.
All right, so who has the hash?
I do.
So I a question while you guys are getting the hash.
Yeah.
What's the price range of a Apple?
Retails for $54.
Retail.
That's very reasonable because you go and you can get just a simple bong for $120, but it's just that, right? So this is nice.
This is nice. It's just that it's hash. You can just straight hash.
I've seen Al using his. How long will a piece of hash last in that?
Well, I myself, I've learned.
Let's find out, shall we?
I have learned with mine that
I don't want to use one of the new
single
ones.
person or multiple persons would be different lengths of hash that you add to this. The amount that you put in. That's what I learned.
All right. So here, let's go through a demonstration. Oh, by the way, each one of these comes with their own set of instructions in both English and French because that's a requirement in Canada. We have to supply all advertising and literature in both official languages of Canada. So all you do is you pick your little snake, and instead of putting that into the middle of a joint, which is what I used to do, you have it on this end.
That's what I'm doing right now, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. So now what we do is we just light up the end of it, let it burn, and then it creates a little ember.
Yeah.
And the most important part of it is don't let it burn. Blow it out before putting it in, or else you could create this black mess in there.
Now, some hash.
So this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is our form of dabbing, right?
Yeah.
We used to love it, especially the old guys that smoking 5 or 6 joints for breakfast.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Al, as you can see here, it's brewing, it's filling up in this chamber. Once I get to a point where it's filled up to enough for my lungs,
Yeah.
it up, tick the little bit.
Because you can just
suck
sip it,
out.
right?
Yeah, and then just drink
You
it
just
out of
sip
the straw. And then
Yeah.
I put it back down, pulling it in, draws fresh air through it, so that way it's reloaded, reset, refills itself. If I forget about this, usually happens about the 4th or 5th one of them.
I get that.
After I've forgotten about it, it'll put itself out and it'll snuff itself out. I've anecdotally heard that this is a very efficient way to smoke your hash and consume your hash, because very, very little wastage.
And it's
You know,
personal.
it's
It's
all
personal,
really-
but you can share it. You
There you
know,
go.
it's like a drink. It's personal
Yeah.
size, but you can share it around the room. I have a student glass, and you can share that for hours on end.
Right. Yeah. And then and that's it.
So when it comes to the amount of hash that you put in there, being that it'll go out
Eventually, yeah.
and relight
And
it.
then you relight it. Yep. Yeah. No, I just put a big long snake into it and just forget about it. Like and then I'll pull on it, and then, like I said, 2 or 3 of those, and then you forget that what you were doing or what you were smoking. Not
Oh yeah, you don't smoke.
really.
No, that's right. Yeah.
He doesn't share with his underlings.
I think a joint smoker would like that.
What's that, Al?
I think a joint smoker would like that.
Oh well, yeah, I smoke joints all the time.
There you go, Master. I'm gonna drop that into there for him, because he's a special one.
Oh, he needs the fresh one.
Of course he does. He's master.
But look how beautiful that waterfall is.
Yeah.
It's yeah, that's one that didn't cross quality insurance, by the way. It's all right on the side.
But those are nice if you've got five or six people sitting around, and you got 5 or 6 people, or 6 of those, you can just share it, but not share it.
Yeah, and my whole idea with it is, why share it when you can all have your own? And to your point with the party size one, any bigger than the chambers that we make is too big.
Too big.
The smoke,
Yeah.
the hash smoke just gets stale
Ah,
and
okay.
old, right? Like, you know that old bomb smoke? Don't make sure
Yeah.
you clear the tongue out,
Yeah.
right? You know what we're doing, right?
Same thing,
right?
right.
Like, oh, look at that.
So,
That's
like-
super cool. Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that. Look, that's hash smoke. Hash smoke falls.
And this is why you should clean your apples.
Wow. Oh, hey. For your audience.
Hey.
For your audience.
Okay.
I highly recommend that if you drink coffee, get one of these things and you fill this with ISO,
Yeah.
right? And then when you're done with your apple for the day and night, drop it in there, close it up. And when you wake up in the morning, pull it out, and you give yourself a little rinse in the water, and then you have a brand new apple for the day. Right? It'll always be clean, right? And then you just keep the lid on this, and then your alcohol will never be back.
Really cool idea. There you go. A tip. A day tip. An official day tip.
Dr. Martha Stewart.
Yeah.
You were talking about stale smoke and stuff. With this, when it goes out, obviously there's going to be smoke in that chamber.
That's the fastest way to make the apple dirty, is to let smoke sit in there. Because it clings to the side immediately.
Yeah.
And otherwise it just dissipates because as you can see, once it fills up, I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not. Once it fills up, it starts to overflow.
Yeah.
Right?
Come on,
And it's
Bob.
like, I got somebody.
It's starving for oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It needs
That's what I was wondering. Like at the end, obviously you're gonna have
That's why
And
I
then-
don't have fish and oxygen.
Yeah.
And then here's another reason. So one of the things is I get a lot of criticism or questions about why this here is so loose and it rattles so much. Well, the reason for that is the airflow. Because if you had it sitting tight and not rattling, it just completely choke out and it would never stay lit.
You gotta keep
have to
some
have-
air in there.
You gotta have it. So that rattle has to happen only for it to work. Like so it's kind of one of those, which is a little contrary because people don't like glass rattling with this.
So yeah, well, you were just because it's gonna break, right? And then where would you get another stem?
If you break your stem,
Never swag shop.
yeah, or you message me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll do a call out and I'll encourage people to message me whenever they have a broken stem.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the fact that I'm doing impromptu quality assurance.
Right.
Right. The number of stems I have to send out as a replacement would generally tell me whether or not this is a viable product. Right.
Yeah.
And I give replacement stems out pretty much for free. And I can still do that because I only get one in maybe 1,000 every few months.
What
And
about,
it's never, but it's always because of negligence, right?
Now people can lose them.
Yeah.
Or drop them.
Yeah, and as far as for someone to replace that stem, they'd have to get a hold of you. Very careful, unless you've got them available in the store.
They are available.
They're available
separately. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're available individually, but realistically, it's so hard to put a price on that little stem.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because that little stem, in my mind, that's the secret to it. You can take that stem and use it wherever you want to.
Mm-hmm.
So the value of that stem is actually quite high towards the whole value of the whole piece. But I'm hard pressed to charge $25 for a replacement stem, right? It just doesn't make sense.
Right.
And then at the same time, like, I have no idea. It hasn't, like 1 in 1,000 every few months is probably like, that means I'm sending out 10 or 15, right?
Right.
It's not a big deal at all, right? So anyway.
Crap.
Hash hits different.
So
it does. Yeah. This is the point of the video, Al, where you start recording faster, maybe. Jump. Yeah. Use that 30 frames per second George Miller shit.
Now let's see where else we can go with this. As far as so these are available.
Take a moment, Al.
So as far as the retail stores, they could be available and are they just available in Ontario retail stores? Everywhere, so right across the country.
Yep.
So for people to go into the stores, see if they're there, ask if they're not there, and maybe they'll bring them in.
I have a question. Can you bang a nail in with a Happle like you did with the other thing?
Sure. Let's. I'll get you that Happle right now. Yeah. We'll send you that video. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. We certainly can. Yes, 32.
I think he's looking for one.
Oh, maybe.
I know that I've taken my Happle on the road with me quite a few times. So what's that?
Now I know, and I know how I did the full-on block when I said I didn't want to talk about this, but I will talk about it a little bit. the next iteration that both Master and I are working on our own versions of it. Water filtered hash devices.
Oh,
so water filtration. Yeah. So this is particularly my design. It's called the Drew Dot, and it looks a little bit. It's supposed to look like an egg in honor of the egg farming that happens here, but nobody sees the egg. I know. Okay. And then I like that with an egg. With the black drop.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta use the black drop.
Did you think you would be modeling today, Dave?
It's got the percolator in the bottom.
It's got percolator in the model. And the whole the secret with this one is that this chamber here acts as the internal happle.
Right.
Right. So that chamber is where the smoke fills up, and then you put water in the bottom so that it filters through.
And bubbles.
Yeah, I found it very smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we were trying it. Yeah.
Well, when I received it, I waited 5 days before I used it. So
Okay.
my first toke, everybody got to see the first time I used it in the video when we did the broadcast.
Oh, good.
And it was very smooth. Oh,
And don't hurt yourself, please.
here.
Let's try this.
Okay. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
All right. No, okay, hang
Get
on.
the
I'm going to turn this. Okay.
Now you're gonna cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it out yourself.
Oh no!
Okay, all right. It broke, but how many times? How many times did you hit that for
That's
something that wasn't designed
Yeah.
to do that with?
Oh, those weren't test taps before? Then he just would tap, tap, tap,
Well,
tap,
any
tap.
tap,
Yeah!
any tap.
You know who's really good at those stuff?
Oh, I'm gonna try it again. Here we go.
All right, I'll do it once more, and this time I'm only gonna hit it 5 times.
Five. Okay, we're gonna hit an apple on the nail. Okay, all right, that's great. Holy Jesus!
How do you know what? You need to learn to count, mister.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So, I mean, it's nice to see that because, a lot of people, one of the reasons they don't use pipes is because you drop them and they break.
So this tube is for the happle body. That tube is for the mouthpiece. And this glass rod here is what I make the stem from.
Cool.
They come in 5-foot lengths. And we get them from Nortel Manufacturing in Markham, Ontario, Scarborough, Ontario. What I've got is set up a section of the tube. I take one of the long tubes and I break it in half. So you half a section at a time. I plug up one hole on it and I put a mouthpiece on that. And a mouthpiece on the other side. They're hooked up to these blow hoses connected to this valve, which allows me to control which side I blow into. I've got the tube on this end, which is what I use as a blow tube or a handle, which I'll show you when I take it off. And here's the raw glass on this side. Now, these are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happles. And then the only other thing I have is this piece of glass here, which I use to pick molten glass off so I don't have to do it with my fingers.
Makes sense.
Which you're not supposed to do, I learned. This Bunsen burner acts like the oven, and what it does is heats up the glass and gets it to a minimum temperature so that it doesn't blow up or crack when the higher temperature of the torch gets on. First thing I've done is open up a hole on this main tube so I can connect it to this smaller tube. At this point, the glass is heated up enough, so I'll turn the Bunsen burner off. Connect two pieces of glass together. Once it's fused, I'll puff into it to make sure that it doesn't collapse on itself. Because as glass heats up and becomes molten, it wants to condense on itself. So it's always collapsing. So one of the things I'm doing with the blowing of into the blow hose is to keep it from collapsing and closing itself off. Now what I have set up right now is I have a tube with hoses hooked up on both ends, a valve to be able to control which side I blow into so that I can control which way the pressure goes in. Not as big a deal on these pieces. Becomes more important as you get into larger, complicated pieces like the dewdrop. In our shop, sometimes when we turn our bigger flame on, it creates a popping sound, so we have a tendency to say fire in the hole, fire. And I didn't create a pop, which is great. You can edit in the sound effect later. I say Roger Rabbit. Wow. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat up a section of this glass here. And you'll see here I have a little template that I've taped here. And my template, you'll notice that this tool is the right width for the length as well as the width of the handle. So I look at that, make sure that this thing is still the same size. I do this every time because for some reason I'm worried that this tool will change size. Once I've gotten it hot and molten enough, I'll start pumping it out to shape and form the bottom of the apple, of the first apple. Yeah.
Right there. Yeah.
You want to slide that on now if you want to. Yeah. It'll help cut that glare out a little bit.
There you go. Yeah, what Dave was mentioning was this device right here. I got in my hand, and what it allows me to do is to watch the flame, because that can,
filters out the yellow. Filters out the sodium.
yeah, which can be end up where you get. Well, I guess it's not like a welding flash or anything. Yeah.
So you'll notice here I formed the bottom half of the apple. I made it about 2/3 of the size I want it to be. Using my template. Use my template this way. Now I know how long it's supposed to be. I've got that section there earmarked out for this particular apple. And then now what I'm going to do is heat up the whole piece. And then at that mark, this mark here, I'll pinch it down, puff into it a little bit to start that apple growing. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. I actually watched a bunch of YouTube time-lapse videos of apples actually growing because that's kind of what it was. It didn't help, but it was cool to see.
So how
that is extremely hot.
Oh, yes. What's the temperature when glass is molten master? 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now I puffed it in, I puffed it out, and you'll see it's about the width that I want it to be at, for the height that I want it to be at, but the shaping is not quite there, so I'll go back in briefly, heat up the bottom of it, just the bottom half of the apple. That's where I use this tool, brace it. And what I'm doing is I'm pushing it against the glass I don't want to move so that it'll cool faster. So the glass that's still hot moves more. So there's my, pretty much the apple. Kind of like it. The bottom could be a little bit more puffed out, so I will keep that bottom a little bit more. Puff and blow it out. That's my first one in this string. I'll go in. Now I'm going to pinch off the top to create the top opening, as well as the bottom of the next one. So I'll do that. This tube here is thicker, so instead of, if I condense it down, it's going to be too thick there relative to the rest of the apple. So I actually do a combination of condensing and stretching to maintain the wall thickness of the glass. Try to keep that wall thickness as consistent as possible. Now that I've gotten that kind of thinned out, I'll go in on this side and I'll pinch off to create the top of the apple. That's it. And then what that does is it also has thinned out the glass between that and the next one on the string. So I can just move down the line, set up, heat up, to do the second one, which I'll do quickly.
See it swelling as I watch it through this lens.
So yeah, as I mentioned, I'm not using a template or anything like that. I'm just trying to grow out each apple out of the glass. And I only do it this way just to keep it interesting. It would be faster and easier if I used a template, but this is what's been making it somewhat interesting for the last 10,000 tries. I turn down the heat and the flame size to a smaller flame because I don't want to heat up too much of this glass. Because right now I'm getting ready to pull this section off. So I'm going in, forming up that top apple there. Now I have two there. I'm more concerned about making sure they fit into the packaging. So I worry about that in terms of my diameters and parameters. Not so worried about the actual shape of each of them. Mainly because most people only buy them one at a time. And as I said, I challenge anyone to find two apples.
They're the same.
No, same. Now, what you'll notice I just did there was I really thinned that out, made it nice and thin, and pulled it apart so that when I rip it off and separate the two tubes, there's minimal amount of glass that's there. I'll do the same thing here. This is something that Master has asked me to do, which is to thin out that section in between the apples so that when he's working by hand, it'll be easier for him to separate out. Whereas I'm working on a machine, and essentially it allows me to take coffee breaks or dad breaks. So I've gone in and I've gone in and thinned out that as much as I need to, so that way when in the next stage when they're removed from the string, it'll be easier to cut. Finally, I'll go in on this end. I'll heat this section up here. I'll let that condense down.
It's two bottoms against each other.
Two top. Well, no, that's the bottom.
Oh, okay.
See? Apples. Thanks, Tom. Thanks for measuring my point. All right. So I'll turn that off, and then I will take these two, and I'll pull them off of here, and then I'll place them over to this station here at Master.
Okay, so now they're full. So we're coming over here, and
we're going to come over here on this side. He's working off of, now what he's going to do now is he's going to finish off the apples. I'll talk it through. You'll talk it through. I'll talk it through one of them, and then do the other one. Does that make sense? Yeah. Right, and then that way, kind of gives you both, right?
Correct.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over from the lathe. This is to prevent condensation from building up on the inside. So it's just a quick little maneuver there to tear off a little excess glass. Flowing into the glass, I pop the hole out there, and they're using graphite. I use it to open the hole up to be the exact same size as the 12.7 millimeter tube that I used to attach to it as a mouthpiece. How do I know it's the exact same size? Experience. So I have the tube here with an open edge to it. And then I warm both of them up just a little bit right here. And attach it. And then I position it the way I want as the glass is cooling down. Then I choose where I want to melt the glass off, the length of the mouthpiece, which typically is going to be about 0.75 to 1 inch in length from the handle. So I break that off just like that. And using stainless steel tweezers, I just clean the end off a little bit, which makes the last step a little bit easier. Now I need to make that mouthpiece fully melted in and lodge this with the rest of the apple. This creates a strength in the apple. Okay, that's so I'm going to use a hand torch just to get the heat precisely where I want, because I don't need to heat very much glass here. I just need a very small section at a time. And I'm just going to work around slowly, get it all melted in, getting tiny little puffs between heats to put the glass to the position I need it to be. To melt the borosilicate glass, we use a combination of propane and pure oxygen to create the temperatures that we need. So I'm just warming the glass up just to make sure that it's all the same temperature again. This is just to prevent cracks from forming. We have a Bunsen burner in front of me here. That will heat the glass up to about 1200 to 1300 degrees. If you're not careful, that is hot enough for the glass to sort of start to bend and be a little bit malleable. So you do have to be careful to sort of keep it within the 1000 to 1200 range. Now that I have opened the hole up on the top, I'm going to heat up the glass with the flame and use my graphite to push it down and create a flat top. Now, one area of the apple that needs to be consistent is the hole at the top. The top needs to be consistent so that stem that we've shown you fits properly and has the right amount of wiggle space. So I use another graphite reamer here, and this one has a measured line on it. So I open the top of the hole here to 14 millimeters. Once again, I'm just going to make sure that that's flat with the graphite. And then again, pushing heat into it to make sure it's all even. Now, what I need to do is open up the mouthpiece and make it functional. So to do that, I'm going to heat up a different piece of glass. It's in my right hand now. I'm going to get it to be molten hot, whereas the glass that's in my left hand, it's going to be technically cold, but really it's going to be like 1,000 degrees. But compared to the 2.5 or 3,000 degrees that this side was, this side was cold, relatively speaking. So now I'm going to allow that heat line to dissipate, which will create stress and allow me to snap it off in a very nice, clean way right there. Now, if I just left that, it would have been razor sharp. So a little bit of flame goes a long way. Now, once again, bring heat in, introduce it to the glass, bring it all up to the same temperature. And then when I'm ready, I'm going to use tongs covered in Kevlar to hold the piece of work and melt it off. This is why the step that Dave took earlier for me is so important. I'm not able to manipulate the glass very effectively in the tongs, so the less amount of turning that I can do, the better off I am. Now I need to make the bottom flat, so I'm going to spin it around, and once it's all hot here, I'm going to once again use graphite to bring it down and flatten it off. And there you have it, a finished half oil. Thanks, Master. I'm going to go through making stems. Here's that long piece of rod. 8 millimeters in diameter is the one I like to use for the stems for the apple. Just going to break this down really quickly in half. So a little bit more manageable for my short little arms. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love that acts as a stopper. So I'll get a section of it hot like this and molten, pull it out of the flame, and then I'm squeezing it together to make that rounded disc. Okay? Second step after that is I will take and pull off the end that I'm going to form the little wedge side of it where you attach your hash. And what I'll do with that is I'll rip this off, set this aside for the next one, use my handy trusted butter knife that forced my wife to have to buy a whole new set because she was missing a butter knife. And I'll just take it and I'll press in that little wedge in that, or as also been described, the little butt crack. And that little butt crack there will sit in there. Heat it up a little bit just to quickly even out the temperature on that. Switch hands, place this, have these tongs here. I bent them, especially made them so they'll grab the piece. I will heat up this end, which is the end side that I will use, and press into a leaf. And it turns out that Master had bought this little pair of tweezers that have a little pattern on them. And I've been using these for every single apple stem. Take it, do a half cup, and that squishes it up to form that leaf pattern. There you are. Set that down, and then I can make 10,000 more of those. And
Awesome. Awesome.
And that's the steps to making an apple.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do you make colored ones, Dave?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
do.
Okay.
But
Cool.
the colored ones and the colored ones, we don't make very many of them because of the fact that the price point changes.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just you see the process. We're doing this all day long, every day.
Yeah. Yep.
300 a week, right? So that's just all we do, and it's. I mean, like, hey, can't complain about it. At the same time, it's definitely not quite. This is not the glass blower's dream. But yeah, I mean, really,
You're producing these in your shop out back.
we waited till we hit 10,000 before announcing the licensing agreement, because you know what? At 10,000, I think I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want.
You sold 10,000.
We've made way more than that, but we've sold out the door.
Correct.
10,000. That doesn't even account for Masters, hash kettles, and hash landers. We're only talking about the nugs hassle.
Right.
We're not even talking about the hassles before the nugs. These are strictly just the ones
Just
for the overlord.
the hackle.
Just the ones for the overlord, right? Which is wonderful, right?
Mhm.
Love them. I love my overlords very much.
Yeah.
Overlords.
And as we haven't really mentioned, as you can see, you can use, well, this is the dewdrop. You can use it as an E now.
With
As
an E now.
A dab rig.
Yeah.
And the point of the dewdrop was to provide that option for the consumer who doesn't dab very often. Right? It's for those people who prefer hash, prefer joints, but they'll do the occasional dab and things like that. That's why we built this, and that's why we released this, is because we want to give that option to people without having to outlay a lot of money.
Now, did I see a video as well that you can do hash in there?
Yep.
You can do dabs.
Yep.
Now, did I see you put a banger in there as well as a bowl?
Yeah.
For smoking herb?
Yeah, but sure. But I argue you're going backwards. Sure, you can smoke flour out of this thing. But why when you can smoke hash?
But it's the multi-tool. It's the Swiss knife.
We're trying to make it to be that way.
Yeah.
Right? It's just a daily driver. But most people have a preference. Right? They have their preference on how they like to consume. And the whole idea, as we talked about earlier, about the idea about glass being one of the cleanest delivery devices for cannabis, or for really a lot of things, right? For anything, really, right? We're really hoping that this the Drew drop is going to be something that gives that person their regular option, in addition to all of the other things for once in a while, right? Because very rarely do people smoke flour, hash, and dabs out of the exact same piece.
Well,
the
yeah,
taste
exactly.
is really weird. Like it tastes really
and
weird.
if you're doing it in a vaporizer, especially some of those old style ones, that was a mess.
Right, it's a mess, and so therefore, right, so that's why I'm like, no, you don't want to.
But this gives you the base. People have to have their own adapters.
Is it the ideal dab rig? Possibly for the right person, right? But there's so many different designs out there. This is really just meant to give, you know what? In a pinch, here you go. This is your daily driver.
It's your daily smoker. That's what I was going to say.
Right. It's going to retail for $100. It's a bigger investment than the Hackle is, but with the water filtration and the fact that you can use it for any form of consumption, we're hoping that that'll justify the pricing for it.
Yeah.
Right. And really, right now, the last thing people need is a fancy marble on the side of it that they don't need to get high.
Okay. Well, guys, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Master and Dave for allowing us to come here today in order to film you guys doing your work, as well as learning all the history behind the apple and how to see how the apple is created. We really appreciate you allowing us to come in here today, film you doing your thing, what you love to do. That's blowing glass, answering some questions, and you've had a great success And we wish you continued success.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Alice.
Al, you got anything you'd like to say? Enjoy.
Thanks. I enjoyed watching it. I watched the whole thing. I just sat here because I've always liked that stuff, but I've always avoided going near it. It's scary.
So don't forget, go to your cannabis store in your area, whether you live in British Columbia or Newfoundland, and you can go in there, check to see if they've got the apple. If they don't, request that they bring you one in and enjoy your hash.
You got a website where people can go directly?
www.canarisswag.shop. It's the Overlord's website.
Okay.
Instagram,
Masterglass. And I'm Dave. Earl Electric Dave.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.